We're live. Jesus, we gotta get a little bit more structure with that. Thank you guys. Welcome to the show. All right. Today we are gonna be talking about a bunch of topics. All right. So we're gonna talk about a couple things, and then as more people start to filter through, we'll get the show started. All right. But first of all, I want to thank you guys so much for being here. You could be anywhere else right now, but you're here with us. All right. So we're gonna try something new. All right, we're gonna recap. Don and I, we're gonna have a conversation about the last video that we reacted to. What was that kid's name? Was it Nino?
Dude, that guy looked like a fuckboy. I am not gonna lie. Like that's the dude that was saying you gotta pay for her. Actually, low key though, guys, let us know in the chat. Is there an echo?
I can definitely hear y'all go.
I mean, I can hear it too, but I don't know if they can hear it.
It doesn't matter. We can keep going. So basically, that dude. I mean, what do we think? He's in one of those situations where he's clearly a lot of his ideas when you're talking to him, he gives off that vibe that they're not really his. He gives off the vibe that it's like, okay, so some of the stuff that he puts together, right? Oh, well, man should be alpha and he's supposed to, provide and do all those stuff. And it's like, how many women do you see out there who are with dudes who actually are they make more money than?
Actually, in today's day, there are actually a lot more guys than you think that make like a lot more women, because I don't know, a lot of people always think that people always bring up this whole wage limit that women make more than guys, and it's been proven again and again that that's not the case, because actually in some big cities women are making way more than guys are. But the thing is, no one's going to bring that up because the society is trying to keep it like kind of the low key so that keeps women as the victim role. But I mean, come on, this is 2021, almost 2022.
And here's the thing, because I also think that women kind of make themselves victim too as well, though. I think though too, like some of the especially with these university educated women, they tend to make themselves victim. They talk about the patriarchy and it's all so mean and it's all this and women don't have rights, and yet to appreciate the fact that look, you're here, you're working. Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If any company can basically say, all right, if I'm willing to pay you 70 cents less on a dollar, right? If I'm willing to do that, I'd hire a trope of women. I'd write a huge cast of women. Why? Just because I can save 32 cents on every dollar.
Yeah. But everybody wants to be victims. Yo, everybody wants to be victims.
So okay. Anyways, going back to this Poppy guy, right? So we're talking about how he basically advice he's giving into all these different unsuspecting men and women and things like that. What's up?
We got some people on right now. I just want to ask him a real quick question.
Oh, what's up, guys? We're just chatting now right now. So
we gonna Ayindei is coming through, but let us know how the audio sounds on your side. Too loud, too soft? Is there an echo? Let us know in the chat, because we're gonna fix all this right now and have a good setup for y'all.
Yeah, so this is just kind of like the casual talk show before we do it, because we're trying to do like a recap. So for those guys who haven't seen the previous video, reaction video we did, this was these fake alphas, right? These guys who were just coming out of the woodworks all of a sudden, giving guys advice and stuff. And then Nino guy, it turns out that he's got this music career thing that he's trying to get off the ground. That's why he's giving these guys all these horrible advice and shit. But it's one of those things where it's centered around that general idea between alpha guys and beta guys and all the stuff like that, which my rebuttal to that was, I don't even think there's such thing as like alpha and beta. It's just more of like an energy type thing, right?
Okay, I disagree with that, man.
All right.
Because I do think, okay, I know a lot of people don't like the whole term alpha, beta, but I think it goes more to like our primal selves. Because even back in the day, I'm pretty sure you know that some guys had it and some guys didn't. There were guys back then who could really get any girl they wanted, and there are guys now who can't. I'm not gonna say the whole how we, actually distinct alpha and beta actually means something. We probably don't have it directly, on point. But I still think there is a thing to it, because there's no way you can't see a guy and you're like, okay, this guy is a threat and this guy's not a threat. I don't just physically too.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. It's one of those things. I get it, but here's what I mean by energies, right? Because I think that people can flow between dominance and a position when they're not dominant, right? So what I was trying to get in that context with that kid, right? Because he's talking about, well, you know, if you're around a girl, she just has to submit. She's got to submit to you, man. You just got to submit, and it's almost like these guys, they almost want you to submit just because the fact that she's a woman. So woman, you submit to me. It's like, no, you have to exhibit certain traits for her to do that. And look, I've been around women who all of a sudden it's just like their energy completely changes. All that wolf and shit is done, and they're like, if anything, they're timid around you, right? But it's something where it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, this guy, I don't want to get anything wrong, you know, and they'll be all about you. But if you're in a situation where a woman is dictating all the stuff that you need to do, and she's telling you, what's up?
We got a question though. Some guy just asked, "It's like, I'm sorry, but what's your platform supposed to be about?"
I am so glad you asked that question. What this platform is supposed to be about is basically generating kind of a platform where women, and not only women but mainly men, can get better advice in terms when it comes to dating. Because when we're talking about red pill, we're talking about all this other different stuff, right? There's a lot of negative ideas that are coming into the space. And look, everyone's complaining about fuckboys, all these other things. Oh, you know, I'm being mistreated this by all these. Guess what? It's all these toxic ideologies that has been spewing out. A lot of young people and even older people, which is a fucking shame, are confused about dating. They're confused about how this stuff's supposed to work. So now we're living in a situation where everyone's all single, and you got more. And the worst part about it is, you guys, these guys who are the same guys who are supposed to be helping you guys out, teaching you and leading you the way, are out here scamming people. No. Let me get you this, because it's fucking ridiculous, right? So we come out with a channel and we're saying, hey, look, all right, we're gonna offer a balanced perspective when we're not only just going to talk about dating and stuff like that, but we're actually going to talk about, and with real people, advice on things that's going to help you out, in actual practical advice is going to help you out, because it's not a lot about this theoretical shit. And you notice when we talk to people, there's not a whole lot of like beating people over the head with facts and all that stuff. It's just understanding that human beings have experience too, and that matters. So for instance, when you're listening to podcasts that are talking about, oh, women are like this, and if she has this, a tattoo, or she has this different form, put her to the side. Or if she has if she is a single mom, put her to this. And it's like, where I'm from and the different areas that I'm at, there's a completely different standard. And you see guys beautiful looking ladies dating guys who are average. I see it all the time. And sometimes it's one of those things where you're like, how the fuck, you know, is she with that dude, right? You know, you always have that question. I'm sure some of you guys have seen that in high school, right? And even some of the guys where they're like super not attractive at all. And let's face it, guys, we know when a dude is not attractive. We understand that. So when you see that, you're like, okay, how the hell does this can this dude pull it? And what you have to understand is the confidence that the dude had. We're trying to point out other qualities that can attract women other than just the standard quote that you guys hear on all the different channels, right? The money, the height, the looks, right? It's crazy. There are other things that attract women. And on top of that, you guys got to understand, like, women are actually interested in the red pill spaces a lot more than you guys think, right? A lot of women have interest into the space, and they want to understand what male perspective is like. But you guys don't understand, being single for a lot of women and not being able to attract men, it's difficult. And a lot of times women want to know what's up, but they go to these platforms that basically either, you know, spew out this facts that don't pertain to them, or it just flats out confuse them, and not just them, but the guys too. So trying to offer a platform where not only women can just say, all right, this is a balanced view. I get it. I can now chime in and say, this is what we're looking for. You can hear from the horse's mouth, not these Onlyfans and whatnot perspective. I'm going on here. I know, but I'm just saying, this dude, I just want to answer that, bro. Cause like, I saw the question, I was like, God damn, I know what's going to happen. My bad. I went out. No, here's the thing, man. It's like one of those things that get you passionate, because especially once you start finding out that these motherfuckers are fake guru, bro, I told you, I got fucked over by a fake guru.
Yeah. I mean, dude, everyone's got fucked up at some point. It's not even surprising.
So I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen to all the other guys out there.
It's not really just commentary, low key though, because we're just starting out. And for y'all out there, because the way the mic is set up right now, because once we get the people coming through, because Ayindei is coming through, and I think we have a few girls coming through with them.
We might do another call in actually.
All right, so yeah, we have some people coming in, but we're doing commentary for sure. Duke and I, we're definitely gonna be doing commentary, because that's like how you kind of like, if you guys are ever trying to start up a new YouTube channel, Commentary is a good way to kind of like one practice public speaking. It's not really public because you're talking to a camera, but we're talking to you guys now. So you practice public speaking, you practice how to announce your words, and it's a good way to get into the space. But what Duke and our plan for this channel is to kind of create a space for guys, doesn't matter what pill you are, red pill, blue pill, rainbow pill, whatever pill you are, we want to, there is, but we want to create a space where y'all can everyone can have their voice heard. That's one of the reasons why. So if y'all don't know, I'm doing usually moderating the chat. I like delete people or just like ban people and all that stuff. So we kind of keep that open for the most part because we don't mind the haters, man. We don't really care about the haters. You guys can come hate. Hey, we love you. But at the same time, if you become too toxic, that's when I got to kick you. So we don't try to we try to create a space where everybody can have their voices heard, no matter if you're extreme, as long as you're not toxic, as long as you're not crazy extreme, but you can still kind of be yourself. And that's kind of what our goal is for the most part.
I completely agree. And what do you where our lesson video at? You got to go to our older videos. Our older videos have it. We talk about we cover. So here's the thing I don't understand about these like these people that come on to the comment section and they're like, oh well, you're only talking about these guys. You're only talking about fake gurus, right? And that's the number one tell that they make you realize that you're up to something when these guys start complaining a lot. And I welcome that. Please bring that on here. But the thing is, it's like, there are other stuff that we talk about. As a matter of fact, there are other stuff that we're going to be coming out with, like sales related stuff too, as well, because I believe that's important. If anything else, any guy that needs to, the only thing you need to have is sales. You need to understand sales, because if you can strip a man of anything, as long as he knows how to market himself and whatever thing that he has, he can go far. So I think sales is an important thing that we could talk about. But another reason why I think it's very important is because it's also translates to when you're dealing with women. All right, the meet and greet, the bill report, because we understand that when you meet somebody, you only get a certain amount of time to make a good self-first impression, right? Whether it's the way you dress, and a lot of times for ladies, it's your shoes. So a lot of you guys don't realize that it comes down to the right shoes. A lot of times on the first date, that's to make it or break it for a woman. So just thinking about that, right? And then in terms of building rapport, okay, finding like-minded things that you have in common. And it's not just sitting there ping-ponging back and forth questions, right? It's sitting there doing 80% of the not talking. She needs to do most of the talking. You 20% talk, and that's all that talking you do is literally egging the conversation or directing the conversation every which way you want to do it. It's the same thing when you're dealing with customers, right? So these are all these different things that we have that we can definitely produce. But however, that's not going to stop the fact that these motherfuckers, if we feel out that you're giving out bad advice to people out here and you're not qualified for that shit, we going to call you out. And you know what? It's not just us. It's an army of other fucking people out there that's willing to do that too as well. So I'm just saying that, look, you're not going to stop me, because there's a generation of young men right now that are suffering and they don't have the right help. Come to find out, the people that are supposed to be helping them are scamming dudes. We got too many scammers out here, man. You got something to say?
No, because we just got a super chat from Adriano. I remember you from last time. I dude, really love the support. We are actually gonna have be taking call-ins later, and we're definitely gonna keep you in mind, because right now we're just waiting for Ayindei to come through, and then after that, we're gonna have some girls over. We're gonna have a little discussion, and you all see the topic. So once they come through, we're going to talk a little bit, and then afterwards, we're going to start taking questions. The whole discussion should take like 45 minutes, maybe an hour 30, if Ayindei goes off. But for the most part... he said, no. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, no, because Ayindei tends to go off a lot. But, we're definitely taking questions at the end of the day, once we're done with the whole discussion. So we're definitely keeping an eye on y'all who've been super chatting us, like N1C. Especially, we've been keeping an eye on you, my man. Appreciate the super chat in the last video as well. Thanks, man. But that's all we're trying to do.
Right. So, but yeah. So, thank you guys for the super chat as well. Like you guys have been doing like quite a lot. It's like helping us out to the 100% max. But that's what it is. I mean, there's so much toxic ideologies in the dating market right now. It's not even funny, man. And that's the thing. So what I tell people, this isn't so hard. It's so easy. And people look at, oh, what do you mean it's so easy? I'm telling you it's easy, man, because listen, and I hate doing this, but I like going back to the car sales thing, because that's literally where I made a lot of my bread and butter, right? I made a lot of my bread and butter in the car business. Ayindei, welcome to the stream. But it's one of those things where it's like you meet, you greet, you build. What's going on, man? You meet, you greet, you build build rapport with people. You talk to, it's like you're talking to your best friend. The way I sell, because listen, don't get me wrong, you have those static salespeople out there, right? You got those static salespeople that would read the script and go by the book, right? But then it's all about, okay, and people can smell those guys. You can smell. Here's the thing, what you guys don't get. People can smell the fact where you're like, you have something to sell, right? And that's what a lot of you young men, when you come and approach women, you smell like you got something to sell, and people don't like that. So essentially, you have to be able to talk and approach like you would, like a friend, a long lost friend, for example, or like someone you knew in passing, and you treat them accordingly. Like, hey, I'm giving you advice that I would take myself, kind of, right? So then you do it, and they're more inclined to trust you more. And all you're doing is just creating that situation. So that's what it is. I don't understand why dealing with women, talking to women, doing all this stuff is so complicated. But the problem is, some of us listen to the wrong influence that overcomplicates things. They listen to the wrong influence that makes it easier, that soothes the guilt, that soothes a lot of these things.
Yo,
right?
Ayindei, what you eating? Can I get a bite?
Hold on. I think you're mute.
You're mute, man. You're mute, man.
Real quick, man. I'm sorry.
No, hey, look, man.
But I'm listening to you guys, though.
No, like I said, we're just talking before we get like everything cracking. But we're just talking, we're having a recap. What's up?
We can even do an intro, like, you know, you've been telling them about, like, tell them what you do. I can tell them what I do, and then let Ayindei finish his damn meal.
Oh yeah, you know what? I think that's a good idea. Let's have you, Ayindei. Let me just put you right here real quick, and then you can come in when you need to. But yeah, all right. So for a lot of you guys don't know, right? So I pretty much do this. I mean, I've been doing media for a while, but it's one of those things where I spent a lot of my time in sales. Almost goddamn 8 years in sales. I started out at, first of all, cellular sales, wireless sales. So I started out slinging cell phones, and after cell phones, that I got in the car. Once a car business, and nowadays you don't really see that kind of money that I used to see back in the car business. Just because right now everyone's starting to like do commission, they're mixing commission with salary. Right, Bergstrom Motors started doing that down the street, and it was just like ridiculous. I'm like, since when you guys start doing it? And these young kids that are doing this stuff, they don't get like, if you just opt for like a commission only thing, you make way more fucking money. So these kids don't know that, but they opt for the salary. But back in the day, I used to sell cars. I sold for Metro Ford, Ernie von Schledorn, Mad City Sales is another one. So I even was a sales manager. Courtesy Ford, I was a sales manager for that dealership too as well. So good dealerships, great people. But what it taught me was the most important lesson that I would always take with me. And I'm talking about my entire sales experience. And that's dealing with people. And not only just dealing with people, dealing with the motivations behind the things that people do. Not only the buying motivations, for instance, it could be somebody's wife, right? Hey, I gotta go talk to my wife before I make the decision. But on top of that, it's all about, okay, maybe if I dig deep a little bit, maybe it might be something a little bit different, right? So it's all about understanding the motivations behind people, how people interact. Because one thing you learn about in sales is that people are not really upfront and honest, right? A lot of people will bullshit the crap out of you. It's not even funny. They'll come in and sit there and say, I saw that you had that on the lot. And by the way, people do the research nowadays, right? They'll do the car gurus and all that stuff before they do it, but they'll come and try to play the salesman game like it's still back in the 80s. And it's like, bruh, no one cares if the dealership down the street has a better value. All right. It's what can we, in terms of selling you, in terms of service, what we can do in all the other outside stuff. But people try to play you. They'll try to do that. But it's understanding that, what's up?
Angela's, just like shout out, bruh. You was
shout out.
You was on our last, I don't know if you remember, our last Q&A.
Oh, yes. We had a great conversation, man. Hey, hop on the when we have the call-in portion of the show, because we're going to start introducing that a little bit more. Feel free to call in, man. I really appreciated your input. Real talk. Talk. And
there's this guy that keeps asking, where's your subscriber count?
Oh, let me. Okay, here's because let me address that, because I addressed that. That's a good question, because a lot of people have been asking us that. We've been getting a lot of Instagram messages on that, like, Duke, what? Why are you hiding your subscriber count, man? What are you afraid of? What's going on? It's like, listen, all right, there are two different reasons why we do it. The first reason is because we fucking can. So why not? If YouTube gives me the opportunity to, I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna be like all these other YouTubers here playing a numbers game and try to, let me go to the race to the top. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna hide it. And the second reason goes exactly hand in hand with the first reason. Guess what? I want people who are subscribed to this channel to really just fuck with the content. Because I don't know if you guys realize there's a bunch of dumb bucks out there that will just subscribe to you because you're the biggest thing in town. You see what I'm saying? There are a lot of people who just like to play follow the leader, and that's the kind of crap we have now that's leading a lot of young men astray. So I want people who subscribe to it to basically say, fuck the numbers, disregard all that stuff. Listen to the goddamn message. Did you get the message? And if you got the message, do you want to keep getting the message? If so, hit that sub button. But other than that, the numbers to us doesn't fucking matter. If we want to hide it, we got to hide it. But real talk, if people who are subscribed to us are the ones who are more likely to follow our content and keep that stuff going. It's really that simple. And real talk, I'm just saying, especially doing this YouTube thing, the subs don't matter. YouTube only shows your videos, especially your new upload videos, to about 10 to 20% of your audiences. A lot of the views that we get are from new people, like a lot of new people flooding in. So that's how the real talk, the analytics work. So people who are playing the sub game is just weird.
And for y'all who keep asking how many sub count we got, just let me tell you, we got a lot. So if that matters to you, sure, fine, whatever. Do what you will with that. But for us, it's not really about the subs. That's the whole reason why we just never had it on there in the first place. Even when we were started out, we never had that. Now we're growing, and y'all will be like, yo, what's your sub count?
Listen, you know what the crazy thing is? We got a lot of views when we're like very, very small. Like we were getting a lot of views. But the thing is, a lot of people weren't subbing. So it was just one of those things where it's like, all right, well, you got to understand that a lot of people are bandwagoners. So it's like, why we have our stuff, let's have our stuff hidden, and then all of a sudden if the people who fuck with it, and guess what, in some of the comments and messages that we read from you guys, it's awesome because I can tell that you guys are really fucking with this stuff. You guys are really understanding that, hey, yeah, this is some shit that I fuck with, so I fuck with it. But there are a lot of people who are just gonna look at the numbers and say, oh, well, maybe I do fuck with the content, but they only have 100 subs. Oh, we'll just wait till they get bigger. There are people who play that sub game. There are people all type of things. So it's one of those things where it's just like, man, if we're gonna do this, let's do this with people from the jump, where people who fuck with us would fuck with us, and they fuck with the message. Because I'm gonna tell you this right now. There are a lot of people that really deserve to be called out, not only in the space, but like in certain things. So it's like, I know people are gonna get hurt. I know their idols are gonna get crushed. All right, you're gonna be like, oh my goodness. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're following us because of the message behind the content, because you understand that we're here to help young men out and help actually boost the quality of relationship between men and women, then I appreciate you being here. Real talk. There's nowhere else that I mean, that actually helps me want to do more videos for you guys. But yeah.
Yo, okay, y'all. Oh yeah, shout out to B Swim. Welcome back. I keep seeing you in the damn chat, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't know you like that, but hey, I love you and your engagement in our stream. So shout out to you. And y'all gotta keep thinking we don't have a message. It just means that you guys aren't listening, because most of the time, all our videos really it's never on the line. Like, I mean, man, you see Duke a lot, and man does not like sugarcoat things. He tells you straight out how it is. So this is why sometimes I don't get why you guys ask what the message is. Look, honestly, if you look at the title of each video, you will see the damn message. But for the most part, what we're trying to do is give a different perspective. All right, I know I don't really show up on the show a lot because Duke's been doing a lot of work. He's doing a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to the video part. But whatever. But like, what I do is like, I do more technical coding. Like, I'm basically what I do in my career. If you guys want to know, I'm a software developer. So I design automations, I design websites, I design web apps, phone apps, all that stuff. And that keeps me really busy. So I can't always be on screen with Duke. Like, I have a few apps out there, but like, I do wish I could be more, like in most of these videos with y'all, but I can't always because I just don't have the time to do that. But I really do appreciate him for all he's been doing.
It goes towards running a business 101 too as well, right? For a lot of guys who want to understand, because I even got one of my companies right now getting off the ground right now. It's gonna be tough, man.
Oh, for real, it's an actual like dude, like, okay, I've built a few like companies, but mostly software companies. But this one is definitely going to be something else. I don't know if we should plug it later down the line.
No. We're not plugging it because we got to beta test it first. But yeah, like I mean, we're in the tech field too, and that's another thing we should have a discussion on because we're both in tech. That's the thing a lot of people don't understand, especially the fresh and fit haters. They think, oh, this is all you do. You're just mad because they make more money than you. It's like, bro. We both work in tech, so and we've both built companies. Well, I've built companies, and he does a lot of stuff behind a lot of big companies. So it's one of those things where we're talking about, like, guy. It's not only that we don't know what we're talking about. We have like a lot of like back end experience in terms of running the business. But to go back to our initial point on this YouTube thing, a lot of you guys should get into the YouTube game too as well, because essentially what's happening, it's a way to kind of run a business, right? You can't. It's division of labor. You talk about like how you can do a lot of stuff at the back end. You preach your expertise, right? Versus me, it's like, okay, well, fine. I got a little more time. I can invest in this. I want to be able to get into this, and I can get out in front of people and go ahead and let them know what the heck is going on. And he's right. I don't sugarcoat anything, and that's anybody in my real life. That's the exact same way I have. And yes, folks, I've gotten in trouble too. Don't get me wrong, but it's like one of those things where if I have the time to do it, I'm gonna spend my time doing this thing, and then we split our labor doing, and he does what he does best, and that's how we're able to get these things growing. So real talk, I can tell you, when you guys are trying to start a business, one of the hardest things you can find is finding a good business partner that'll work. I mean, it's just like a relationship, right? Finding a good business partner that's going to be willing to have not only the same dedication that you have, but the same level of a passion that you're going to be able to put in it. Vast majority of people either are in it for themselves or don't have that similar work ethic. So it's very difficult on that end. But the best way to attract the right business partner to you is literally, you gotta, once you have that idea, you gotta push for it as hard as you can. So those of you guys who are thinking about starting a YouTube video channel about, or whatever it is your expertise is, that's the value that you decide to bring to the world. And you honestly, I think you owe it to the world to share it with them. If it's woodworking, if it's even stuff in the manosphere space and you want to talk about it, you go ahead and start a channel. There's no better way than doing it now, because the worst thing you can ever regret, especially nowadays, is waiting till you get older and realizing that, shit, I should have gotten started. You know, so get started now. And hold on, let me do this. When you work as hard and you start to attract the right energy, and the right energies come to you in terms of the people that want to work with you, right? They start to come to you, and then you gravitate on that idea and you can build on it. That's basically what it is. It's a difficult grind at first, but you got to keep going with it. That's just the huge crux of it. AAR, thank you for the $10 super chat. The fact they even asking, though, is not the right mindset. Just means they have a narrow focus and aren't really involved in the conversation. Fact. They don't have an investment. No, you hit it right, center on the head. You hit it right, damn near center on the head, because because a lot of these people, they're talking about, oh, is your sub count bigger? Oh, you're mad that you making more money than you. It's like, guy, like, what? I'm losing money doing YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you crazy? I'm losing money doing this thing. The money on production, all the stuff that we even had before we even had the goal to go ahead and get started. That's how you know that we're not even in it for any of this stuff, because we built all this before we even decided to get into this, but before we even got started. We made that level of investment up front, and we kept losing money over time. So you guys are talking about, oh, you're just mad because they make more money than you. You're just mad because they do this. It's not the case at all. Essentially, what we're doing is we're just trying to basically trying to say, hey, there's a toxic message being pushed out there. I don't give a fuck. Like, if it means risking what I got to risk, that's fine. But I think it needs to be out there. And that's one thing. You think being out in the open like this, show my face and talking, especially with the kind of networks I got, is a good thing? No, but it's one of those things that I do anyways, because I feel strongly about what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm passionate about what I'm talking about, because look, man, you guys don't understand. Like, it is serious. A generation of weak, useless men, if we're pumping that out with these kind of content that are coming out, it's going to be bad for everybody. If men are supposed to be the leaders, right, we need to go ahead and take the reins on this thing and move forward. And that's it. God damn the consequences. I don't give a fuck, right? So I'm going to go hard at all these fake and fraud guys if they're going to be putting out content to... It's ridiculous.
Let me get a word in real quick, because y'all probably missed, if you all just joining in, go back to the part when Duke was explaining what to look for when choosing a proper business partner, because that's kind of the same thing you do when you're looking for a proper partner. It's really the same thing. And this is an advice my dad gave me a long time ago. All right. I was fortunate enough. I had my dad in my life, unlike Duke. So what he told me was, start with the end in mind. Start looking for a woman who has the things, not you want, but the thing is the you 10 years from now would want. Because if you're looking for a long-term relationship, you got to know, all right, you're going to be growing. And if, you go for her now because she has those ass and titties, the you 10 years from now, are you going to still be into shit like that? Because if you don't and you start looking for, and same thing for business, if you're only looking and focused on the money for now, you're not going to go anywhere. So what I'm saying is, just like Duke says, you got to know what you're looking for, start with the end in mind, and always keep working towards your ideal future. Don't settle for anything less than ideal. All right, Ayindei, I'm gonna let you in here. You can put me backstage. I'm gonna do some modding. So,
all right, back at it again. But I mean, that's exactly. I mean, Primal Studies. Let me go ahead and put that quote on there because that makes a lot of sense. Hard times make tough men. Tough make good times make weak men make hard times. It's a perpetual cycle. He's absolutely right. Ayindei, let me get you on mute here. Alyssa, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Welcome. So, I don't know if you want to add anything to that before we go ahead and get going. Ayindei, to the past comment on the business versus relationship.
I mean, I agree with that quote 100%. You know, it's been floating around the manosphere. I think it just does a good job of summarizing how we get to where we are when you compare men of the past to men of the present. I mean, even the women that we have today. I mean, you look at the most comfortable countries, that's where women complain the most. You know what I mean? It's very ironic. And when you travel, even remotely as much as I travel, it's just interesting how much we overpay for things as Westerners. And it's also interesting how much happier people are in quote unquote poorer countries. Some of the questions that I think people should be asking themselves, because people accept the explanation they're given rather than ask some individual questions. So we're told that these countries are third world countries. We accept that without actually being to these countries. Something that third world countries have in common is they tend to have the most resources. So explain to me how countries with the most wealth, geography-wise, resources-wise, how could those be the poorest countries, right? So it's not that the countries are poor, it's that they're exploited, they're overexploited. They're not underdeveloped, they're overexploited. The governments are taking their resources and they're limiting the development of the country so that the people stay poor, right? They're not developing the roads, the education, the healthcare, nothing. So they're keeping the people desperate so that they could capitalize off of their labor and take the resources from up under them. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to ask yourself, how is it that when we make women the most comfortable in the Western world, why is it they have the most complaints? Now, when you go to these other countries, you got women that are working 12 hours a day, 10 hours a day. They don't have microwaves. They don't have their own car. You understand what I'm saying? But
yeah,
they respect their man. Even though they're working and they're paying their bills, they still respect their man. They still value him. They still put their family first. They're still willing to make countless sacrifices for their children. You understand what I'm saying? So how is it that those women aren't full of complaints, but their life is a struggle? It's a daily struggle, right? And then you come over to Canada or Australia or America, basically anywhere where they speak English, and the women can't stop complaining, right? They can't stop complaining about the men, right? And they exaggerate all the negative qualities about men. Supposedly all men are rapists, all men are abusive, and all these other kind of things. When you go to these other countries, a much larger percentage of the men do behave that way. You understand what I'm saying? So why is that the case though? Why is that the dynamic is the question? And American women will tell you, oh, well, men are intimidated by our independence. They don't want us working, all this other kind of stuff. That's just the theory. Do we really see it in practice? When you go to these other countries, the men really do have a problem with the women working. And they're very vocal about it. They're very open about it. So the question is, how do we get to that? And I think that quote explains it quite well. When the times are hard, the men got to step up and the women have to be humble and appreciate those men stepping up. But once you get over that hump and things get comfortable, then all of a sudden women can act like men ain't shit and they're not really that useful or desirable, or whatever the case may be. And then men can also start to slack off now because there isn't a demand. Do you understand what I'm saying? For them to be tough and for them to be resourceful. So that cycle, we're going to continue to see that, I think. I don't think there's a way to really break that.
Yeah. So, Alicia, Am I saying it right, Alicia?
Yeah, it's Elisa.
Alicia.
I get Alyssa all the time.
Alyssa. All right. So what do you have to say? I mean, what do you think about that? Hard man, make hard man make good times make weak man. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's tough. So I think I should give a bit of background. So I was born and raised in Russia. So men work all the time. Women are just at home. And now I reside in Canada, where it's definitely less of a hustle and bustle than it is in the United States. I think, especially in Calgary, where I'm from, we have a town of entrepreneurs, but everyone is not extremely competitive. So I think for myself, I'm looking for a man that's willing to work hard, but is able to balance their time appropriately, that I'm not necessarily sitting around kind of put on the back burner.
Yeah. Okay. Adriano Valentino, Australia. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Listening to Fresh and Fit are the example of what not to do. People with no substance telling you or selling you a script are very damaging for your mental health. Listen to guys like Duke and Don and Ayindei, Ayindei the Great, authentic content. No, facts. I appreciate the super chat. You're absolutely right. Now, I'm not saying that all the things that Fresh and Fit does is bad, because a certain level of people, like even with the super fans, right? The most of the reason why they became super fans is because they helped them out in one area. The problem comes in when you're listening to guys like that, and all of a sudden you're taking everything that they say is gospel versus what the actual. You have to put everything into scrutiny, right? And you got to understand that some of the message out there is toxic. Even the presentation of Fresh and Fit. Let me put this back up there for a minute. Even the presentation of these guys is toxic, right? The kind of women that they have on, the from the backgrounds that they come on, right? Even the kind of questions and the environments they're in, right? It's not giving guys, especially newly guys who are just getting used to the new dating market or trying to navigate the dating market. It's not a good picture that they paint of women, right? Because if you're looking at women, all they're gonna think is, well, okay, I definitely don't want to date a single mom. Oh, well, I definitely think that she has tattoos. She's a hoe. Oh, I definitely think, all these different categorizations. Meanwhile, you're not understanding. You're just looking at a small sliver of women. Not all women are like that. If you want to find a good woman, go to a small town. I'm talking about small town, hometown girls who stay in their hometown to build family roots with their family, with their community. They already have that mindset. Girls who flock to these different cities for all these different types of opportunities, that already tells you where they are. So that's all we're just trying to do. Ayindei or Elisa. I'm sorry.
Yeah, say your name for us so we don't.
Yeah.
It's Elisa.
Lisa.
That's
all
what
right.
Well, I mean, go ahead and weigh on that, because I mean, I'm assuming you're from a smaller part of Eastern Europe and Russia, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've traveled all over. I've moved around to many different countries. I lived in the UK and Canada and Russia. And for me personally, I like having the experience from all these different places of what I like and what I would choose in a man. So I don't necessarily think that you need to stay in one community to be able to, I don't know, kind of like build your family. I think it brings other value to be able to move around. You're taking a huge risk. I mean, it's not very common. I think it just shows that as a woman, you're driven, you're looking for other opportunities. And I think that's very admirable to a lot of different people. And I would say the same thing for men as well.
Well, I mean, I think you're taking an equal risk by keeping still. And that's part of a message that I've had for guys for over 2 decades now. Just guys nowadays have a really hard time interpreting messages, man. It's really frustrating. The deductive reasoning isn't there, but you say one thing and they take from it something else, and it's just like, I don't know if it's the brainwashing, I don't know if it's the emotional response, I don't know what the hell it is, but it's like, for example, I make a video about the expectation that single mothers should have when expecting a man to step up and be a stepfather. And what these guys get from that is me encouraging men to become stepfathers. It's like, what the fuck? I didn't encourage men to be anything. I said that if women have that expectation, it's got to come along. You understand what I'm saying? With a certain mindset. You can't just expect the guy to be the stepfather of your children, but yet you're not giving him the authority to discipline the household and to run the household as he sees fit. You're literally asking him to come in and save and course correct, but you're not giving him the authority to make the decisions and in the house. That's just ridiculous. You want him to be the surrogate father to your kids, but he can't discipline those kids. That's like one of the major things that men bring to children is discipline, right? Confidence, self-esteem, self-value, making your kids, be competitive in a very, very, non-forgiving world. So that's what I said. But what do these guys take from it? Unbelievable. I'm in Mexico right now, and all of a sudden I'm invested in Mexico. But I traveled the entire year, but somehow I'm invested in Mexico because that's where I'm at presently. These guys are fucking idiots, man. I'm being honest, but it's like, where do you connect those dots? You see what I'm saying? They literally
do you think it's part of
making? So
part of the reason is because people don't think for themselves anymore. They let, and that's the problem where we're in this mess in the first place, because a lot of people everyone do the thinking for them.
Right, and see, this is the thing. Like I said, man, dude, I've been expecting this for a long time. Where we are right now, socially, is absolutely no surprise to me, because I was reading about it for years. 97 is when I started picking up those books, and it was a Black Panther that gave me those books. My best friend, his grandmother and his grandfather were both Black Panthers. His grandfather died in prison for being a Black Panther. So we were given this information from a very early age. So we were already hip to social engineering, right? And the conditioning that they're putting us through. So all these things that are happening, I already knew because I was reading about it, and these people have planned these things. This virus we're dealing with, this the technology that we have, this one world currency that y'all call Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. It's like, dude, what it is a one world currency. Like, they're just calling it different stuff, right? This new world order, all these things, we already knew these things were coming. So them empowering women the way they have has always been a trick. It's always been a hoax. They were never trying to empower women. What they were doing is using women to manipulate society, because they know that women are emotional and they're easy to manipulate. So if we give the so-called power to women, or the so-called voting power to women, we're not really giving them the power, because we can manipulate their decision making. And if we give them that leg up on men, now everything that the men do and say is going to be secondary. So what they do is they criminalize the men, alienate the men, so that their words, their wisdom, right, their judgment means nothing, right? Because you can just call them misogynist and the patriarchy and whatever word you want to throw at them. Similar game that they play in the Black community with racism, right? They'll have middle Americans blaming Mexicans for a shortage of jobs, but yet the Mexicans are doing jobs that Americans don't want to do for a pay rate that Americans don't accept. But they've conditioned you into blaming the Mexicans for not having jobs, right? So they condition so-called Black people into blaming so-called white people for underachieving. What does the average white person have to do with the life choices that you make? You see what I'm saying? And then they got the moms, the single moms, blaming the single fathers, but yet you gave that dude access to your uterus. So you see, you have everybody dodging accountability and given a scapegoat on a platter. Here, this is who you blame. This is who you blame for your failure in life, right? Because you're not getting what you want. This is who you blame. And as long as you focus on blaming that person, you're never going to get the results you want. And when the people walk through your life that could facilitate that, you're not going to recognize them because you're too busy writing them off based on how you've been conditioned. So now we have men that are thinking and behaving and acting exactly like how they've already conditioned the women. When you talk to the women, all men are bad. All men are the patriarchy. All men are holding me back. All men are oppressing me. It's men. Okay, well, guess what? Fast forward to 2021, now you dudes sound just like feminists. You dudes sound just like the women, blaming a whole gender, right? This is where we are right now. And we can't see any type of what you call exception to what's supposed to be the majority. Now, my point that I'm trying to make, and I know Duke, you share the same sentiment. Yeah, Fresh and Fit put that awareness out of the current state of certain things, but at the same time, they're not giving you the ability to see that the world is competitive. If you're talking about a race, there's only one first place. So what did you think? Everybody's gonna get a fucking trophy? That's not how it works. So if you already know most women are like this, or most this is like that, and most whatever, okay, good. Now figure out what your strategy is gonna be so you could be one of the few that get what it is that you want. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Figure out how to navigate. And that's what they claim. They claim to tell men how to navigate.
Elisa, I want to get to your perspective on that. Let me read this super chat real quick from JG Francois. Welcome back, man. Missed you from the last live stream. Sounds like Adri should find a man with a business and support with his time management, help his accounting or payroll, or help marketing. Who's Adri? Oh, is he talking about Lisa? You got a man who's you got a man who got a business, Elisa?
I do not.
Okay. But yeah, he must be talking about when we had that. But what do you rebuttal to that? Do you think that dating now has the way dating is now for both men and women is due to the fact of some of these societal conditions, like Ayindei was talking about, into pressuring men and women to further go their separate ways? I mean, what do you think in terms of dating before? We can even talk about your experience too, but all 80s and post 80s and all this stuff like that we're dealing with, all these new concepts that goes to further complicate the dating market. What are your options? What are your thoughts on that?
I think before, people were always kind of pushed into a direction of who they should be with, or even the way that you meet people was just like through a mutual friend or family member. So they were always guiding you and even influencing your decision. It wasn't necessarily a decision that you were making for yourself. Whereas now we are not only given all these different options, but we're also living in a society where women don't necessarily need someone. It's a choice. And I think in that perspective, you have the option to potentially be a little bit more picky, and you're not always influenced by external factors into what decision you should be making. So you're not looking for someone that your mom or your dad wanted you to be with anymore. You're now making a choice for yourself. And if that doesn't sit well with others, we're stubborn and we still go for it. And that's very different. I mean, in my perspective, that's not how it used to be. Even divorce wasn't very common back in the day because you were just kind of stuck with that person and you had to be with them because of financial burdens. Whereas now you have the option and you kind of, I don't know, take it as a slap on the wrist to just move on and keep pushing.
Okay. I get that, because we are, and here's the thing.
I think it's just that.
Like
I think it's just a financial thing.
You think it's just a financial thing?
No, what I was just saying is that one of the main things is not just the financial aspect, it's the accountability to other people. Nowadays, women break up with a dude, they don't care about the mother-in-law, they don't care about the brother-in-law, the sister-in-law, the nieces, the nephews, the dog, they don't care about nothing. It's just, well, I'm unhappy, so I'm out of here. And it's like, yeah, but what about all these other people you guys are letting down? What about all these people that were at the wedding? What about all the people that supported and are part of this union? And just like she was saying, back in the day, people referred by people. It's like, yeah, I got somebody for you. Now, everybody you meet's a damn stranger. They ain't come to you referred by nobody. So they don't have to be held accountable to anybody when certain things go, sour in the relationship. So if a dude's misbehaving in a relationship, who he got to answer to? He ain't got to answer to her brother. He ain't got to answer to her father. He don't have to look her mother in the eyes. Back in the day, you had to come knock on this woman's family's door to pick her up for a date. You understand what I'm saying? You had to let yourself be seen. You had to let them know who you are, your character, and
the phrase "ask your father for their hand." Yeah.
So now all of that's out the window. People hooking up on Tinder left, right.
No, I was gonna say the phrase "asking for your father's hand in marriage."
Well, nowadays these chicks ain't got no father. So
yeah,
we already know.
Yeah.
Right. Doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, no, that's true. Adriana Valentino, Australia, thank you for the $10 super chat. 100% pandemic. It's crazy. They've been so focused on turning men into women and women into men. Instead, I'm focusing on real world issues. Politicians, elites enjoy millions of the fruits of your labor. That's absolutely. I mean, there's some factual statements to that, because it's true. A lot of it, when people talk about like society, how people just like all just say, oh, society is conditioning you to do this, right? It's all about, well, you got to define what society is, right? Society is media, government, and other powerful institutions working together to basically influence you in a certain way, all right? And that certain way is going to be in the interest of said society or whatever direction they have going on at the time. So that's what a lot of people don't understand, and that's what it was importance of family, right? Because the importance of family was that first defense before you go out into the world, because once you go out into the world doesn't necessarily have the best interest in heart, your best interest at heart. And nowadays that we live in a consumer-based economy, we have to figure out ways to keep the money machine going, because if all this stops and people start saving and taking a step back and saying we don't want to do all this stuff, the economy will literally just fall apart, right? We're in this go, work kind of mentality because of what it's going to collapse, because we're going to run ourselves ragged. So it's one of those things where you're absolutely right. There's a certain piece of it that leads and guides us, but the big important piece is people. Right. And that's the thing. We have to understand that the most important thing we got to understand is ourselves. And once we understand ourselves, then we can understand the motivations of other people. Ayindei or Lisa, you got any rebuttals to that? Let me put that super chat back up there.
Well, I think people see the problem is that ego, because people just don't want to admit that they've been duped. Right. That's where that cognitive dissonance comes from. People will do anything to secure their frame of mind and not have to admit that you've been believing a fucking lie, right? So if I make a comment like, listen, I don't celebrate these bullshit holidays. If I say something like that on Labor Day or some shit like that, people lose their mind. They get real fucking emotional. How dare you? I'm the patriots and the people that have died in this country. And
yep.
It's like, yeah, really? Do you really think the government gives a fuck about the soldiers? They literally put our men and women out there to die while they're sitting in their little boardrooms drinking their expensive drinks, shaking hands, making up their little silly treaties or whatever. They never had a beef with each other to begin with, right? War is profit. War is business, stupid. But you're over here passionately, emotionally invested in supporting the troops and supporting the soldiers. Really? But you won't let any kind of logic come in through your head, right? We spend more money on Valentine's Day every year than we do on NASA going in and out of space. And I'm not saying you should, because I know space is bullshit. So y'all believe in space because they've been conditioning you to believe in space since you was a little kid, but you've never seen it. You've never seen it. You see what I'm saying? But they've been telling you about space, right? So we went to the moon in the 60s and we ain't been back yet, but look at the technology we have. So you mean to tell me before iPhones, they went to the moon, but they can't go to the moon now? But I'm the one that's crazy, right? Which I believe in these stupid ass, these illusions that they've trained you to believe, right? So if I say to somebody, listen, I don't celebrate Valentine's Day because it's a pagan holiday.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's the tribalism effect, though. That's the thing. It goes to the tribalism effect, and yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like people. I mean, everyone wants to get stuck to one side, and that's when it comes back to. And people are asking, well, what does that have to do with everything? It's like it's a well-rounded situation. You got to understand how people think, right? So when you're talking about dating, and we're talking about how, if we're going to go back to what kicked this whole thing off in the first place, was that whole situation with the controversy that went down, right? It was one of the things that, okay, for the first time in our lives, we're able to see open, especially in this manosphere space, we're able to peer open into the kind of messaging that was being pumped out and what it can do to young, impressionable mind. So much so that someone can go out and DM a woman they never knew a hate message because someone else said to do it. So that's basically what it is. I just think that like these guys helping with these relationship advice that are bad, that are being pumped out there, it just goes to further dissolute whatever we have going on and hurt what's going on in society too as well. So my question would be, all right, what are things, and I want Lisa to answer this, all right? What's your relationship status for the audience, by the way? I'm
single.
Okay, so what are some of the things that are keeping, and you don't have to speak for all women, feel free to speak for all women or most women or your friends or your immediate circle group, but what are you things that you've noticed that keeps a lot of modern women single nowadays?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's fear. I think fear is almost like the notion that pre-existently that you're going to get hurt. I mean, you're taking a chance, whether you're staying single or whether you're in a relationship, there's going to be a risk in either case scenario. But I think right now people don't want to give up their freedom. Women don't want to put their careers kind of on the back burner. I also think that there's so many options right now that I would say it's harder for men to commit. Like women commit very easily. For men, it's very hard to get a commitment. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Like in my eyes, the control factor is that women are the ones that control sex and men are the ones that control the commitment. So you as a woman can put out, but to get a commitment from a man is usually impossible. So they'll string you along. You'll be with them for months. They're indecisive. You don't necessarily know how their relationship's going to go. So for women, it's more so that they don't necessarily want to feel like they're out of control. They want to be able to control the situation. They want to be able to predict what's going to happen. You make up these scenarios in your head that aren't necessarily going to be true or will even follow through. But you have this storyline in your head of what your perfect life is going to look like. And we get attached to those imaginations, even though we don't even know if it's going to be possible with that man.
No, when you say getting attached to that imagination, it kind of goes to our earlier point in terms of social conditioning. But I want to get further your point on that. Your own imagination. You're talking about like some of the Disney movies and Disney fairy tales that we watch when we were a kid.
I was about to say that because that's where it comes from.
Yeah, like the happily ever after and all that
That's
stuff.
where it comes from.
I agree because when I was young and growing up, you're watching these movies, you're thinking, okay, well, maybe this is how women are and this is how we're supposed to do this. And a lot of guys, you know, we're not getting the necessary lessons on human nature and just people nature in general. Then, hey, you know, women like to have sex just as much as guys do. Oh, salute. Like, we didn't know that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's now we're just uncovering some of these truths that were that from the lies that were sold to us from our adolescence. But go ahead, Ayindei. Oh, let me do the super chat real quick. N1C.
One thing in common.
Hold on. One second. Let me just do the super chat real quick. N1C, thank you for the $10 super chat. There are consistent truths in humanity across generations, but parents prepare children to survive in their world, not the world. Example: our parents didn't have Twitter. That's true. We didn't have all of this. But yeah, that ties in. Go ahead.
Why is it that all the Disney princesses put in zero effort? So this is the thing, as they tell these little girls that you just be pretty, and Prince Charming, for some reason, is going to come and risk his life and slay a dragon, and he's going to rescue you, and you're going to live happily ever after because you're the prettiest thing in the village. But never does that woman contribute jack shit. You got princesses that slept through the whole damn movie. You got princesses that made a deal with the wicked witch. You see what I'm saying? It's always some effortless thing that she did to get that man, to get that prince. And you're programming very young girls with very impressionable minds, very impressionable age with this rhetoric. And then they get older and they have all this entitlement and all this expectation. So this is why women expect something for nothing. And then they sit here and make comments like what you just made and like the shorty from last week was making about how, but then when you have this guy and he has all these other women and he doesn't want to settle down and he doesn't want to commit. It's like, yeah, but why is he supposed to commit to you? What is different from you than all these other girls? That's where the entitlement comes. So they think that when they decided, oh, he's my Prince Charming, that's the one. He's supposed to drop everything that he's doing, stop being a select male and just cash it all in for her because she felt like it. Because she said, oh, no, this is good enough for me. I'm done waiting. I'm done holding out. This guy's good enough for me. So he's supposed to just acquiesce to that because why? Because why? Mind you, he had to be all of that for you to cash out, but you're just another pretty face and he's supposed to cash out. This is the thought process of the majority of women. It's fucking ridiculous. So when guys ask, well, how is it that 4s and 5s have the same mindset as 9s and 8s and 10s? Because they were watching the same cartoons. They were watching the same cartoons. And what was mommy and daddy doing? Mommy and daddy was letting you dress up like a fucking princess. But your father's not a king. So it's interesting how the definition of these words is all over the goddamn place. Because men can't just be a prince because they put on a little outfit. Right? Men can't be a king because they dressed up like a king. I can't just put on a business suit and now I'm a businessman. Now I'm a CEO because I'm dressed like a CEO. But this is what women have been doing since they were little girls. They dress up like a princess, and now everybody treats you like a princess. Everybody calls you a princess. Princess culture is extremely dangerous because it puts her expectation up here, and it puts her actual value down here because she wasn't developing any skills. She wasn't developing any personality. She wasn't becoming a good person. She was just becoming an attractive person. Well, guess what? Meanwhile, so was every other chick. So was every other chick whose mom took her to Target and bought her a tiara or princess outfit. So good job. You made a bunch of inflated egos with no actual substance. And then when they don't get what they want, the finger goes straight to the man. It's the man's fault. But yet that man made something of himself, but he's at fault because he didn't want to hand that over to you because, you know, you've been waiting on him your whole life. So this is where we are. This is where we are with the women. And they're not trying to break that way of thinking. They're not trying to say, you know what? Shit. I might actually have to add some kind of value to this guy's life if I expect a valuable man to commit to me. And this is Kevin Samuel's message. This has always been Kevin Samuel's message. It's not that you can't have this expectation. It's just, what about you is going to be valid and appealing to this particular man that you're describing? That's just been his question for the longest. Since day one, it's been, okay, yeah, that's the guy you want. Now, what does that guy want? And how much of that do you have?
Have you been asked that question, Elisa? What, like, has a guy ever asked you on a date, like, what do you bring to the what if so, like, what would be your answer to that?
I have never been asked that question.
Okay.
But in my experience, I think that you're attracted to people, and you attract people when you have a certain quality or trait or even a behavior that people like, and you kind of start to step into this danger zone when you start taking traits that you really like and you realize that they form a combination, because that's what makes everyone really unique. So whether you're looking for someone that, I don't know, is very driven, but they're authentic, once you find those two together as a combination when you're looking for a partner, you'll realize, even looking back on your past relationships, that's what made that person really special for you, because finding combinations is very difficult. I mean, there's so many different traits and behaviors, and just to match those two up that you are really looking for is difficult, but they come in different forms. So I think, I mean, if a guy asked me that, I'd be kind of surprised, to be completely honest. I think you really have to get to know the person to even get there. But what do I bring to the table? For me, the best compliment that I could get, and it's so simple, is that you're a fun person to be around. Like, it just means every single time it's a new experience. It's something that you look forward to. It's different. It's completely unpredictable. And although it's a very like childish term, just to be fun, I think it kind of lets go of a lot of those stresses or anything that you're dealing with in your career, in your life, that you're able to let all that go, and your time with that person is going to be very like something you just look forward to every single time. But I mean, we can drill down to, I mean, is it going to be a woman that's career focused? Is it something where she has to work you into her schedule? Or for me, the biggest thing is consistency. I hate when men can't make decisions. There's a huge learning curve there, that if you can make a decision there and then, you're either going to learn from it, grow from it, or you're going to fail and pick yourself back up. So for me, consistency is huge. But yeah, to go back to your question, I've never been asked that question, and I probably wouldn't even be able to answer it right off the spot. I'm someone that needs to give it a lot of thought, to be honest.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now
women don't.
Women
never can answer that question. That's the problem. The problem is women never can answer that question. And when they struggle to answer that question, they do pretty much what you just did, which is list a bunch of qualities that women are interested in men, not that men are interested in women. Men don't care that you're like good at making decisions and you're decisive. That's not an attractive trait. We actually want to be the ones to make the decision, because they're probably going to be better decisions. Fun and all that other stuff is spontaneous. Yeah, that's what we do with the girls that we just have fun with and discard after a couple of weekends. That's not what we want from the women that we want to invest in and build a life with. That's not a priority. It's fun and being spontaneous. I don't want my wife to be spontaneous. Okay, so that's the thing, is that's what men give to women. Okay, is entertainment and spontaneity and feeling special, and you know what I'm saying, being assertive and making decisions and being decisive. So the modern woman has a really hard time differentiating the qualities that men bring to relationships and the qualities that women bring to relationships. So if a man is asked what he brings to the table, guys know exactly what they bring to the table, and they know exactly what they lack, because they know what is required of them, whether they have it or not. They know. Trust me, the losers, the lames, the simps, the weak guys, they know. They know. Oh, I'm not confident enough. I'm not a high enough earner. I'm not tall enough. They know. They know what they're not bringing. Guys that are bringing it, they also know what they have. And most of them know what it's worth. Now, are they willing to accept less? Yeah, and that's the problem. You got guys nowadays that will commit to a woman past a certain age. They will tolerate a lot of shit. They will tolerate a woman that's not 100% cooperative. They will share their resources with a woman that doesn't appreciate it and value it. Yeah, that's unfortunate that men have to lower their standards so low just to keep a girl nowadays. It's like, damn, right? They deserve a hell of a lot more, right? When they're paying the bills, they're reliable, they're loyal, all that type of stuff. They're still not getting what they deserve, but they accept it because the bar is so low on women nowadays. Women have such little respect and admiration for men that guys aren't demanding what they should get. And the few guys that are, what do they get from you women? Tears and complaints. How dare he? How dare he? No, it's not how dare he. It's not how dare he. He knows his worth. He knows his value. And he also knows that he doesn't need to commit. So it's like, listen, if I'm not getting above and beyond from a chick and I know that I'm the shit, then why should I settle down? I'll just keep on having casual fun and blah, 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 and I'll just do what I do. So this is what women don't understand. You have the leverage over the average man, but you do not have the leverage over the desired man. Women refuse to accept this. They want the guy that has the options to behave like the guy that they brought off. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
So
expecting a man people that cleans the toilet.
You kind of broke down a little bit there, Ayindei. So I want to ask this question here to Elisa. Have you what have you experienced kind of like what he was talking about in terms of like the kind of quality of men, and what have you noticed about some of the quality of guys that you've dealt with in the dating market as you've been dating, obviously? So what kind of like things have you noticed that you would say is an unattractive trait that you see most men have been displaying?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, it's usually like being completely indecisive, not knowing what they want. For myself, like I'm very future focused. So if I'm making a decision today, it's something that I want to value and respect and really put forward for the next like 5 years. So let's say for myself, like I own my own apartment, I have a great business. Everything that is going for me is something that I want to have that person be a part of. And when they're indecisive or when they're kind of fearful about that, I think it almost feels like it's too intense and too rushed for them. I should also mention I'm 28. So if I'm like in the caliber of men that are in their 20s, early 30s, and I'm like, hey, I have a business, I have my own spot, I like to travel, this is the lifestyle that I want you to be a part of. For them, it kind of scares them. And I think they don't necessarily want to invest because it feels so serious.
Okay, so so now even to add to that, so would you say that, okay, what would you say to a guy, right? I don't know if you actually said this on a date or not, but and if you have said this, I want to know what you thought of their reaction when you actually told them that you're an entrepreneur, you're all this stuff. Was that something that like they took in consideration in terms of getting with you?
They get excited about it in the beginning.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Like, just break that down for a second.
They think it's fun, it's easy to like hang out and travel and not deal with like a fucking landlord, just like an easier, more simple lifestyle. But then when it comes down to actually having like a relationship, it's a lot more serious, and it's not so much just like everything's like an investment. Like it's never just.
So what is it from them that's making that switch to say, okay, this is cool that you have all this stuff and we can do all this fun stuff, but then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, this is getting too real. What is that tipping point? Is it something that? Go ahead.
I think sometimes it could be a sense of intimidation. Like maybe they don't feel like they bring as much to the table. It's a sense of they're still, for my age, like they still want to go out and have fun, not necessarily settle down and be taking life quite seriously.
Okay. Let me read the super chat because I got one question to add to that. Pro tip for men struggling with assertiveness: do some work in physical security, even for sporting events. Crowd control builds confidence fast. I love this channel, by the way. Great conversation. Thank you, N1C, man. That's a guy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't know if you're a guy or not. I just totally misgendered you. Sorry about that. But anyways, okay. So now you were talking about, okay, guys may be intimidated by it. So
yeah, it's almost like a role reversal.
Okay, so
like women love a man that's like successful.
No, that's
they have
exactly
it together, they can take care of you.
What it is.
Yeah,
Lisa, you don't get it, man. But I don't know why this is so hard for women, bro.
But because I don't necessarily think it's going to change. I think women have the drive to want to have all their own.
So let me ask this before you get in. Okay, go ahead.
Certain things can't coexist. Certain things just cannot coexist. Everything you just said is you projecting female emotions and responses to men, women swear that men are interpreting things the way that they would. You use words like scared and intimidated. And no, he's not scared or intimidated by your career. He's realizing that she's a man. She's putting her career before relationship. Why would I invest in that? I'm the man. I need to put my career before relationship. A woman needs to get on my program. You literally said that he's supposed to get on your program and your lifestyle. You literally said you're bringing him into your lifestyle. Newsflash, that's what men do. Men provide the lifestyle. Women date the lifestyle. Men date the individual. When a man gets married to a beautiful woman, he's marrying her as a person, as a human being, from her toe to her head. That's it. She can leave everything else at her parents' house. Okay? When a woman gets with a man, she's getting with his status, his lifestyle, what the life he has to offer is. This is not complex. It's not rocket science at all. But modern women think that you can have two things that conflict at the same time. You can't be both the business-orientated individual in a relationship. You both can't be the one that puts the career before the relationship. If that's the case, then there's no relationship. There's two business people that are roommates. Business people don't need roommates. Don't need. This is gonna work is if you guys are in business together. That's different. If you're gonna have a mom and pop's business, okay, there you go. And then one person is the lead, should be the man, right? That's how that would work. But a woman going off and prioritizing her business and her career, I'm sorry, Elisa, I'm sorry to tell you and every other woman with a job, it's not appealing to a valuable man. It is not appealing to a valuable man. It is not appealing to a valuable man. And that's 100% independent. He got his own thing going. He got his own business. He's successful. He's not interested in a woman that is focused on hers. He's interested in providing for a woman with his, sharing it with her. Now, I'm not saying that you're supposed to adhere to that lifestyle. What I'm saying is you can't expect both to coexist. If you want to be a strong, independent woman, you got two options: be alone or get a bum. Get a house husband, right? That's your options. That's the dynamic that's going to work. If you want to be with a strong, successful, secure man like what you're describing, you can't be that too. You can't have those traits too. It just doesn't make sense. If that's the case, then marry a dude in drag. Get a guy that got breast implants and he wears dresses too. If you're gonna bring the same thing to the table, it just doesn't make any sense. And women, for whatever reason, I don't know why they can't wrap their head around that. And you know what's funny? Women will be the first to tell you that they don't want to be with a guy that's the pretty one. They don't want to be with a guy that's obsessed with his looks and he's always caring about how he dresses and his hair. And they don't want to be with the guy that looks better than them, but yet they think they're gonna be with a guy and be more focused on career than him.
What are your thoughts on that? I got a point to add to what he says, but that last one he made a lot of, I just want to ask you off the bat. Are you when you date guys, do you date based off of looks? And if so, do you purposely avoid the pretty boys or the pretty looking guys? Go ahead.
So just to touch on what you said, it's hilarious because I feel like half of the guys I've dated have been bums. So it makes so much sense.
Hey, confirmation. Okay, walk us through your experience there. So what do you mean they've been bums? Or okay, go ahead. Just walk us through. What makes you come up with that the thought process there?
They're just reaping the benefits, just kind of sitting low. I'm taking full control. It makes sense. I get it. I don't disagree with that at all. But I think what would be really valuable for people that are watching is let's say you're in my position. So then what are you supposed to do? Look for men that are more successful than myself, where they do feel like they're the ones that are in control?
I'll let Ayindei answer this, right? Because I think go ahead.
That's still not going to work. That's your biology is programmed you to look for a guy that has more than you. But what I'm trying to tell you is that's still not going to work. And I'm going to tell you why it's not going to work. Because it doesn't matter who you are, man, woman, successful, or fucking broke. We all got 24 hours. We all got 24 hours, 7 days a week. We all got the same time to work with. So it doesn't matter if you're making $100K a year or if you're making $200K a year. It doesn't matter. The moment that you're focused on your career, you don't have the time to delegate to a man. Okay, he needs you there when he needs you. And he doesn't need you, you're on your leisure. You can do whatever you want to do at home, talk to your friends, keep the house clean, take care of the kids, play with the puppy, whatever the fuck. But when he picks up the phone, baby, you need to be on it. That's what men of value want. It's that simple. Okay, now, I've been to Canada many times. My ex-wife was Canadian, right? And your culture is a little bit different than American, right? In Canada, the women and the guys are raised kind of with the exact same like time frame to accomplish things. They're raised to work hard, save money, invest in some property, and if they want to be in a relationship, they both come into it with property, and then they decide who's going to rent their property and then which property they're going to live in together. So they already kind of like match up on everything. But that's also why they struggle with that relationship. So what happens is the women like you that are successful and have all their own stuff, they end up dealing with fuckboys that just look good in relatively good shape, and they're not really doing much with their life. They're not that ambitious, they're not that goal orientated or whatever. So what do you think he's doing here at work? He's fucking some cute chick who either also has her own shit, or she's just an attractive chick that doesn't really have her shit together. But that's what he's doing to bide his time. That's what he's doing to feel like a man, because you're out making the money. You're out making the bacon. So he has all this idle time to fuck around, right? Because you're the one providing the lifestyle that you just invited him to.
Now, I got a question for you.
So
I got a question
you're
for you.
Be the one at home with idle time, or the dude you messing with is going to be the one.
All right, so what I want to say is, like, do you like, because it goes to kind of her point that she mentioned before, and I was always kind of had this thought process too. Like, so do you think that the guys, because when we were talking about being the men that she's talking about being scared of the relationship, using that term, now do you believe is that is a trait that's with those fuck boys? Like, the fuck boys are actually legitimately scared of that commitment because of what you just said about being able to take things to the next level, because that's the level that they're potentially at, or no?
No. They're not afraid of it. It's just that here's the thing. It's not in a man's nature to be a house husband. It's not in a man's nature to like just sit down and rely on a woman. You know what I'm saying? For a large portion of my life, I only dealt with women that had more than me. And the reason why is not because I was a bum. I had all my own shit. But I wanted to deal with women like that for a reason, because I didn't want them looking at me for anything. It's like, listen, you got more than me, so you do what you do, I do what I do. I don't need you buying me Jordans and all that bullshit. I don't need none of your fuck money. But because you have more money, good. Don't look at me for nothing, right? So, but the thing with that though, they were trying to use that to secure me. And the difference between me and the so-called fuck boys, because supposedly I look like Tyrone or a fuck boy, but here's the thing, I don't have that mentality. I'm not laying up in no bitch's crib, and I'm not moving in with you. You got me fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You got me fucked up, because no woman tells me what to do. No woman leads me or controls me. I'm nobody's dog or nobody's puppy. So that's the thing, is that women act like they don't want a bum ass nigga, but yet y'all try to use your resources to secure the bum ass nigga. So it's like, don't act like when you don't get what you want, it's, well, I don't want a bum anyway. No, you did. Because what you wanted was, you wanted to secure commitment. You wanted stability. And you figured, hey, I got the job, I got the crib, I got the car, I got everything. So you know what? I want a good looking guy. So women are always trying to make a Frankenstein. Like, I want this quality, that quality, this. And if I can't get it all in the same guy, right, then I'm going to try to find ways to band-aid and tape it together. So if I have the career myself, and I have the place, the house myself, and I have the luxury cars myself, right? And I've dealt with many Canadian women, and that was the case. They got multiple luxury cars, and they're like, here's the BMW. Or you want to drive the Benz? No, you only giving me that so you can control me. So that you know I come home every night because I'm driving your Benz. You see what I'm saying? So they figure, okay, he's tall, he's dark, he's good looking, he dicks me down right. So I have all the ingredients of what I want, but at the end of the day, they're never going to actually be happy with that, because what they really want is the man to be the provider. They want the man to be the dominant one. So thinking that all I have to do is find a guy that makes more than me, I'm sorry to tell you this, boo-boo, that's not going to work. Is the same. All these men end up bitching, moaning, and complaining. He's off with some Tatiana. He's off with some girl that has nothing going for herself. Really? According to your terms, he's a dude. He doesn't want her to have all those things going for herself. He doesn't want her to have a house. He doesn't want her to have a career. He doesn't want her to have luxury cars. He doesn't want her to have stocks. What are you talking about? He doesn't want her to have Bitcoin. So in her mind, why would her over me? She has nothing going for her. Really? She's young. She's beautiful, and she's cooperative. That's all men need. He got everything else covered. So that's what happens to women that are in your position. They end up complaining later on that the guy that they think is supposed to be with them is with a quote-unquote Tatiana that has nothing going for herself, rather than realizing that that's what men wanted all along. You went down the wrong path if you thought you were going to secure a man. Now, if you wanted to just be independent and provide for yourself and blah, 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 you did that, sister. Congratulations. The problem with that is that that's repellent for a quality man.
So based off of that, Lisa, does that now just to your earlier point where you were saying that the guys that you've been dealing with may be afraid of the commitment and whatnot. Now, does that kind of go towards what he said, answering that question, or at least helping you clarify that a little bit? Why guys may like ghost or leave you at the when it starts to get serious?
Yeah, absolutely. I also think that once you kind of get a taste of it, that's it. Like, you don't really necessarily need to stick around. And I think for a lot of women, you're looking for companionship. You're not necessarily looking for someone to stick around forever. So just having someone around, whether they are going to be contributing or not, is nice. Like women like to stay busy. They can't sit at home by themselves a lot of times. So even just like having someone around, someone to like take care of and kind of have their companionship, in my like specific position, like you're willing to take that.
I guarantee. I hear what you're trying to say. Now, so with all of what you have right now, because at 28 you said, right? You got your business, you got your own place, you got your own stuff and stuff like that. So if you were a guy, you'd be fairly on your way, getting your grind going. Now, just kind of understanding a little bit, just based off of the kind of breakdown Ayindei put forward in terms of what men really looking for. What would it take for you to basically not even just find that guy, but let's say you find that guy that does it for you, right? And he does make more money than you. He is at a higher level. Are you prepared to basically give what you have up to be able to build with that man?
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that's a natural transition. Like once you are a mother, once you have a family, those are things that are behind you. And I think for a lot of women, that's why you put so much sweat and equity into building your career, because I mean, once you're pregnant, once you have a family, like to an extent, you kind of throw all that away.
Okay. Now, which goes back to the and I want to ask you this question, and we're gonna go introduce Sharon. Hey, Sharon, can you turn your device to a landscape mode? That'd be. Welcome to the show, by the way.
Awesome.
Awesome. Do that right there.
Right.
Yeah. So, welcome to the stream, Sharon. Let me go ahead and introduce yourself real quick, and then we'll get going.
Oh, thanks. First of all, sorry, but my English is not good too. Also, sorry if you don't sorry if you don't understand me. So I'm Sharon. I'm living in Mexico City, and
we understand you.
Yeah? Oh, you understand me, but if I say something. If I say something wrong, you have to correct me and say like no. So you speak Spanish?
I don't speak Spanish. I took French in high school.
Well.
I should have took Spanish, that's for sure. Yeah, it's the future. It's the future. I get it.
I'm 25 years old, and I don't know what else. So.
Okay, so we'll get into your dating experiences in just a little bit here. So let me go back to snap. Hold up, real quick. There you go. Can you hear me? All right, there you go. So let's go back to Elisa here. Now, based off, because we just left off, we were talking about how, okay, if you were to find that man that does it for you, right? If you were to find the man that he checks all those boxes, he's willing to provide, I'm willing to submit. And, because it's the standard protocol, you have the kids and whatnot, you move forward. Now, my question to you is, and feel free to, you don't have to speak for all women, but speak for some of the women or single women that you know. Why do they find it so difficult to be able to give that up to build with the man?
I don't know. Maybe by this.
We'll have Lisa. I don't know. Either one of you guys can go. Let's have Lisa answer first, but we'll have Sharon go.
No.
Go ahead.
So the question is, why is it so difficult for women to let that go?
Women either in your friend group or women you've met at large.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge risk. You're kind of taking the risk of not knowing if it's going to work out, and then people are seeing that you fail if it doesn't work out. But you're just giving up control, which a lot of women. I mean, I'm speaking for myself again, which is hard to do. because even let's say you have a family and now you're investing into your partner and your children, even that alone is like so much control. Like women have like their schedules, they know that their kids are going to daycare and their dog is at the groomer, and there's just everything is so like time sensitive that we push that onto our careers, we push that into our relationships, we push that into our daily routines. And when we know that we're kind of throwing all that away, we almost feel like we're losing a part of our identity, which doesn't necessarily always speak the truth. But I mean, I think giving that part away and being able to just kind of drift with the wind is a difficult concept for a lot of people to do in the modern world, especially when it's so busy and you have your phone and you have meetings, and I don't know, it's just the reality that we live in at this time.
Okay. Sharon, we're gonna go to you. Okay, so we're gonna do yours a little bit different because you kind of answered a little bit. But what is your current relationship status, Sharon? And after that, then we'll go into the question of the why are modern women finding it hard to get into relationships and whatnot. So go ahead.
So I think that maybe it's because in actuality people don't take too seriously a relationship because they are not loyal. They have a lot of things to do. I don't know. Maybe we don't have the same interesting, the same things that in common. I don't know. So some people, I think that some people is afraid to fall in love or take seriously a relationship because maybe it will be end bad, because it's not only that end bad and that's all. Some people is like they I don't know, they maybe got sad and his kind of style of life it's affect to this fail of relationship. So I think that many people prefer maybe date with more people or don't be in a serious relationship. And like Alisa was telling, in the modern life, we have many things to do. We have all the I don't know, work and relationship in our mobile phone on the technology. So I think that it have if made problems too, because maybe we see something in the social media and we disappoint with that, and this that we say no, he's not taking me seriously or she's not taking me seriously, and sometimes it's not a big deal, but you take to bad sometimes that some kind of thing that you see in social media. So
So
I
do
think
you
that
think social media plays a huge role in why women are afraid to basically commit to other men? And is that and what do you think that role is in terms of, like, does it causes more people to cheat or causes more people to look outwards? What are your thoughts on that?
yeah, I think that because maybe some people don't ask if they saw something strange
Okay.
in your social media, they don't ask, they only support, and they maybe take a distance or make things because they think that you are doing grown things, and even though you aren't doing that. Maybe you have a good relationship with a friend and you talk too much with him or with she, and you like his picture or her picture, and it's like because I have
All of
this
us,
problem.
yeah.
I was dating with someone, and and he got mad because someone, my friend, he was my real friend, and
Yeah.
we have like comments or something like that, and he never say me nothing. So he only do bad things because he think that he thought that I was doing bad things, but no.
Oh, so he thought you were cheating when when your friend actually sent you a message.
Yeah, because
Okay.
he thought that. So I think that I don't know. Maybe in my personal case, I don't trust too much in people because I know that I don't know that all of us have other things to do or other interests. So it's hard for me. It's hard to take seriously a relationship because
I agree with you. I want to get your thoughts on this too, Ayindei, because I think social media has played a huge role into how people do relationships, but I also think that people do have a responsibility too as well, to understand what it is that we are actually engaging with, and how it can affect not only our significant partners when we're in a relationship, but how we move about interacting with other people too as well. Because there are other, like, if your partner, for example, has an issue with the kind of people you're dealing with on social media, right? Let's say they're skeptical about your friend. That means that it's not really so much about the social media, more about what you guys have. You guys had trust issues in the past. Why does he have reasons to accept that you might be cheating, or why would you or like a woman have the suspicion that the man is cheating? But go ahead, Ayindei.
See, well, this is the thing, man. People just live in this fantasy world where all of this social engineering and conditioning is like what it presents itself at, which is something to make money. The people that run this world, the elites, they don't have any value for money. Money doesn't exist. Money is a made-up concept, and they use money to motivate and control us, the same way you give doggy treats to dogs, okay? The way that we operate is not in a natural state. We are domesticated. We're a domesticated species, just like cows, right? Just like chickens, just like any other animal you'd see on the farm. And if you know anything about breeding animals, the value is in the female. If you go to a farm, majority of the animals are females for a reason, right? That's who they farm. That's who they use to create the resource of the next generation. The male is only used to breed. So they need very few males. Nowadays, they don't even need them because most of the sperm is synthetic. Now, once they have the females without the male, now they can condition the female's behavior, and she's going to pass that on to the children. That's exactly where we are. Why do black men have all these negative stigmas attached to them? Because they removed the fathers from the households, and then they left them susceptible to conditioning because mothers can't protect their children from conditioning because they're emotional thinkers that respond. They're responsive. They're not proactive. Fathers need to instill proactive traits. Go out and do this, become this, build this, work on this. What do mothers do? They warn you. Don't do this because this will happen. I'm worried that that will happen. Wear your helmet. I don't want you playing football because it's dangerous. I don't want you trying to do that because you'll fail and then your feelings will be hurt. That's what mothers do, right? They're too busy worried about protecting and sheltering their children from what might happen. When fathers prepare children to get what they want, to get the results they want, and be prepared for the things that they might not want. So when you have these guys that they think they're thugs and they're gangsters and all that shit, where do they get that from? They got that because that was conditioned to them. They were told that through hip hop. They were told that you thugs, that you gangsters, this is what you prioritize. Right? This is why when you go anywhere in the world as a black person, they automatically assume you're an athlete because why else would you be traveling? But if a white person is in a foreign country, they're just a fucking tourist. You see how that works? If a black guy gets $200 or gets $2,000, he goes and buys rims. But if a white kid gets $2,000, he goes backpacking through Prague. Now, where's the difference there? Why do overwhelmingly they make that decision based on the color of their skin? Because they're conditioned to think that's what I'm supposed to do, right? I'm supposed to do this because I'm black and I'm from this neighborhood, and this is what guys that look like me from this neighborhood are supposed to do. Well, that's the same thing that women are dealing with, right? So when do women become so independent and just so resourceful, and they're just so strong, and they're doers, and they're all of this? Women haven't proven that. Women were told they were that. You see what I'm saying? And then when you look at how women's got into all these positions and all these careers and corporations and all this other bullshit, there's always some type of leg up, right? There's always some type of affirmative action. There's always some type of, well, you got to hire this amount of women, and you got to do this, and you got to help them, and you got to give them scholarships, and you got to give them money for this and money for that. So the question I'm asking is, if they're so much better than men, they're so much smarter than us, they make so much better decisions, why do they need all this propping up? Why do they need to be told, you're smart, you're worth it, you're determined, don't settle for less, girl? This is what they've been programmed to think. So now we have women who are not necessarily equipped to make decisions, but they think that they're better off making their own decisions and failing than trusting in a man. So now all of a sudden, trusting in a man's leadership is the biggest risk. But when you look at the outcome, women are failing terribly as mothers, in business, in career, and I'm sorry, they're failing in education. We keep talking about how much they're outperforming men in education, but we're not talking about the degrees they're getting. We're not talking about what they're going to school for. We're not talking about how much fucking debt that they're carrying. We're not talking about how many women never make back what they spent on school. We're not talking about how many women graduate with degrees that they never use. I'm sorry, that's not successful. Going to school for some stupid shit that you never use and then ending up in debt because of it, that's not a success story. That means you made a bad decision. A decision that your father, okay, would have advised you not to make.
Okay.
Right? But you were told you make all your decisions and you're smart, you go get it, girl, and whatever. And all we're doing is watching women fall flat on their face while telling them that they're great and that they're heroes and they're perfect.
That brings up an excellent question. So, and I want to get you guys' opinion on it, Sharon and Elisa. Do you think more women right now, especially being in the workforce, do you think they're happier in the workforce than if they were raising families? Either one of you guys can go.
I mean, it's hard to say. Like, you can probably split it right down the middle. I think there's women who, it's, in my opinion, it's like really based off of personality, what they're doing, what company they're working for, what's their role. I mean, the list goes on. And I think you see it all the time. There's women that are at home and they're working, but they still hire a nanny. So it's like, I don't know, are they really at home taking care of their kids, but they also have like additional help? That's a really big topic of discussion right now for women that are stay-at-home mothers. And it kind of screams to the notion that they can't do it alone, which I hate to say, but I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, the world is changing right now.
Yeah, but they were never taught those skills, though. That's like guys that have to call a plumber, they have to call a mechanic, they have to call this, they have to call all these things, when men of yesterday didn't have to call all these other men because those skills were taught to them as men growing up. So all you're doing is just speaking to the fact that neither men or women are bringing the gender traits to the table that they're supposed to. Women aren't supposed to need no damn nanny. But the problem is that when your mother was a career woman, she didn't know how to be a mom, so she couldn't teach you how to be a mom. When you didn't have a father, he couldn't have taught you how to be a father because he wasn't even there. Okay? So if a female grew up without a father, riddle me how she's supposed to pick one. How is she supposed to have the skill set to pick a good man to father her children if she herself never had one and was told her whole life that men are Homer Simpson and they don't know nothing? So what I'm trying to tell you is men aren't the problem, women aren't the problem. The conditioning is the issue, okay? And it's all planned and intentional. Everybody's pointing the finger at the other civilian. It's not the civilian. It's the elite that you've never heard of, okay? That's who's making these decisions. Women going and getting an abortions isn't something that they naturally would have wanted to do. It's decades of women being conditioned to think that it's my body, my choice, when that contradicts itself by definition. If it's your body and your choice, how the fuck are you killing an unborn child, which is a whole nother body? That's a body in your body, and you're saying you have the right to kill that body because it's your body? That cancels itself out. That child has the right to be born because it's its own body. It's its own person. Why do women believe this and fight for this right? Because they're emotional thinkers and they have been manipulated for decades. Decades to believe that men are somehow oppressing them because we don't want them working their lives away. We don't want born children, okay? And we don't want them sleeping around and being promiscuous their entire youth. Somehow that's us oppressing them. That sounds like men protecting women from themselves. Something that men inherently are supposed to want to do.
What are your thoughts, Sharon, on the previous point where we're talking about? Yeah, because that was a great point. Because I do think social conditioning plays a huge role in the decisions we make, especially now where we're having guys, behave in feminine ways. And actually, that's a good point because I don't think you answered this one yet, Sharon, too. Do you believe that most of the guys that you're dating right now, or you've encountered in the dating market, are a lot more soft? You put it that way, soft, feminine. If not, what are the type of guys that you've been dealing with in this dating market?
Well, I think that in my case, I'm since I was young, I always like study and work because I like to have my own things and have my own money. You know, and when I date with someone, I like maybe if I want something, buy the things, these kind of things. But the point is that my dad and my mom always show me like this is the life. you decide, or you have the choice to know what do you want. So I obviously in a point of my life I would like get married or have child, I don't know, but in this moment of my life I like my independence, I like work, how I like have my own things. But I think that is respectable the point of every woman that have the decision of the things that they want to do. In the first point that you was talking about the
okay, yeah. So when you guys say, because this is one thing I never understood, when women say freedom, because I think both men and women are kind of free. So what freedom are you guys talking about when you say freedom? Like from what? I it's always confused me. I want to know what. Because it seems like we're free in a society we live in, but like everyone's saying freedom. What are we being free from? Society, because we live within society. And I don't know where you live right now, Sharon.
I think that maybe they refers to when we go out or we dress like I don't know whatever kind of dress, people is like irrespetuoso. So maybe they think, or they think that you are a easy person only be the way that you wear these kind of things. So I think
you think so? Just to reiterate on that last point, you said that guys may, just because of what you're dressing, like guys may think that you're easy. So
yeah, I think
the freedom to dress how you want, but then guys tend to judge you a certain way, right?
Yeah, I think that.
All right, continue.
This is here Mexico is the first point that always women are saying, because here are a lot of feminicidios. So they do a lot of marches, a lot of things to protest that. So, but I think that sometimes they change the reality, because they put to the things in her I don't know, in her interest, because sometimes they take advantage of the situation, It's my opinion.
So what kind of guys are taking advantage of the situation? Because okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So in a personal situation that I live, a friend that I used to work was something with her boss. So one day the boss don't want to give her a chance, a permit to go out early or something like that. And then she turned the reality, and she was saying that he was accosing her. So I take back that, because she take advantage, because she knows that in this moment of the life, obviously people take more
they take a woman's word
to the
exactly
to the woman. So I think that it's a bad thing, because women sometimes take advantage of that, and they put in dude in the other women,
Women take advantage of everything. That's what
facts.
They take advantage of everything.
Sharon, what you just said is what a lot of women, actually, Elisa and Sharon, you guys made both good points where a lot of women out here would not admit, right? Yeah. Where you admitting that, hey, I do attract bums because you got all this stuff, you got the money, you got the business, but I'm dating bums. But most women who consider themselves, top dog, and they have the business, they got their own stuff, they wouldn't admit that the kind of guys that they're attracting are those same case. And Sharon, you bring up an excellent point, because your point is probably why the whole kind of manosphere was kind of coalescing to begin with, because you just basically you just admitted what a lot of women wouldn't do, the kind of advantage that they use, and they know in terms of sexual wise, especially post Me Too and what's been going on here, what the advantage they have in terms of taking down a man if they really needed to do that. Let me get this super chat real quick. N1C, thank you for the $5 super chat. Last one, it's Nick, by the way. Nick, nice to meet you. Look up John C. Calhoun's Rodent Utopia. You guys have been hitting this topic with the state of society. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think Ayindei covered that before. I think you said something about the mice. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Oh, you talking about the studies that they've run on
the rat utopia. I think we had a live session where you broke that down.
Yeah, it's a very interesting study, and it mirrors where we are as humanity 100%, bro. And what you got to understand is these elites know this, right? That's why the governments and the people in charge are willing to pay these professionals so much money, because they understand human psychology to a T, and it's not that much different than animal psychology. That's what I'm trying to tell you. As a breeder myself, I see so many parallels between how you would deal with an animal and how human beings are dealt with. We are being bred and we are being domesticated, right? So they are treating us like cattle. That's what it is. We're not thinking for ourselves. And this is why we're running into these issues, because we are not in a natural state. So what she's talking about is real simple. There was a very popular song in the 80s. It was Girls Just Want to Have Fun. And if you look at the story of Adam and Eve, essentially what it is that Eve wanted to have experiences. She wanted to disobey Adam, which subsequently is disobeying God, but she didn't want consequences. And that's the issue with the modern woman. The modern woman has been convinced that you can have it all, you can be it all, and there's no consequence. You could be a slut and nobody can criticize you. You could be a whore and then later expect to be a housewife, right? You could be a career woman and your children won't suffer. It's like, it doesn't work that way. So I don't know why it is that women think that they can have all these conflicting things at the same damn time. Life does just not work that way. You can't be in two different places at the same time, bro. It can't. You can't eat whatever you want and then stay in great shape. It just doesn't work that way. You can't be lazy and then be successful. But women think that they can keep on doing these two conflicting things, and then when they don't get the result they want, the finger comes out. The finger comes out. It's this person, that person. It's because I'm a woman. It's because of the patriarchy. It's because of.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
It's always somebody else. It's always somebody else. My baby daddy is a piece of shit. My baby daddy's a bum. But you had a baby with this dude. The one thing that women are entrusted with since the beginning of time is deciding who procreates and who doesn't. And you mean to tell me you're not even taking accountability for the one decision that's God-given to you? The one decision that men can't make. Men can't decide who procreates and who don't. I don't decide who has a baby and who don't have a baby. Women decide that, right? But somehow every time somebody's complaining about their baby daddy, it's his fault, not her fault. But yet, by definition, it's her fault because she hooked up with the
Raven flow.
Then they say stupid shit like, I didn't know he was an alcoholic until after I had a baby by him. Well, hello, maybe you should get to know the dudes that you're having babies with before you have babies with them. Like, I don't get it. But we've told women that it's not their fault for anything. So this is why they behave the way they behave, because the society has given them all the excuses in the world. We've given them all the safety net after safety net after safety net after safety net after safety net. So women can't fail, but they fail.
So what do you guys do? Oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that's what handouts get you. Handouts in the easy path, that's what it gets you. It gets you ultimately destruction in the long run. So all these women are thinking they're going to dance their 20s away. Okay, well, you're going to be suffering later on in life, and you ain't going to be able to go back and fix anything. It's going to be too late for you. But we're not being honest with women that no matter what they're told, they will always be consequences for your decisions. Whether they're good or bad, there will always be consequences. And Alicia acting like all of this is up to interpretation and it depends on the female and it depends where she works. Knock it off. The studies have been done. Okay, overwhelmingly, women are happier as mothers. Overwhelmingly. The studies have been done. You can go do the research yourself. You're a female. You should look into this type of shit. It's important. It's your life. It's your future. Look into it. You're not super special. So it would behoove you to see what majority of women experience in the course of their life. And when you go read into that and do that research, you will see that overwhelmingly women are happier, they're more satisfied in life when they decide to be mothers. Even if it was a struggle in the beginning, they're still happier.
I want to get your rebuttal to that, Lisa. And one question I want to get to, shout out to the Ravenflow back again with the $2 super chat. Everyone talks about Eve, but forget about Lilith. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I don't know who Lilith is. You're gonna have to explain to us who Lilith is. Go ahead. Do you know who Lilith is?
I'm more interested in the Jezebel spirit, because that's what we're under attack by right now.
Okay. So why is it, and this is to the ladies, all right? So I'm going to start off with Alicia.
We lost our host. It's your show now, Alicia. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You got your own podcast now. Congratulations.
I'm just reading the chat, but I was gonna say that I understand that women would be much happier being at home with their children and raising a family. However, there has to be a supportive man that gives her the opportunity to be able to stay at home without necessarily having the financial stress or being able to manage a family household while she's taking care of the bills. So I think that it goes hand in hand, personally.
That's not
like, of course, they're.
Currently, that's not the problem majority of the time. The problem is that the woman is not willing to be obedient. She's not willing to compromise. She's not willing to be submissive. She's not willing to be cooperative. That's the problem majority of the time, is that she's not allowing that guy to be dominant in the sense of authority, but she's allowing him to be the breadwinner. And that's what I'm saying. Women keep on expecting these conflicting things. You can't expect a man to be responsible for you 100%, but yet he doesn't have authority over you. It doesn't work, man. I've had to explain this to my woman a million times. It's like, no matter what you do, I have to solve it. I have to be responsible for what you do. So how is it that you're not going to do what I tell you to do when I'm the one that got to pick up the pieces when it don't work out? You see what I'm saying? Women don't get it. So if a dude's going to go out and earn all the money and pay for everything, then the least you can do is what you're told. That's the least you can do. Okay? I'm not taking the kids to Disney for them to tell me what's going on. I'm taking you to Disney. You do what I tell you to do.
I got a question. I got a question. So why is it that, and Sharon or Alicia can answer that, why is it that women overwhelmingly, and I'm not saying maybe you guys don't do it, or if you guys do have experience of you call yourself blaming men, let us know. But why is it that women blame men majority of poor decisions that they make in relationships, or overwhelmingly? Because right now we notice that a lot of times people who are complaining about relationship overwhelmingly are women. So why is it that they are not only complaining more about relationship nowadays, but blaming men?
I mean, women hate to be wrong. They never want to be the ones that are wrong.
Hey, we dropping truth bombs over here in this stream. Okay, why is that? If you want to elaborate, what was it? The ego? What's going on? Why do women hate to be wrong?
Women just always want to feel like they're making the right decision. So when something happens and it's their fault, we hate being wrong, and there will be an opportunity where we'll blame it on the man.
Sharon, or if you want to add to that, go ahead.
Well, I think because we always try to be or do the best decision. So sometimes I think that sometimes guys are like they like to got they like you like that we get mad. Because you know the things that we get mad and you do these things like only. I think that sometimes is, I don't know, but it's not like we want to fight or have the right decision always. But I think that sometimes is this I don't know, this crash of egos.
So why is it that, okay, so that's the one thing I never understood, like the ego of the woman. I appreciate you guys should be honest about this too as well, like the ego, because we always talk about the male ego, and you hear this in the feminine space, like Ayindei talks about it,
like it's a bad thing.
Like it's a bad male ego, oh, macho man, that's easy. But we also neglect to talk about, hey, women, I think a woman's ego is either just as, it's probably bigger than a man's, like on most cases too, like the way they have it.
It's useless.
Yes.
It's useless. I tell women all the time, your pride and your ego is not helping you, it's hurting you.
Was that you, Alicia? Was that Alicia? Who said that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I feel like even the example that we used earlier, that men should be able to, I don't know, like fix the plumbing, do the electrical. Men are brought up to be problem solvers. So when we as women fail, now we're solving a problem, and we just don't necessarily want to be put in that position. We just want everything to be, we just want everything to be smooth sailing. And when it goes right, we'll take the credit for it. But when something's wrong, you figure it out.
Hold on,
I appreciate y'all for being real, by the way. This is awesome. Y'all being real.
Why are so many men and I quit nowadays? Why are they lacking in the man department? Why?
Sharon, you wanna take this one on, Sharon? Why are women lacking in the man department?
No, men. Why are men lacking in the
okay. Why are men lacking in the women department?
No, man department. Why
man. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
Why aren't they resourceful? Why aren't they problem solvers?
Well, I am confused. Repeat the question, please.
What I'm saying is that men aren't valuable. They're not resourceful. They're not problem solving because they were raised by women. Okay? That's the issue. They were raised by women. When I was growing up and I had to learn all of these damn handyman things, all these things, I didn't even want to be bothered with it. But you know what my grandfather kept reminding me? He kept saying to me, so if you're not able to do these things, your wife is supposed to call a plumber? And every time I would be like, yeah, that's what plumbers do. You know what he would say to me? I guess your wife should have married a plumber then. The point he was trying to make is that you're useless to a woman if you can't handle these issues.
That's facts.
Now, the reason why women blame everything on men is because men are the ones that are supposed to be making the decision anyway. It's their biology to count on men to make the last call, to make that judgment call. Now, it's the same exact reason why when you go home to your mom and you look like you're losing weight, your mom is like, your woman ain't feeding you? Because in your mother's mind, it's your woman's job to be feeding you. If you're sick, your mother instantly blames your girlfriend. Oh, she's not taking care of you. She's not feeding you well. Well, guess what? In certain places, like say Virginia, if a woman has a dirty car in Virginia, you know what people assume automatically? That her fucking boyfriend or husband is a deadbeat. Because in their mind, that's his responsibility to keep her car clean and operating accordingly.
What? That's crazy.
No. That's not crazy. That's gender roles intact. That's gender roles intact.
I did not know that. That was genuinely shocking.
Because if you're showing up for work, if you got a woman or a wife and you're showing up for work and your clothes aren't pressed, your clothes aren't clean and pressed, then that means your woman is not taking care of her responsibility. She's supposed to be making sure you look the best you can be when you go out there and compete with other men to bring home the bacon to share with her. So the problem is women don't understand what relationships are about. Relationships are about teamwork. It's about working together to make the best quality of life for the both of you. You're both doing your part, and you both can't do everything. That's why you need each other. But women have been convinced nowadays that they can do it all on their own, and they are not successful.
You gotta throw
her own salon, her own company. Giggity goo. That's not the majority of independent women.
We got you back.
Right? That's not the majority of independent women. The majority of independent women are not kicking ass in the workforce. They're not. And there are very few, if not hardly any women that are dominating the workplace and also great mothers. You just can't do both. Do you understand? So that's just how that works. We need each other to raise well-adjusted children. We need both parts of the pie, right? So we need each other is basically ultimately what I'm trying to say. But we biologically we know that. That's why women blame men every time things go wrong, because it is supposed to be the man that makes sure things go right, that make sure that things go well. But the women are not giving that trust. Women are conditioned nowadays not to trust men, not to let them make decisions, not to just put it in his lap. And it's not helping them because when they make the decision on their own, it's going to be emotional, it's going to be impulsive, and it's going to be reactionary.
That brings up a great point. How many of you women, how many of you guys, Lisa and Sharon, have actually dealt, I'm sure you guys have dealt with a bad boy, right? You guys have both dealt with bad boys, or the quote unquote, the quintessential, the bad boys, right? So what was it that attracted you to those type of men?
I mean, I think like initially it's always looks, then it's personality. And then once you start kind of really breaking it down to the core, you realize that there's not much drive or like opportunity or commitment there. So it's all just all the external factors that start to kind of drive you in, and then emotional connection. Okay. These guys that want to listen, they want you to be able to like share experiences with them, and like women are very emotionally connected. So it doesn't necessarily mean that logically it makes sense. But if they're willing to hear you out when you're having a bad day or when you're succeeding and they want to be able to support you, obviously it works in their favor.
Okay, I got a follow-up question, but I want to get Sharon's answer too as well. Sharon, what attracted? Have you dated bad boys? Let me just ask that question first of all. Have you dated what would be considered a bad boy? If so, what attracted you to him?
Well, it's not like a bad boy, but in my case, I like the men that know what he wants, that he is like a good position, and it's not like whether you want or something like that. I like the relationship when both have the decision, when both do whatever we want, but not in a bad way. I mean, if I like do the sport and I don't know, a routine, something like that, don't have a person that is like, no, don't do that, or why are you doing that?
So a man who, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I like the man that it's sure of he is sure of he wants this kind of thing. In my personal case, since I was a kid, a young lady, my dad always show me things like how fix the simple things of my car, this kind of things. So I don't think that in my case I want to be or need to someone to do the things of or the house or this.
You want someone to kind of just get it, to get what to do and how whatnot. Okay, so now you mentioned something earlier that was pretty interesting. You were saying that you were talking about a guy, the traits that you were mentioning. So if you were on your way to do something bad, he was man enough to tell you that you were doing something bad, and to pull you out of that frame. Was I getting that correctly when you said that?
Yeah,
okay.
I like. Yeah, I mean, I like that, but do the things that we like, and then we can talk. We can. I know that I have the support and the special love or something like that to someone, not like a necessity or like a codependence. You know, these kind of things. I like share my likes, my hobbies, the things that I like with someone, not compliment me, like only share. Like I like do that. This was my day. My family is like blah, 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 but not like I need you. I'm sad. I need that you came to make me happy. No, I mean it's the real thing, because I like this kind of guys. The not bad guys, but a guy that is sure about he have.
Okay, so now, because I want to ask this follow-up question. This is going to be interesting, right? So it's the confidence factor, because that's a good. That's right, Ayindei. It's a confidence factor you guys were attracted in, and I'm assuming that at some point in time you guys have been hurt by said bad boys. Now, my follow-up question to this would be: now, would you think you guys would have fared better if you would have invited someone like a family member, like let's say someone like your dad or someone who had prior experience with men to help you with that dating process, to basically that vetting process with that man? Would you think you guys would have fared a lot better?
No, I think that I feel better because I like the simple things. I don't like complete me with other situation or other things. I mean, I like do my the things that I like without worry about other things that are not important to me. So
okay, Elisa, go ahead. Do you think that if you would have fared better if your family or someone like your dad helped you out in selecting a boyfriend, or making sure that you don't select a bad boy or something like that?
No, I mean, my family's always been like, you do your thing, you learn from your mistakes, and you reap the repercussions. Like, that's it. I think if I were to follow that suit, where I would go with someone that's been like selected for me or my family approved of, it's like we were saying earlier, it'd make him way more difficult to end things when I'm unhappy. It would, I don't know, just kind of linger. And I also think that I would just leave a really awful impression on my family, who like thought that was going to work out, and they would have to live with the guilt.
Okay, I want to get Ayindei's point, because I know he's gonna go in on this one. Let me, Adriana Valentino with the $10 super chat from Australia. Guys, we got people worldwide listening. Thank you so much. I've come across plenty of women who have wanted me to fix plumbing, building roofs, walls, etc. while sat on their bums and pulled out the I need a Louis Vuitton Gucci bag. No, thank you. I love it. I love it. But hey, you're a skilled dude. I mean, that's the one thing. In the end of the day, a lot of women are they're gonna appreciate from a guy, someone who's skilled.
No, hell no. They're not gonna appreciate it.
Oh shit!
What the modern chick does is they have this very contradictory narrative. Men are useless. Men ain't shit. Men blah blah blah. But yet, every fucking thing that they can't do on their own, there's some dude doing it. Some dude changing their oil. Okay? Some simp is in their Cash App. You get what I'm saying? Somebody's buying them gifts and ain't going on no dates with them. So it's just funny how women will tell you on one end that they don't need no man, but collectively they profiting off of mankind. It's just unbelievable. They're so independent, but when you look at where their money come from, it's dudes. They taking advantage of dudes. So it's like what it is that we have a society where women don't have to limit themselves to resources from one man. That's why these women will be quick to tell you, I'm single and I prefer to be single and I want to be single. Damn right. Because think about it. It works both ways. Nowadays, a lot of guys will be like, yeah, I'm really good on that relationship shit. You know why they're saying that? Because you can access vagina without commitment nowadays. Well, guess what? Nowadays, women can access men's resources without vagina. So you see what I mean? So the same reason why women are like, nah, I'd just rather be single because then all these dudes can be in my inbox and I could just basically just pick and choose who I'm going to accept shit from. Well, it's the same way guys are like, why commit to one woman and be faithful and committed and give her my time and my energy and my emotional availability when I could just keep jumping in DMs? Yeah, 90% of these chicks is not going to pan out to nothing, but I'm going to be knocking down that 10%. You see what I'm saying? So we're incentivized to not have relationships nowadays because what you get out of relationships, you can get out of society collectively. If a woman needs the house taken care of, she can just make a certain comment on her Instagram. Some guy will be like, I fix roofs. I fix roofs. I do it. I fix the roofs. Where are you? I'll come fix the roof. You see what I mean? So why does she have to be loyal or committed or devoted to a man to have her needs met and to have someone to rely on when she can literally just send out a fucking comment on her Instagram and guys will be tripping over each other to offer that resource, offer that service to her for nothing in exchange but a pat on the fucking head like Coach Greg Adams said. So this is where we are, bro. And it's tough. It's tough. I'm telling you, it's tough. But unfortunately, we're still humans. We're still creatures of affection and emotion. So we still deep down inside want the relationship. We deep down inside want that commitment. We want that continuity. Because that's something that a lot of people don't understand. Well, like for example, when a girl be like, why you want to stay with me? Why you want to be with me? Why you put up with all this shit? Because continuity is important. Right? Especially to a man. And that's one of the things that was a red flag to me about these fucking fresh and fit clowns. How is it that you're supposed to be what you claim, but you ain't got no friends? You ain't got no friends. I've been around you for months, every damn day. I ain't seen a friend. No, hold on, real shit.
Go ahead.
I ain't seen not one friend. No friends. So where's your friends? Where's your day one dudes? Where's your niggas patting you on the back like, yo, bro, you did it. You said you was gonna do the podcast thing. You did it, bro. I'm so proud of you, bro.
That is interesting.
You ain't got no real friends, right? Then where's the family? Where's the flying in the cousin from wherever the fuck? Where's the bringing your cousin on the podcast? Where's the family? No brothers, no sisters, no family. Okay, you're at the 100K party. Where's the girlfriend? Where's the girl on your arm that was supporting you? Where's the girl that was always there? Where's the girl that was scratching your back and telling you could do this, don't give up? There's no continuity.
Yeah.
There's no continuity. There's nobody that was with you when you were shooting in the gym. So what that tells me about you is that you're a shit person. Because you don't have no genuine relationships. All your relationships is based on followers and subs and clout and paying somebody to do this and paying somebody to do that. You can't call in one genuine fucking favor, right? When I have a problem, I call a friend. You understand what I'm saying? When I have a problem,
no, that's a good point. That's a good point because you gotta understand, like that's the one thing that a lot of people have hard. They find it hard to find someone who's genuine and who's really about with them, and I think it's just sussing out that personality traits because and that's the one thing you pointed out way earlier at the start of this conversation there, and it's one of those traits that exude that masculinity, which is the character, and a lot of women don't look for those characteristics anymore. All right, just had a question: how many of you guys, out of both of you guys, are familiar with the Fresh and Fit podcast? Anybody? No, none of you guys familiar. Okay, that's good news. All right, so quick question: we're gonna start having like a call in a segment here. We're gonna have members of the audience. Do you guys mind taking questions from them? Because a lot of our audience, they're gonna be asking questions from for about dating and things like that. It'd be nice to actually get that information from a lot of young ladies. So what we're gonna do? Do you guys mind that, by the way?
Let's do it.
All right, perfect. So, guys, the people who are gonna get priority, because we've been keeping track, everyone who's super chatted first will get priority on the call-in. Don, as we're talking now, is gonna be posting a link to the call-in show at the top of the chat. So we recognize the names. All right. So keep the same name, we'll recognize you, and then go ahead and click the link, and you guys will get first priority on the super chat. Before we get to you guys' point on Ayindei's point, women like toxic masculinity. When someone is breaking in at 3 a.m. Ironically, men like chivalry, and y'all like got tricked into hating it. No, that's true. When we talk about when it comes to direct male and female roles, we tend to mix things up when times are good. Say, okay, well, I could do this, and I don't need security, I don't need that. But then when hard times come, and then it's, I get it. I understand what you're talking about. What do you guys do? Before we get into your rebuttal, what are your thoughts on that? Do women all going to opt for patriarchy when the burglars are knocking down the door?
That's some crazy ass shit.
Hey, you guys have been honest so far. Be true. Is it one of those things where, hey, a bump goes up at 3 a.m, right? You ain't got a man there. Sorry, go ahead.
That's some crazy ass shit. I don't know. I've never had that, but.
But is there some truth to that?
And why have you never had that? Why have you never had that?
Yo, I am.
Why do you think you've never had that?
Because I have boundaries. I rarely give my phone number. If I'm dating someone, it's like pretty serious. And if someone comes knocking on my door, like that's done.
No, they're talking about a break-in.
Someone's breaking in.
Oh my God.
Why have you never had a break-in? Why have you never had a break-in?
I never have.
Keep Calgary safe. That's why. Because men keep your town safe. That's the answer to that.
What about you, Sharon? What do you think? Is there some truth to that? Do women like when some burglars coming down at the night, 3 a.m., do women opt for the patriarchy?
Definitely no.
No? All right. Let's hear your point.
No, I don't like that because it's like, well, I mean, I had so many years ago, I had a toxic boyfriend, and it's the worst because nowadays some days he's make like fake accounts or fake numbers, and he's like text me and watching me, and it's like,
oh, you got a stalker?
No, he make the fake accounts, and he's
so he's stalking you.
Yeah,
he's stalking you.
Yeah, and
Damn.
Yeah, but
hey,
it was in high school. It was in high school, and nowadays he's still doing that. And if
whoa, he's still harassing you since high school till this moment.
It's 10 years. 10
oh,
years.
Hey, you better get some. You better go get you some good old Second Amendment or something.
No, it was
that dude is crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy because he don't know. Now I live alone, but he thinks that I still living with my mom. So in my birthday, in a special occasion, he sent me flowers or a gift in my mom's house, and he always, I don't know, it's so strange. But if I upload some story or something like that, he's like, oh, congratulations, I'm always be in love with you, and I'm happy to do this. And if I upload, I don't like to do public my personal life because but if I upload a story, and in the story looks like it's someone with me, he's like, oh, why are you dating with this person? And I said, like, even my account is private. He sent me that, and actually the strangest thing that he do, he follow all the people that follow me, and I follow. So
Oh,
He texts to
wow.
the people and he say like, where do you know him? Where do you know her? You have something with she, you have relation.
So can I ask a
Sexual.
question about? I'm gonna ask a question about this guy. Do you think has he had sexual experiences with other women in the past? Why is he so obsessed with you since high school? I don't get it.
I
I'm
think
so good.
I think
Oh
because
shit.
he had a lot of familiar problems, so I stay with him in like girlfriend, like friend, like partner because we was in the same classroom. So I
Oh,
think
so
that
okay, you all
maybe
got
maybe,
history.
and he always say that he admire me because I was
She outgrew
like like I work, I study, and I do many things. So he always say that he likes the way that I was. But
So
I think that it's strange because if you love someone, you don't do these kind of things because
that's
he always
possession.
because if I upload a photo that like I don't know in swimsuit, he was like, why are you putting that? You want attention? And I was like, sometimes you love me, but sometimes you hate me. So it's crazy. It's
That's insane. Do wait, okay, one more question. Did you guys were completely platonic? You guys didn't bump uglies, or you guys didn't have sex or anything like that? Any interaction? And he's obsessed with you because I don't understand why. If you gave him the WAP, I get it. Because some guys, as soon as they get the WAP, it's over with. Their head goes crazy. But if he didn't get the WAP and he's doing this, I genuinely want to know why he's doing it. Why is he's acting this way? This is great because you haven't given him anything. If I'm correct, right?
Yeah, I don't know why, but it's the reason because I don't like that. I don't like the people or person that do these extreme things that go to your house and do these kind of things. Actually, I have a friend that his girlfriend check his phone. He was sleeping and she take his finger.
Oh no,
and
that's a thing.
no, wait. This is not
Bro, that's some James Bond shit right there.
Wait, because she export the conversation and she sent the conversation to the girlfriend of the other. Well, this is the situation. He is not his girlfriend. He's only they hang out with she. So he was dating with other woman, and the woman had boyfriend. So this girl export the chats and sent to the boyfriend to the woman.
Shit.
And she said,
shit.
oh, you know that your girlfriend is cheating? I think that is with this boy. And send the picture of my friend and say,
sleeping.
And
sleeping.
His name is blah, 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 and works there. So
wow.
You see now? No, when that dude ends up getting shot.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Wow.
Women are emotional. They don't think about consequences.
No, but she do a fake account like if she was a boy. So she was like, no, I tell you that because I'm a boy too, and I don't want that I pass for these kind of things. So,
that is crazy, man.
Yeah,
you know what? I believe it because we're talking about that Jasmine Blue girl, that Blue Jasmine girl, and she has that one dude that pays pays for his apartment and car, and apparently she's not sleeping with him. So I didn't get it. Like, wait, why is this guy obsessed with you since high school? You didn't give him a WAP, all right? And then I believe it. There's some crazy ass dudes out there, man, and I think it's just the fact that either these dudes are inexperienced in how to like properly deal with women and how to do all that stuff, or these dudes have the wrong sense of freaking game, man. They're like, I'm telling you, like, how do they have the time to do all of that? What do you think, Alicia? What's your thoughts on that?
That's crazy. I mean, like, I've never heard of anything like that. Like taking the thumb and like getting into his phone. I don't know. That's next level for me.
hey, I'm gonna tell you, that's next level of female game. For those of y'all ladies out there, if you suspect your man of cheating, you can pull a James Bond. Hey, they got the facial recognition. You got the facial recognition now. Just while he's sleeping, just put the phone on his face.
Look, she like this.
Go ahead, Alicia.
For real. That's insane.
Oh my! Have you had any guys stalk you like that? Have you had any issues like that?
No.
Like, I want to know. I want to know. Okay.
No.
Maybe you have, but he's just too smooth.
Oh, that's a good point. No.
Yeah, I'm like, oh shit, someone's at the door right now. Just kidding.
He's sleeping under your bed and sniffing.
What? Okay, what is the okay? Okay, let's do this. Okay, since you haven't had that level of stalkish,
no,
that's right. What is the weirdest thing that a guy has ever done with you on a date that you deemed feminine in terms of traits? Where you just like, this is definitely drawing the box up. I'm not going home with you tonight.
Sandpaper.
If you have one, Sharon, let me know because you got some stories on the wall over here.
Yeah. Sharon is like opening the Pandora's box. She's full of stories. I mean,
oh my goodness.
Damn, I don't know. I don't really have any super. I try and just like read people off the bat, like whether we're texting or like I'll do a quick like video chat before I meet up with them. But yeah, honestly, nothing that compares to Sharon's story.
No, you prefer Russian guys or Canadian guys?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
you are.
Like, you prefer Russian or Canadian?
No way. I don't know. I don't play on my team. I don't try and like hang out in Eastern Bloc. I'm not into that.
Oh, wait a minute. Why? Because no. It's not just you. Because there are a lot of women who don't like to play in their neck of the woods, right? They like to go out and venture. Why? I want to know. I'm curious.
Hey.
I don't know why. But I go like the complete opposite.
Okay, so you don't. So is it so? Because obviously Russia, they got their own cultures and stuff like that. So you don't prefer dating someone who's from that climate. You're. So what kind of guys are you interested in? Like that tickle your pickle.
Yeah, I don't know, just like a little bit of chocolate.
Oh shit! Hey, I'm starting to think that black is a new thing, Don. Like I'm starting to think that hey, if you're an African American male out there,
no, but is it specific? I don't know.
Oh
Lord.
Okay.
Yeah, they like Devin. They like Devin, Leroy. They like Caribbean dudes in Canada. That's what Canadian women.
Oh, is that the kind of demographic of guys that you see out there, like the Caribbean, the Jamaican, the Asian kind of guys?
Yeah.
Okay. What about
they got
you?
The fake ones. They got the fake ones out there.
Oh yeah, you gotta go to Miami.
Oh, I feel ya.
There's some real Asian dudes there. Sharon, what do you think, Sharon?
Well, I think that I prefer meet foreign people because I like to know other different things. So my recent dates was with Jamaican and Nigerian boys, and I think that they are cool. And
so you prefer chocolate? You prefer chocolate too?
Yeah, I like that.
Nigerian.
No,
Nigerian.
Hey,
I like that because I like the boys that are like I am like big, like like I don't know.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah, because you are like big, like tall, so
Leroy,
like this kind of thing. And I like the I like this kind of men.
Good. Hey, look, ain't nothing wrong with that. This is the podcast where we can be open about these things. Okay,
no,
we can talk about that. Because here's the thing, you're admitting the truth, where a lot of women wouldn't admit, because it's true. Because like, hey, the chocolate guys are in right now. It's what I think it is. So with that being said, we're gonna welcome in our first caller, and he's been here before. But Angelus, how you doing, man? I know you've been listening to some of the conversations. What are your thoughts on it? Right? What are your thoughts on everything overall so far?
First of all, it's a pleasure to meet Mr. Alpha. Like in the back of my mind, bro, I call you. I got a nickname for you. I call you the preacher. Every time I hear you talk or everywhere else, I follow you. So you like the next level guru. Every other step I hear. So you keep doing your thing, man.
Nah, Ayindei,
Wait, I didn't hear him.
This man got it.
Oh, he's talking to me.
He's talking to you, bro.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you.
He ain't talking to me, bro.
No, I didn't hear it. What else was it? I put my pocket in, and I was like, that's what he was talking to. But yeah, I appreciate the support, brother. For real, for real.
Yeah, no problem, man. I really don't have a question except for I wanted to pick a bone with Alicia, so I make sure I pronounce her name right. She made a comment, and Ayindei jumped on it. He might jump on me a little bit because I know his beliefs just like a little bit above mine, and that's just me giving you a compliment, bro. You made a comment about you bringing in bums or something like that, and you got your own business and being young. So this is, what if a guy shoots his shot with you, and he's making $40K or less?
Oh, that's a good question.
But let me add to that now, because I know 9 or 10 times it takes like 3 categories for a guy. It takes like the looks, the swag, and the cash. But he don't have the cash, but he got the swag and the look, but he's loyal.
Mm-hmm.
Would you accept him?
Absolutely. That's why I end up with the bums.
What?
Yeah, but are you still with them now?
No.
Okay.
I think.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think it's because originally you're really attracted to a person's appearance, and then you get to know their personality. Then you have an emotional connection with them. And the topic of finances never comes up until you're actually in a solid relationship and they live with you. So
how long did you make it a solid relationship? Because, like, say, for example, I can date somebody, like, say, as me as a guy, my first attention is like, okay, I want to fuck her. Excuse my language. I want to fuck her. So
hey,
we're talking, we're dating, and we slept together. So after that point, it's like, now the sex is out my mind, the sex is out my loins. Now I want to try to get to know her right then and there. So the reverse should be the female. So how long would it take you to vet him, to get to know him? Like, okay, well, he don't got the money. He's loyal. He's cute. He does everything else. So how long would it take you for you to decide that?
Okay, so speaking for myself, I follow the rule, and lots of people disagree, is that I will not sleep with someone unless I get a commitment.
Okay. Well, how long would a commitment be for you then? Let's just say time out for your past experience.
Yeah, that is like, we're exclusively together. So the minute that they decide that they're not seeing anybody else and we're a solid couple, that for me is the exclusive commitment I'm looking for. And then from then on, everything else is open, like communication, and then I'll sleep with them. But I was going to flip this question around and ask, when do you think is an appropriate time for women to have a conversation about money?
It could be right then and there.
That is a damn good question.
I know you're gonna preach. Let me go and get mine out the way. My little 2 cents. For me, it's right away. We can talk about. I'm pretty much an open book. We pretty much talk about anything. We talk about sex. We talk about finances. And even in the past, just to weed out a lot of chicks, my motto used to be broke and busy.
Mm-hmm.
That used to be my motto. So for me, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Ayindei.
Let me jump on in the double Dutch. Let me jump in the double Dutch real quick. Okay, when you say that's the commitment that you're looking for, Alicia, wrong. That's the lie you're looking for. That attitude just sets you up to get lied to. That's what you're doing. You're asking the dude to lie to you for sex. All right, so that strategy flawed, and that's why it ain't been working for you. The next thing is, I've dated plenty of women that have had the money and all this other kind of stuff, and maybe they had more money than me, but guess what? I had the ambition. And where they fucked up at is not being upfront and being honest, because women are always afraid to show the real them and what they're really thinking about, they're really concerned about. Everything always got to be indirect. When you ask a woman what's wrong, she either tells you nothing or tells you something else, rather than leveling with you, and then you can communicate to solve that. Let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say. There's been plenty of chicks that have more bread than me, and I either left them because I realized that they were in countless opportunities to put me into a position to make more money and to elevate myself, but they never even thought that way. They weren't even thinking that. You get what I'm saying? I'm an artist, and I was dating a chick who has her own interior design. Like, she literally chooses art for wealthy people, and it never crossed her mind to put me on because she was too busy worried about how people were going to judge the fact that she was dating a black dude. But in all actuality, she was in love with me, but couldn't move forward with me because she felt like my status wasn't high enough. And it's like rocket scientists. You yourself could put me in a position of higher status, but that never occurred to you. So instead, you would rather lie and hide the man that you love. You'd rather hide me from your family, hide me from your friends, and hide me from your business associates, rather than put me on so that I would have a level of status that they could respect. But this is how women think in their head, right? So there's plenty of women who are actually in a position to help a dude make something of himself as long as he has the skill set and he has the ambition. But for whatever reason, they want this guy to come to them an already finished product. Now, with that being said, I'm in a completely different position in my life now, but I understand that modern women are different. So I know that I got to kind of put my woman in a position where she can make her own money, have her own little thing where she can feel happy and proud about. I make sure that doesn't conflict with my time or whatever. But the point is that I know that nowadays you got to kind of go out of your way to help women establish their own little thing because they need it for themselves, right? So I get it. So if she wants to do her own little business from online business or whatever, guys gotta kind of be open-minded to that and know, okay, it's not just taking care of her. I might have to throw 30 grand over here to help her start her own little thing so that she can feel like she has something and she doesn't feel like she's just laying around and off of me. But with that equally being said, women in Lisa's position, they actually look and just with him build. You see what I'm saying? See, this is the thing. Women would rather try to fix a dude that's broken than take a dude with potential and bring it to the next level. Why? I don't know. But women are logical. But that's what you should be looking for is potential and ambition. Because the swag, you can't get that tomorrow. Swag, you got to have been raised up with it. Looks, you got to pretty much have been raised up with it. You know what I'm saying? Much like as a personal trainer, somebody that's in fitness, I've always been able to take a chick and put her in the best shape of her life. I've always been able to do that. So I know if I date a chick, she's leaving me better than she came. But that's what I was taught in boarding school. I was taught to leave environments and people better than I found them. You see what I'm saying? And that's what you guys were saying earlier about toxic masculinity. The problem is that women don't know how to identify masculinity nowadays. So when they see toxic masculinity, they misinterpret it for masculinity.
Well, see, that's why Ayindei asked her the question of
but men also have a hard time recognizing femininity nowadays.
Yeah, that's why I asked her how long did she vet the guy, because she never gave a exact timeline on it. She just said, "Oh, we talked, and when I feel necessary, then that's it." Like me, for example, I can give you the last person I dated. We talked for 6 months, a year, and I figure, okay, let's make it official. So that's why I was asking your past, not just saying for me, because me or anybody else could shoot they shot with you, but how long would it for you, Elisa, to say, hey, the last time I dated a guy, you said he was all bums. I never heard you mention about potential bums, just bums. So, so how in your past what was the time for you to say, hey, I'm gonna make this? Ooh. Hey, I wasn't dating them. I don't know, bro. I can't speak.
This is good conversation. This is good conversation.
Women will call a guy a bum. They'll call a guy a bum.
I'm saying it's a bum is just someone
you should make.
A bum is just someone that isn't bringing any value. Like they aren't like helping with half of the bills. They aren't taking care of you.
You made him exclusive, though. You see what I'm saying?
I know.
And then that's a magical. But that was a magical number. I actually said, what time frame did you decide to make him exclusive? So if you said in a week, that's not enough time. If you said a month, still not enough time. So that's why I asked you. So I'm still waiting for that answer. What was in your past, the guys that you dated? What was the time frame you dated to slip for you to say, "Hey, I'm gonna make him exclusive"?
I would say it's probably like 3-4 months.
I'm an exclusive bum. You're my exclusive bum.
I had an exclusive bum after 4 months.
If you wait 3 months, 3 months to sleep with you, he a bum.
She took a little bit of the index of Steve Harvey diaphragm and just didn't go all the way through the handbook. But you took 3 months, talked to him, slept with him, but you never talked about money?
No.
Why
not?
So, okay, why not? Why is that? Why is that? Because money obviously is important. So why
yeah, I think for a lot of people, especially like I said before, I'm only 28. It's a very sensitive topic. Like a lot of people in this age, like at this age, don't necessarily have their shit figured out. They're in debt. They went to college. They are trying to travel and taking out loans, and they have cars. People, well, I would say men and women, feel devalued when their credit score sucks. I mean, am I wrong?
No, but the thing is,
you're making that assumption for him.
Exactly, and that's part of your weeding out process. So if you just said to yourself that you were scared, nervous, and guys feel this type of way about it, so off the rip, that's not for you. That was a red flag. You purposely found your red flag. You purposely found your red flag. Yeah, we know happens when you're so.
I wish a woman talk about money with me. I wish they would. Let's get down to it.
Yeah,
I wish they would. And then the thing is, you're asking her
based on,
you know damn well, her time frame is based on feelings. You already know that. You know her time frame is based on feelings, right? It's not going to be the same for every dude. It's based on feelings, right? And I've tried giving women time frames based on what I decided. I've gone into relationships saying we're going to do this, and I'm going to be 6 months celibate. Can you handle it? And they say yeah in the beginning, and then throughout the relationship they can't handle it. They get weirded out by it. They get weirded out by the fact that I want to date them and get to know them, but I want to take sex out of the equation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so people because people like
truth more times. They can't handle truth. They can't handle. Go ahead.
Yeah, because people like Alicia,
they can't handle those conversations. Is what I'm saying.
Exactly. Like people like Alicia, because I'm a little low key petty. I like to either shoot my shot with them or test the waters. Because when women say stuff like that, I'm down with you. If you're saying, "Hey, I got the business, I got this. Let's come up together. Help me come forward with you. I don't have the finances, I don't have the credit score, but I got everything else." And then I come up there with you, and now you acting funny. Now I'm gonna just start falling back too. So I love to test women like that.
That's logic, though. That's logic. They're not thinking with logic, though. And not only that, but they're projecting their emotional thinking on the guy. What I'm trying to tell you is, if I'm dealing with a chick, she got all her ish together, she got money back, she got good credit, and she has a conversation of money with me, and then she says, "Listen, I'm willing to help you and invest in you. I believe in you and all that." I'm thinking logically. So now you just put yourself above all these other women. All these other women is just sex. But you think I'm going to screw up somebody that's trying to elevate me and improve me for somebody that's just trying to hook up? And then when I do elevate and I do improve myself, if I have that character and I have that loyalty and that integrity, I'm going to stay with you just because of that. Because I'll be proud to say I'm with her because of the continuity. I'm with her because she believed in me. And that means more to me than this girl being younger or this girl being prettier. But women don't think that. They put that past the guy. They think we don't have the capacity for that. When we are the ones with that capacity. We are the ones with loyalty.
Alicia, what do you have to add to that? And then we'll go to Sharon. We'll go to Sharon next.
I was going to say, but in those situations, women are reserved. You don't want to have that conversation because you don't want to push people away. But at the same time, you invite those conversations, and then you're more or less like stuck with a bum.
But you invite the conversation of commitment in exchange for sex. So you're asking a dude to lie to you that he wants to commit to you for sex, which is ridiculous because he don't know if he want to be with you until after the sex. So you're setting yourself up. You're afraid of having a conversation, but you're having another one. You're setting yourself up.
So is it a problem? Is it a problem of women, like, especially? I'm not just putting it on you, Alicia, and I want Sharon to chime in on this too. Is it a problem of just women being afraid to hear the truth? Like, if a guy was just straight up honest and said, "Hey, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Ain't nothing else." And is this something that women just don't want to hear or just don't avoid hearing? Let's get your point on that, Alicia. Not Alicia, Sharon. Sharon, give me 1 second. Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, first of all, I don't understand what's a bomb. Or sorry, but
I'm still going to Mexico. I'm so going to Mexico. Yo, bump the Philippines. Bump the Philippines. Bump Germany. I'm going to Mexico.
She said, I don't know what a bum is. All right, so hey, you know what? You know what would be perfect? Alicia, could you explain to Sharon what dating a bum is? This would be perfect. I want to know.
Yeah. A bum is someone that you just want to take out with the trash. It's someone that doesn't necessarily contribute to financial, like housework. They just don't want to be a part of your life, and they don't want to invest anything that's going to take any type of effort, whether it's financial, whether it's like, if they don't have a lot of money, it's like cleaning up or doing nice things for you.
Don't even take out the trash.
Like a slave. No, I don't know.
But you didn't have that. But you didn't have that conversation, though. You only had the conversation about him not sleeping with other women. Why would you be putting? Why would you be putting that before the money? If it's so important to you, if you're so upset that you're not getting that, then why would you prioritize the commitment? You're not making sense. You're saying you want to keep this guy, but you're not telling him the things that he needs to be doing for you to want to keep.
That's like a new ideology. Like for me personally, like I met this person 2 years ago, and it actually shaped the way that I.
That's a male.
People now.
That's your biggest problem.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this because we got
you
triple
keep
black.
Wanting male things from you keep wanting a male.
Go ahead. You can finish your point, Ayindei. Sorry about that. There's a lag. That's what it is. There's a lag. But go ahead. Go ahead.
No, my point is that she overwhelmingly has the same structural issue that you are expecting men to want. Masculine traits in you.
Look at Sharon.
And what you want from men is what men want from women. Okay, think about the magnitude of what you just said. Okay, you just said that sexual exclusivity from a man is more important to you than financial provision. That's how a man concerned that his woman is with he is that she is contributing financially. You have to start thinking like a woman in a relationship, and you need to start attracting men that think like men in a relationship. You are backwards. You're backwards. A woman should not be worrying about sexual exclusivity in the beginning of a relationship. She's supposed to be worried about resources, contribution in the beginning of the relationship.
Hey, I say we have the most honest panel I hear of just women. I would say you guys are just rock solid. We got triple black, aka Frankie Guns in the building here. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you so much for joining the message, man. Hey, I think you're on mute. Go ahead and can you all right, can you hear us? Oh no, there you are. Yeah, welcome to the chat. All right. So what questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I said, hey, AKA the #1 stunner, AKA 3 black hearses. It's murder. Anyways, man. Shout out to Ayindei. Hey, you know what, man? In May, when I seen Ayindei, I hope I'm saying it right. In May, I actually went to Instagram. Ayindei. I hit him up in May because I seen him on a Fresh and Fit podcast. In the whips and whatever you were spitting that shit. You know what I'm saying? That ism. I actually asked you to get on the podcast, but you ignore me. It's all good. You ignore me. Hey,
don't feel bad, bro. He ignored me too. Hey, bro.
You got it. You were able. And then, hey, you know what I'm saying? All this shit came up. You heard me. Hey, all this shit came up, you in Dade County. I'm near, Hey, no, you were spitting some shit, man. And the question I had, did you feel because the thing about it is like you're spitting a lot of fucking knowledge, and that puts a lot of pressure on other fucking dudes, especially in this space. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these dudes are, giving supermarket shit. You're actually giving fucking specialty whole food shit. Do you feel like that might have been like a little bit of an issue with the Fresh and Fit gals? And
well, no, it was a massive issue. A massive issue.
You were in the room with like Donovan, Sharpe, and you were spitting that ism, and like, do you think that? And then you have the muscles, and you're able to get like the females like that. Do you think
the whole package, bro?
Put a lot of pressure on them?
Well, that's what it was, man. Myron just didn't like that shit. I outshined the master, and I don't necessarily wrong him for that. I mean, let's be realistic. Why the hell would you want somebody on your platform outdoing you in what you're providing? It just doesn't make sense. And me and Fresh talked about it all the damn time. You told me all the time, stay far away from fitness, man. Put a long sleeve shirt on, put a coat on or something, man. Stay away from fitness when you're on the show because Myron feels threatened by that. I mean, it's obvious why. You get what I'm saying? Like, where are his transformations? Where he's showing you what he's done with clients? I don't post my transformations because my clients don't want to be seen like that. You get what I'm saying? But I'm getting results in the fitness world dealing with my clients. You get what I'm saying? When it comes to dating advice, motherfuckers are calling me up thinking, God damn, thank you. I listened to you. I mean, I've been saving relationships long before I even considered YouTube, and I never really wanted to do it. I mean, I got everybody on my thing telling me I should do this, that, and it's like, you got to understand. These dudes, they do YouTube and they do YouTube. That's it. Myron sleeps all day and does YouTube all night. That's it. Dude, I run a dog business. I run a personal training business. I run a rehabilitation business. I'm also an artist. You get what I'm saying? So it's like I got a tons of things that I've been doing and that I'm still doing. I just don't necessarily have a lot of space in my schedule for YouTube. I can't prioritize it like that. So that's what people don't understand. That was never really my main bread and butter, my thing. And when it came to coming on a podcast, I felt like, listen, I'm trying to actually get people some results here. I'm trying to help people have a better mindset. Well, like I tell guys all the time, the first thing you got to do before you start thinking about women and dating is you got to look at you. Figure out what you're doing, what you bringing to the table, get your direction, get your goals, get your passion together, and then you can kind of factor women in there later. These dudes are telling you get money and then you ain't got to put up with the nonsense from women. Dude, how many rich dudes have we seen get finessed and fleeced as of recently? Getting money.
I say that all the time.
When they first start, hey, check this out. When they first started fucking doing the fucking show, right? I'm from South Florida. I've been in Miami. I know the motherfucking culture. I know the culture. I'm sorry, I ain't cuss. I know the culture. Like you can't run. I mean, you can run that shit over a lot of other people. I know the culture, and they had 2 broads on there, right? And those broads happen to be, you know, let's just say they paid women. I'm like, hey, hold up, I've seen these chicks before. Let
me get the ladies' input here a second, because I want to know how many of you guys actually, because I asked this question before, but I wasn't sure the answer. You guys aren't, because I know, Sharon, you're not familiar with the Fresh and Fit podcast, right? So, Alicia, have you heard of the Fresh and Fit guys?
Yeah,
I'm saying Elisa.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it, but I don't necessarily understand the politics that are happening.
Okay, so basically, it's not really so much about politics. It's more so much about the kind of message that they put out there in terms of like with guys. And speaking of which, Angelus, do you have any Trippy Black? Do you have anything else to add to the question?
No, I mean, moving forward, you know, because the thing about it is you've been spitting that ism. Like, you know, they know you ain't no chump. You gonna put heavy pressure on a lot of these dudes, and they selling this supermarket shit, man.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what do you plan to do, man? The kind of almost, because the thing about it is you know, this is almost becoming mainstream, and like when you come with real organic shit, motherfuckers don't want to hear that shit, man. What do you do to? I mean, what are you gonna do to get through that shit? Because because I'm sure you got some stories, you got some receipts, you got all kinds of shit on these dudes, and they're gonna be real scared,
right?
Thank you so much for that, Triple Black. I'm gonna. You feel free to hang out backstage. Ayindei, you go ahead and continue. Good.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hang out backstage, Trippy. Is it Triple Black? Yeah. Go ahead, Ayindei. Ayindei, can you hear us?
I think he's frozen, but I'll chime in on him because with the question was asked to him, and he can give his own personal experience. Because like I said, I followed the rabbit hole down a little bit more. Ladies, Alicia said she saw a little bit of it. Hey, what's going on, man?
I was gonna say, speaking of somebody who's familiar with Fresh and Fit and the courses and stuff like that, that was gonna be my lead up here to the question, and this would be perfect because then you have Ayindei here, who's someone who has been in the back end of things here, so he's gonna be a great one to ask questions to. But before we even get into it, I want to Alicia, if you just to kind of explain the whole Alicia, God damn it, Alicia. Hold up. I think we can hear you now, Ayindei. Hold up 1 second. Let me just put you right there. Lisa, basically the issue with the Fresh and Fit that we have out now is the messaging.
You guys can't see me yet.
We can hear you. I can hear you. There you go. But the message they're pushing out to the young men out there is basically the crux behind it is the toxic nature of it. Because I don't know if you understood the kind of the explosion that kind of happened over the recent moments. Who's that? Is that somebody is echoing here? Hey, I
think it's Ayindei. He's still trying to come through.
I think he's like muted, right? Nope.
No, he's not muted.
Oh yeah, he's still trying to come through. But anyways, the crux of the show is that the toxic message that they're giving to men, right? So it's almost like the feminist kind of mentality, but for like young men. And essentially, they're saying, okay, don't date women who are single mothers or for X, Y, and Z reasons. Don't date women who are X, Y, and Z. So it's basically putting relationship in the boxes. And what we're trying to do is combat that ideology, because even down to the messaging itself, it's some of the girls they have on there, former OnlyFans models. Women who are active strippers or things like that, women who just don't represent the kind of women at large. So what we're getting now, especially followers of that podcast, are a bunch of young men who are coming out with the same ideology, but it almost seems hateful. So that's in a nutshell what these guys are all about. Chris, right?
Yes, sir.
Chris, I'm glad I got that. Can you turn your mic landscape so it fits with the perfect? There it is. So Chris here is he's actually one of the guys who invested with a consultation with Myron Gaines, one of the guys on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and he was on here on a last live stream to talk about his experience. Him and the Grand Cam. Yeah, they talked about their experience. He actually bought the DM on demand course, which you guys know it's a course basically teaching guys how to get girls on DM. So that which apparently it worked out well for him, and some of the consultations worked out well for Chris. So what we're trying to say is not a whole lot of things are bad with what they say. However, they don't practice what they preach, right? Because they got busted, leveraging their podcast to get boxed, and they're over here charging guys $600 to teach them game. So that was the main thing there. Go ahead.
Touch upon is that it's almost like a warping going on, right? Like whenever we talk about like being a high value man, getting the bag, and all that other type of stuff, it's said with good intention, but it leads down a bad road, right? Especially when you're showing girls that are constant OnlyFans models and all that type of stuff. Listen. If there's a big sugar daddy thing going on in Miami, I don't know. I live in Philly. It's a different environment here. But at the same time, it started off with good intention, and now it's just like, come on, bro. Really? Are you really going to bring out 10 OnlyFans girls again?
So what is it in your opinion about these girls OnlyFans, right? In your opinion, that's making their brand not really seem like it's designed to help young men?
Well, the original intention was to show like the worst of hypergamy, right? So I don't know if you ladies on the panel, do you know what the word hypergamy is? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to sound like, an asshole like saying that, but do you guys know what we mean by hypergamy?
Anyone? Sharon? Elisa?
No, I'd love for you to elaborate on that.
So hypergamy is the idea that women will only date either on the same level or up. And if they're dating on the same level, they're looking constantly for that upper thing. It's almost like, and I hate to say it this way, the best example of it would be like a gold digger. Like, yeah, the girl will bang the pool boy, and pool boy's fun, but she's gonna break up with the pool boy to get with the millionaire Trump looking dude, right? Like that's like the extremity of the example. And I'm using extremity just to describe what we're saying. Now, it's not always like that. There are always other nicks and crannies. Girls have different wants and all that type of stuff. But that's basically the idea. And what Fresh and Fit, the original message was, build yourself to become a high-value man so you can market yourself to the majority of women out there, right? So you can increase your chances with hypergamous nature. Now, what's going on is that they've been constantly showing all these sugar baby girls, OnlyFans girls, and it really puts women in a bad light because it's constantly showing the extremity to where all these guys are now simping on these girls. And that's very toxic, both for men and women.
What are your thoughts on that definition of hypergamy, Elisa? Like, do you believe that, what are your thoughts on that? Go ahead.
I think it makes sense. I see it sometimes in like women's culture where they try and get a guy that's of higher value because when they get that guy, they feel like they're higher value too. Like all of a sudden they go from a 5 to a 7, and it obviously makes sense why it would happen the same way in with men that are dating other women.
Okay. So so in your dating experience, I want to get Sharon's opinion on this too as well. In both your dating experiences, have you ran across men who have let's just say exhibited some of these toxic behaviors that we were just mentioning earlier, like the obviously the ghosting is part of it that we've talked about, some of these other game type tactics. Have you noticed that? And what category do you usually put those guys in if you notice that right away?
Yeah, absolutely. Like those men and those women exist in every single category. But okay, what are the categories that I'm trying to put them into?
What do you say? What? So you said what the category you're trying to put them? Like if they're worthy of being in a relationship, or if they're worthy of just having fun for the night and that's it.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm sure women have done that. They compartmentalize guys, right? They say, okay, this is a guy. I'd probably let me see if I don't know. Maybe it's true. You guys can elaborate for me. Have you met a guy where it's like, okay, I'm gonna play this game with you real quick, and I'm gonna put you in this category because you seem like a good man and a boyfriend and relationship material, versus another guy where it's just like, hey, bro, you look like a fuckboy. You look like someone who's like, gonna play me. So either you're really hot or you're really sexy. So I'm gonna get mine for the night, but there's nothing more serious to do with that. Those are the two categories.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Like the easiest way to categorize these people is if their actions don't actually meet their word. So if you're like, I'm working on my business and I'm like so driven and I want like a relationship, yet you're fucking going out every Friday, Saturday night, and you're like hungover every other like weekend and you're not actually spending any time with your family, I know that's like fuckboy. Like that's just you telling me what I want to hear. So for me, like the biggest indicator is like, do your actions meet up with your words? And like, there's like a huge landscape for that. I think you can almost like people that want to take their health into their own hands. Meanwhile, they're still like not going to the gym or they're not a driven individual, or someone that's like focusing on their career. Meanwhile, they're still, I don't know, not showing up on time. There's like these little behavioral habits that I think you can pick apart as a woman, that you can see that if a man doesn't do that, you're a simp.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that because you're familiar with the simp terminology, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, Sharon, what is your do you know what a simp is by any chance? Sharon?
Well, I think that it's not like we choose the rich boy, even the poor boy. I think that in my case, I prefer learn to the not only the person that I'm date, all the people that I'm go out, like friends or dates. I like when I learn or I have a good conversation with the person. So I obviously I prefer be with someone that is intelligent, that have a good conversation, that can talk more, that like well, I mean, like interesting things. So it's not like because you are looking for the interesting things that he can give you, but it's like the things that he inspired to you or motive to you. So I think that it's the way that I like date with people older than me, or people that is not. It's like, well, you was talking in a high level. You can talk that, but it's the motive or the reason because I like that, but not like an interesting way or to see what I can get for the person.
Okay, so you're not looking at the monetary kind of aspect of dealing with a man. So you're more looking at the character wise. Because I would say most women, and I would consider you a Western woman, but I would say most women in the West, they prioritize these materialistic things. Like he's got to have the money, he's got to have this, and it's more of like a blinded kind of mentality. And even to the point we're trying to get at with a lot of these guys in the let's say the fresh and fit boys, right? These guys they go towards promoting that idea, saying, hey, no. All girls only want this. All girls only want Onlyfans models. All girls only want, all these different things that I would say in the Midwest, we're looking around, we're seeing all like good-looking girls with guys who don't have A, B, or C that these guys are listing off, all these different things that we're looking at. We're like, hey, okay, what you guys are saying doesn't match reality that I'm seeing, right? But then you look at their podcast and it's almost always about the facts, but they're not really taking into consideration a lot of women's and their experiences. For instance, I would say this, Sharon, if you were to go on the podcast and say, hey, exactly what you just said, I'm looking for a guy's character, they would make it out to seem like you care about the money. So that's what I'm saying. So it's a good thing that you said that.
They would end up doing this. They would end up doing this.
Yeah,
they put on their cap because they think you're lying.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true.
got her feelings hurt.
We got another one. We got Adriano here, who's been a super chat. Angelus, I'm gonna put you backstage and we'll cycle you through. But yeah, please be right where you are. I'm gonna get Adriano on here. Thank you so much for joining. But before we go ahead, because you're all the way from Australia, right?
Correct, bro. Yeah.
Correct. All right. So let me get, because I want to have Chris here ask a question to. I want to ask a question, but I want Ayindei to answer it since you were backstage. So, hey, yeah. So, we got Ayindei listening. So, Chris, we got someone who was backstage working with Fresh and Fit, dealing with all of that here. And Ayindei, this is one of the guys who invested in one of the consultations and whatnot with Myron Gaines himself. And I think we also had Grand Cam, who came on, and he actually invested in one of their DM courses. Now, both of these gentlemen specifically had great experiences with it. However, Grand Cam also mentioned how Myron tried to charge him for the what was that?
That's weird.
That was weird. And he got a bad feeling about that. So I don't know if you have anything that you wanted to add to that while Ayindei is on the stream right now. But go ahead.
Yeah, man. I mean, the thing is this, right? Like when it came to the whole Fresh and Fit stuff, I mean, listen, they've helped me out a lot. Like I've had a lot of good success, but when it's really weird when a mentor of yours is going to charge you money to something like that. Like if you were my friend, right? This is just me personally. But if you're my friend, I'm not going to be like, let's say I charge $50 an hour for a personal training session, right? If you're my friend, maybe $10, maybe free. I don't really care because you're my friend. Like I'm going to bring you in. Like I wouldn't charge you for that type of stuff. I wouldn't charge you even, anything like major like that. Unless it was like for corporate business, I would give you the discount just so I could keep the damn job. But that's freaking weird that your own mentor would like charge you to be on their show. That's odd. No, that's very weird. I can't get behind that.
Go ahead, Ayindei. I think you're muted. You're muted, Ayindei. Hold up.
And my mic is muted. Yeah,
there you go. There you go. Yeah, we got you.
I would say that you have to unmute me.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, go ahead.
You got me. Okay. So listen, something that never sit well with me, them dudes, was just how greedy they were, how money hungry they were. They never, ever cared about their subs at all. So I'm gonna put it in perspective for you so you understand exactly how they see the subs and how they treat the subs, how they view the subs. The correlation between how Myron treats his subs is exactly the same as how Onlyfans girls treat their subs. It's the exact same way that strippers treat their clients. I used to be a male dancer, so I know. Nothing is for free. No attention, no time, no phone calls, no FaceTimes, no nothing. So Myron behaves just like a female in that sense, just like a fucking whore. Because if you want to hang out with them, you got to pay. You know what I'm saying? If you want to talk to them live, you got to pay. You want to talk FaceTime, you got to pay. You want, coaching tips, or you want personal training, you want nutrition, you gotta pay. You want financial advice, you gotta pay. Although that I agree with. So it's just, you have to understand is that their motive and incentives always been just the money. Now, they would try to pressure that on me, like, you got to start charging the clients consultations, tell them $200 an hour. And I used to be like, why am I charging $200 an hour for advice? They're like, yo, that's the price we charge. So, I mean, if you want to charge less, that's up to you. But the price we have is $200 an hour. And I'm just like listening to these phone calls, like what they're telling the guys for that kind of money. And I'm just like, this is ridiculous. You're not telling these guys shit. And they always used to be like perplexed to just get over with. Like, oh, fuck, I got these fucking consults. Oh, God. All right. Let me just hurry and get through this real quick. And then, like, they never really were motivated or interested to deal with the guys. What happened was they overbooked their time. But the thing is, they never genuinely actually wanted to help. They were always coming from a scam, from a predatorial standpoint. It was always, let me take advantage of these suckers. And I'm telling you right now from experience, I used to be a bouncer at a female strip club for years. That's exactly how females think about their clients. The only difference is they're a hell of a lot nicer about it. Like, the females are going to be very, real polite, real nice, and real cordial while they're talking you up out of your money. But the whole point is that they do not even like you. They literally they're disgusted by you. They resent you. Like, oh, I got to deal with these fucking guys. And I've never seen that anywhere in my life to that exact you know, that exactly that same way, except for when I was dealing with females in the strip club and when females were dealing with their clients. That's the only place you see that exact dynamic where it's like, oh, I don't want to fucking deal with these people. Well, let me just hurry and get this money. Then tell me, get on the phone. Let me just get this money.
Yeah, man.
And there was so much copy and pasting shit going on, bro. Myron does not individually do anybody's nutrition. He doesn't individually do anybody's like training program. He just like,
oh yeah, he's a fitness guy,
so,
right?
I mean,
Yeah,
hey man, you guys got God.
Well,
Yeah,
Chris,
I mean,
you're
you guys got
you're
God,
don't if anything, you should. Aren't you in fitness, Chris? You're in the fitness industry, right?
Yeah, I just got my personal training certification this year, actually.
Damn, damn, bro. How does it feel paying for a course, knowing that you could have done it yourself?
You know what the thing is that I never paid for any of the fitness stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I never paid for any of the fitness stuff. No, that shit I knew I could do on my own, and probably better than Myron. But anyways, going back to the entire thing, though, it's funny that you mentioned that, because the reason why I'm talking about Myron specifically is because I knew Myron before Fresh and Fit became a thing. I knew him back when it was Unplugged Fit, when he was just starting up on YouTube.
Oh.
And I can tell you, the Myron from Unplugged Fit is not the same Myron now. Like, I'll never forget one day, like we were talking, he was in Philadelphia for going on Donovan Sharpe show. And I was like, hey man, I shot him a DM, said, hey man, I hope you enjoy my city. He's like, yo, are you in? Like, let's approach some girls. And I'm like, unfortunately, I'm on vacation right now, but yo, next time you come in, you know, give me a holler. And then he announced on his Patreon that, like, oh, we only meet up with patrons now. I'm like, oh, well, I'm out.
Wow, that's crazy. So, Adriano, welcome to the chat. Do you have any you can comment just about anything what we just talked about with the Fresh and Fit, or if you have a specific dating question to the lovely ladies Sharon and or Elisa, you can go ahead and ask that too as well. But welcome to the stream. Oh, well, you gotta hold on. Let me. Damn, dude, everybody's mute. Let me. Can you hear me? All right, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. We got you loud and clear, bud.
Welcome, Chris. Welcome, John. Ayindei, what's up, brother? I love your work, you guys. Yeah, look, I agree with Chris, and I agree with you guys that, you know, I think actually one of the first guys to call out Fresh and Fit was a guy by the name of John Anthony, sorry. He put the video about it 5 or 6 months ago where he exposed these guys. And I'm not saying that none of their stuff is good, but, you know, they have some good points, but, you know, they're reading off a script and giving people information and teaching them something that they don't even know anything about. And they're just peddling all this stuff out and brainwashing people, not giving them, not say it's not authentic, you know. So you'll have a guy like Coach Corey Wayne, you know, charging $1,000 an hour. Yeah, I understand that. But at the same time, I think Coach Corey Wayne is more for people, obviously, who maybe can afford and really need to see him, because he gives out the right information. He's telling people the right things. He's teaching people the right way of life. And most important, he's authentic at what he does. And he does it for the love of what he does. You know, he doesn't want to scam people. That's why he charges what he does. Because, you know, when you're listening and talking to someone for like an hour, you're taking a lot of their stuff in. It's a lot of energy exerted. And you're writing, you're listening to their emails, you're doing all that stuff. So for that, I understand. But for people to say charge a quarter of the price or half the price, and they're just gonna, they're gonna fuck you right up, you know. You know.
Ladies, feel free to chime in at any point in time too. Like we're right now on the topic of like dating coaches and stuff like that too. Some of the negative ones out here, some positive ones. What are your experiences? Have you had negative or positive experiences using dating coach, if you've used them before, or have you observed girlfriends who've used dating coach, and what their experiences with that? Anyone you guys can chime in too as well.
For me personally, I think a dating coach is like highly encouraged. I mean, if you're busy and you're trying to find the right person, I mean, I get upset that I can't find the right guy that I'm trying to meet. Meanwhile, I'm only spending 5 minutes on Tinder, which isn't the best way to meet someone. So I think for me, I'm always more than happy to actually like offload shit that I have no skill sets in. I mean, my track record is not the best. So if I can put that responsibility on someone else who knows what's a better fit for me, then absolutely I'm going to do it.
Elisa, I have a question now that you mentioned that. How many dating apps are you on? You're muted.
Elisa, you're muted. Elisa, you're muted.
Bumble, killed it. Hinge, Tinder. I mean,
I thought Bumble was supposed to be the better version of Tinder.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not.
I'm on the apps, but I will say, like, I've had a life coach for a long time. And what they've always said is you want to meet people that are in the same situations where you thrive. So for me, I work for a cannabis company and I work in marketing. So it's like conferences is in health and fitness because I value my own health. Like, where do your values align where you're now spending a lot of your time that, you know, those people also find value in meeting very similar individuals. So sure, I'm on these dating apps, but at this point in time, that's just for networking and like finding friends.
Okay, so let me ask this question. I want both you guys to chime in on this, both Sharon and Lisa, and then I will have the guys kind of follow up with this here. What would you prefer? All right, if a guy approached you on the if a guy approached you in person or on a dating app via Tinder, who would you prioritize more? Right, I think that's a question a lot of people have. Is it better to meet you and approach you out in person, or is it better to meet you and approach you out via dating apps? Let's start with Sharon. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
I think that it depends that you are looking for or that you are wanting, because obviously if you want some serious relationship, you don't look in Tinder, because it's like maybe I don't say that you can find some pretty relationship on Tinder, because I meet people on Tinder that I have a great relationship. I'm just saying that if you want to only go out and hang out or spend time with someone, I prefer use this kind of apps. But it depends. It depends because when you meet someone, you have to say maybe what do you want or what are you looking for. But you don't have problems or you don't have like bad understand with the other person.
Okay. Elisa?
I think for me personally, like dating apps are just a way for me to build connections and opportunities. I no longer see it as a way to connect with a person to live forever.
So can you elaborate for the guys? Because I've noticed that same thing too, especially with some of the ladies in their OnlyFans using Tinder and whatnot. But I want to get your opinion on this. So what is it that, like, you, aside from like networking, do you feel that most women don't kind of like you don't take dating apps seriously and they kind of use it for this method? And would that also lead to the reason why most men out there are having bad luck with dating apps?
Yeah, I think dating apps are a way. Actually, it's a perfect way to spread yourself thin. You're now working here, you're at this event, you're on apps. When you look at the like the algorithm, you're only spending 15 minutes, maybe a day on Tinder, whereas you're at an event for an hour and a half to 2 hours and actually networking with people where you have a much bigger connection. So when you break that down, you're spending like, I don't know, like 0.2% of your life, like actually looking for a partner, which is awful. If you're actually serious about finding someone that you want to spend the rest of your life with, these dating apps aren't going to work. That's the reality of it. And so you want to be able to spend your time in places where you have similar values. So if you love health and fitness, maybe you're meeting someone that you want to meet at the gym. If you are valuing your career growth, and for myself, like as a marketer, I'm going to go to conferences where I know that people are going to have a similarity than me. So I think bars, clubs, dating apps, that's not gonna ride anymore. Like that is not where you're gonna meet people that you want to date anymore.
What about you, Sharon? Have you had any experience with dating apps? If so, would you prefer to meet a guy in person? Like, would you prefer to date him in person, or would you prefer to date a guy off of Tinder, Bumble, all these other apps? What's your thoughts on it?
Well, I used Tinder for first time last year because I went to live to other place that I used to live. So I only meet people to work and school. But in this moment of my life, I don't wanted to be with someone that I used to know. I wanted to know new people or and only waste time. So I meet to someone and we was dating, we was hung out, but then we take to seriously the relationship. So he tell me because he always was like looking for we see us, and sometimes I told him that I was busy or something like that. So one day he told me that I was so disinteresting and he don't like that. So I tell him that I was only I want looking for a serious relationship. So the case is that then we talk and we have a short relationship and we was only
So,
exclusive.
like, you mean a situationship, right? That's what they call it, a situationship.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, okay.
So we was dating like 6 months, and but then he turned to toxic person. He was so jealous. He was if I follow someone new in my Instagram or in my social media, she thought that I was dating or got with him. So it become to a bad relationship. So, but I don't regret about the relation that we was because we have fun time, we have pretty moments, but I think that if you want only spend time or yeah, meet new people, for me it's a good way. Obviously you have to take care because you don't go out with the first people that you know in Tinder because but I don't have problem with this kind of app or
Okay, I'm glad you said that. Before I even get into my point, let me get to the super chat real quick. Deuces of Growth, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, Elisa, are you sure you didn't fuck with the bum for 4 months and you never had one night stand? Oh, okay. What do you got to say to that?
Oh, I had the one night stand. What can I say?
All right, I think most people have had one night. I've had one night stands before. I don't think they're like. I mean, it's just. I don't know. It's not anything crazy or special. It's just you just meet somebody, man, and you guys clicked and you vibed on a level so much you took it all the way. Now I would but let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go back to the whole Tinder thing because Sharon brought up a great point. She's saying, all right, the guy I met on Tinder, it was more of like a situationship than anything else. So my follow-up question to both of you guys is: now, are men that you meet out in person, do they lead the longer term relationships versus people you meet on Tinder? And then you guys on the panel, feel free to follow up, and then we can go from there. Say what?
Oh, sorry. Can you reword the question?
Yeah. So do guys that you meet in person, and this is going back in your entire dating history, right? And do guys that you've met in person, or do they fare better, or does the relationship last longer than guys you've met with online dating apps?
So my thing with online dating apps is I feel like similar to brands. Let's say like you take like Apple, Google, whatever. Like brands are not people, but they should act and feel like people. And when you put yourself out there on a dating app, like you are a brand and you have a motivator. So for instance, like for most individuals, like if they're thinking of like having a really chill night out, they're going to look to Netflix, or they're looking to travel, they're going to look to Expedia. You as yourself, as an individual, are a brand. So are you putting yourself out there where you want to have a one night stand, or are you putting yourself out there where you actually want to have a committed relationship? The way that you actually put yourself out there and the way that you attract other men is how you're going to be perceived, because it's based on a motivator that's in that person's mind that's going to be attracting you.
Okay.
I mean, there's layers to it, but
That's true, but those are the same layers that we want guys to understand, though, because a lot of guys, they don't get the stuff, man. So the one thing is, in this space, when we're talking about dating and a dating community, you guys don't understand the significance of what you do, right? When you guys talking about like how you guys admitted, hey, okay, yes, I am attracting bums. I'm at this point with no whatnot, and then you got Sharon admitting, hey, you know what? We need these situations from men, things like that. These are truths that a lot of women out at large will not admit, and a lot of dating podcasts, a lot of male improvement, self-improvement podcasts would not admit. They won't let you see other males who come into the space who've been burned by certain toxic women to come in and see this other side of things. So when we're talking about dealing with women on Tinder, when we're talking about dealing with women on all these other Bumbles and Snapchats and all this stuff like that, you got to understand that a lot of these guys who are interacting with you, they're coming at it with a preconceived education from some of these platforms. Either they no experience or some experience, and they're carrying some kind of I wouldn't say resentment, but just ideology, thought process before they deal with women. So that's where it's all coming. But add to it if you need to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I just think the way that women put themselves out there is a motivator that a lot of men are attracted to. So are you looking for a one-night stand? Are you looking for a relationship? Are you looking for someone that is like business forward and they're just looking for a network? And a lot of that, in my experience, falls on the woman. How do you put yourself out there? Like, sure, of course, you can get the check boxes and like with the man that you're looking for, or they're putting themselves in a way that is approachable for a potential life partner. But what you're putting out there is what you attract. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. Adriana, do you have anything else to add?
Well, Alyssa's right, because particularly when you're online and you're consuming so much of your time and you don't even realize it, it'd be more than 15 minutes. You'd be like almost 2 to 3 hours a day you could spend online looking through profiles and accidentally looking through messages and checking this and checking that. And out of all these other things that you have going on in your life, that can consume so much of your time. So, I mean, I've been on and off for dating apps for about 12 years now, and I've just decided to take myself off because I have better things to do. And, you know, I'd rather meet someone in person, meet someone in real life, maybe through my work, not sort of fishing and looking for someone and sifting through all the fakes and all the women, or not all women in general, but that have all the unrealistic expectations. And honestly, it's just a waste of time. Like, for example, I met someone. She was working at a furniture store. She was actually gorgeous. She had her boobs done. She had everything, but that didn't matter. Like, what was funny about it was she was saying, "Yeah, I'm a good girl, and I'm this and I'm that." But then slowly, like, she's saying, going against what she's saying. So I always like paid attention to her actions, not her words. And I'm not saying like all chicks are like that, but you know, goes both ways. But you know, I've just taken a lot of time out for myself, you know, in the last year to focus on my business and on myself, have time out, have peace with myself, and that's the best thing I've ever done. And listen to who's real and who's not, you know, out there in the red pill community, and a lot of things I like, you know. So I just think that sometimes you might be chasing something that you're going the wrong way, and you need to sort of pause and take a step back and see maybe you're doing something wrong in life, and you should be really chasing your goals and your dreams before anything else. Because you meet that wrong person, they can destroy your life. They can derail you within the blink of an eye if you're not careful. You know. No,
I agree with that.
Because it's easily to get influenced. It's so easy to get influenced by some guy on social media telling you the right or the wrong thing. It's easy to get influenced when you're meeting someone on the street, whether it's a friend or a chick that you're dating. So you really have to, you know, take control of yourself, you know, before you go out there and do, you know, start chasing girls, or, you know, you just got to let it come to you. Like I've got the mindset now where I just let it come to me. I don't force it. I'm not into the cold approach stuff. I just, you know, I've just got really in tune with myself, and if a conversation just starts, it will start. I'm not going to go out fishing for it, so to speak, because it's not healthy. It's really not, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna let me get the super chat real quick. And the Raven Flow, thank you for the $5 super chat. I 100% agree with Elisa. The women I've met that I had the best connection with were men in places shared with of shared interest. In what does IMO mean?
In my opinion.
In my opinion, friendly gatherings help too. That's right. I mean, it goes towards Ayindei's point where he made earlier. I think Ayindei, Alicia, you guys both kind of connected on this point. But you were talking about like how people meet each other in their familiar settings, right? How it used to be like a referral based type of thing, and it used to be that in person before we got into this big, city kind of mindset that we got going on there. So, yeah, if you guys, either one of you guys will have a rebuttal to that, go ahead.
I was actually going to say, for me, for me as a man, I will go out and meet any girl any way I can possible. And I'm not trying to sound saying that, but what I'm trying to listen, I met great girls on dating apps. I met great girls in person. I've also met shitty people on dating apps, and I met also shitty people in person. So for me, it's great to find someone that you have common interest in, but that's not always going to be the case, right? So for me, if it's something I like, if it's a girl I like, I'm going to swipe right. If it's a girl I like, I'm going to go approach. You never want to discard any opportunity, in my personal opinion, because any opportunity is a missed opportunity, right? So I think that obviously you want to go out and meet people in person. Now, go to the question, is it better would I rather meet someone in person or on a dating app? Personally, I would rather meet someone in person. And the reason why is a little bit different. That's because I have been in situations where a woman presents herself one way, and we meet in person, and she may have an extra 20 pounds that I'm not into.
Oh, it's like you never heard of FaceTime, bro.
Happens to the best of us. Happens to
no, it doesn't happen to the best of us because there's something called FaceTime.
Yeah.
So,
well, I recently learned about that.
Okay, how would you work that game, Ayindei? How would you work that game?
Well, before we get there, there's two key things that you guys are missing. Okay, women are wanters. They're needers. They're empty containers. They're consumers. Let's not get it twisted. Women don't gravitate towards you because you have similar interests. They gravitate towards you because they want something and you just happen to be able to provide that. So let's knock it off, right? If she's interested in climbing the corporate ladder or whatever, yeah, she's going to be attracted to the dude that has the status and can help bring her up. If she's trying to get in shape but she's struggling at the gym, or she feels like she's reached her personal plateau, she's looking for the guy that got some more knowledge for her that's going to progress her. That's just the way women are. There's nothing wrong with it. That's just the nature of men and women. And as a man, you want her. So the exchange has always been a resource or service that she wants or needs in exchange for access to her. It's the same in monkeys, apes, elephants, lions, gorillas, any creature you can think of. It's the same damn dynamic. Okay, the male is providing something and the woman is providing herself. So let's not kid ourselves with all this mutual stuff. It sounds good, it feels good, but that's not what it is. Men would be much better off if they see it for what it is. Okay, so now that we've clarified that, the next thing is, like shopping for anything else, you need to understand the language. If you're shopping for motorcycles, you need to understand motorcycle talk. All right, there's going to be all kind of abbreviation for words and parts and so on and so forth. And that's how guys that are into that differentiate different things about that genre, that industry. Most guys come into looking for women without understanding how women talk, like what women mean when they speak. So when they're reading these dating profiles, they have no idea what she's really saying because women don't talk straight up. They talk in code. All right, there's many examples of this. I'm a mother first. She's telling you right now that she's not prioritizing you over her kids. She's going to be very flaky. She's going to be very unreliable. Her kids are going to constantly be the excuse that she gives you for why she's standing you up and so on and so forth. So in her mind, she's being honest because she's saying, I'm a mother first. But really, she's not, because you're not clearly saying what it is that I'm going to experience if I deal with you. And that's just how women speak in general. When they're trying to give you some information, they always give it to you in some weird backdoor type of way, and they expect you to understand what that shit means, right? Men with experience do understand what these things mean, right? So is a woman just going to come out and say, hey, listen, I'm only interested in a one-night stand. I'm just in town for a weekend, and I'm looking for a particular type of guy that I'm going to hook up because I want to have some sexual endeavor. She's not going to just plain out say it like that. And if a guy plain out says it like that, she's not going to be receptive to it. Even though that's what she wants, she don't want him to say it like that. Okay? A woman will meet up with you to have drinks or whatever because she wants to hook up with you. Her intention is to hook up with you, but she damn sure doesn't want it said to her like that. Okay? Much like when I was in the business of entertainment, they knew that they had to pay you for things, but they didn't want it to be said like that. They didn't want you to say, yo, pay me. It costs this amount of money for this and this amount of money for that. They would rather give the money to someone else to come give you. They'd rather pay a waiter for a lap dance and have the waiter pay you than they pay you. That's just how they operate. But a guy has no problem going to a strip club and saying, how much for this, how much for that, how much. They have no problem. But it will be a woman's intention to spend her husband's money on some hot guy for sexual escapades, but she can't bring herself to just say, how much for sex? How much for this? How much for the night? She won't say that, right? So I want guys to be clear. Do not expect women to be upfront like how Alyssa is saying. There's going to be some decoding involved.
That's facts.
Right?
Guys, you got to understand, Elisa and Sharon were way more honest than more women that you'll meet out in person. So just to throw that out there right now, they've been very honest on this platform. Thank you guys so much.
But it's not going to be that clean cut, guys. It's not going to be.
This is not the average. This is not the average, guys.
No.
Right. So when women say things, you have to understand what they say is not what they mean, and it's on you to be able to interpret that. When a woman comes home from work and she's telling you about her day and she's telling you about her problems, as a man, you're thinking, if one of my boys was telling me this shit, he'd be asking me for a solution. He'd be asking me to do something. That's how she wants. She just wants to be heard. I just want to be heard. Do you see what I'm saying? When a guy says, yo, I got to be there for my boy, he has to actually go do something. Right? They got to go get it in. He got to go move some furniture, help his boy fix the carburetor or something. That's what guys mean when I got to go be there for my boy. When women say that, they mean like sit down on the couch and hold hands and cry together. So it's different. So what I'm trying to tell you guys, you have to be able to speak that language. If you don't understand women's language, you got no business shopping for women. You're jumping the gun. You're missing a couple of steps. Is what I'm trying to tell you. So when you're dealing with women, there's always going to be that learning curve, that interpretation. What is it that she really means? What is it that she really needs? Right? Sometimes you're dealing with a woman, she just needs validation. Right? Sometimes she just needs attention. Sometimes she needs leadership. Sometimes she needs advice. Sometimes she needs her rent paid. Usually she's never going to just come out and say what it is. So you got to be good, right, at detecting what that is and supplying it. And when you do that, then you're going to get that body language change, right? Then you're going to get that relaxation. That's what she's going to fall into you. You get what I'm saying? Because you're getting it. But if she has to tell you, she's not comfortable. And she's not going to tell you. What she is going to do is go tell her friends, why doesn't he understand me? That's what she's going to do. So I just want guys to know that. You have to understand what women really mean, especially on dating apps. Dating apps aren't a waste of time. They're just a waste of time for most guys because they don't know how to interpret the profiles, right? So we hear the women, we hear Donovan Sharpe's trying to give you some hit, I've had all my fun and all this other kind of stuff. Yeah, that's basically what she's saying is I've been a party girl. I've gone into clubs for free. I've traveled. I've done all this stuff. Now I'm looking for a sucker that's going to settle down and commit to me and give me that no consequence for all the bad decisions that I've made. That's what she's saying. She's saying I've got a bunch of bad decisions.
No. I'm agreeing with Ayindei.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's 100% right. Like they want all the benefits of a traditional man, but then they want to go out and show themselves off on Instagram and do all this shit and half naked and it's crazy. Just very, very contradictory. Like
let's get the ladies' thoughts on it. What do you guys think? Is that true for most women? Do they show out on social media? Any one of you guys, Sharon or Alicia? Do women show out on social media and do all that stuff while Go ahead. I don't know. Who's unmuted? Oh, Elisa, you're unmuted. Okay.
Yeah, I have a very great perspective on this where I feel like it's great advice, but more or less maybe some people want to shit on it in like 2 seconds. But I think, in my opinion, when you're on a dating app, you have the best case scenario is knowing what you want to get into before you actually start interacting with someone. So for me personally, there's like 3 different purposes. So you either want to have personal clarity as to what your purpose is, which means first is fun. Like you just want to meet someone to have an emotional attachment. You want to be able to experience life in a different way. More or less, you're friend zoned. So if you're able to put yourself out there and you're just saying like, hey, I want to go on trips or I want to experience life with you. And like, I know you're going to be there because you're on Tinder Global. That's fine. Like, just be honest about it. But then the second part of the whole experience is the exploration, which is where you start to explore yourself or the world around you. And people are starting to get to know themselves better. So are you having a little bit of an emotional connection with someone? Like, it's very selfish. Like, you're actually meeting people for a selfish purpose of being like, hey, I don't like that, but I learned that about myself. It's not something that you're learning about others. Like, you're not going on a date to figure out that he doesn't like seafood. You're going on a date and you're like, fuck, I'm pissed that he's 15 minutes late. And I know I'm not the type of person that can tolerate that. So now you're learning about yourself. And then obviously the last one's commitment, which is like, you're ready for something really real. So I think if you're able to express in the way that you want to meet people on a platform, whether it's Instagram or whether it's a dating app, if you say like, hey, I'm here for I'm here for fun, or I'm here to learn about myself, or I'm here to be in a committed relationship, that open communication is going to give you guys a lot more of a way to balance each other out, that you're able to actually understand what it is that both of you are looking for. Like, you would be surprised. I have put it out there so many times with men who aren't into, like, they say they're into dating, but I say like, hey, are you into type 1, 2, or 3? And they say like, no, I'm just trying to learn about myself. It's different.
What can you elaborate? What do you mean, like type 1? What is all that?
Like giving guys up to lie. That's what she's doing. Your game just sets guys up to lie to you. I'm sorry, Alyssa. That's your strategy. It's like, let me give this guy an opportunity to tell me what I want to hear.
I'm in a selfish spot.
Multiple
so like
choice?
I'm just saying, like, I'm not there to date. Like, I'm not looking for the perfect one for me. So when I'm on these dating apps, if I project in a way that's like, hey, like, I'm just learning about myself, and that's through experiences. Like, I don't necessarily need to be in a relationship to figure out how I want to be hurt or how I want to be put in a situation that I'm uncomfortable with, when I can do that with a friendship.
But you guys are on the app for opposing reasons. You're on the app because you have too many options and you're trying to narrow them down because you don't want to invest the time to get them off of the app. So you're trying to make it easier for you. In other words, you're being lazy about dating. Guys are on the dating apps because of a lack of option. You see what I'm saying? Or an extreme abundance of options on the top 10%, in which case it's just a process of elimination. Yeah. They're just matching with a bunch of hot chicks, shooting a quick message to them and seeing which girls take the bait. And they're not putting any time or effort into the ones that dick around.
That's true.
So if I'm on a dating app, I get straight to the point. What the fuck is it that you want? Straight to the point. And then they start acting stupid. Well, just to meet people, just to make friends. And I let them know real quick. I have a penis. I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here for making friends. Right?
Okay,
I'm attracted to women sexually. And everything else comes after that. Okay? The problem is too many guys have a scarcity mindset and they're terrified to be honest with women, which is why they lie to you, girl. When you give them that multiple choice
terrified
question,
of being single.
Yeah.
Exactly. You give them that multiple choice answer, what they're gonna do is pick the one that they can fake the best. They're like, all right, she gave me 3 options of bullshit. I think I can pretend to be C. I can pretend to be C. You're not even giving them
Elisa, what's your rebuttal to that? Because you said you disagreed. What's your rebuttal to what he just said?
I don't disagree in anything that he says. I think there's a way that I'm just trying to say that when I approach these dating apps, I'm not looking for a life partner. So it's different. Like, I think if women are on there trying to look for whoever they want to be with for the rest of their lives, like, obviously giving them options is not the best case scenario. So for me, it's like, okay, sure. You're in the situation where you're on dating apps where you're just trying to figure out like what it is that best fits into your lifestyle. Man, am I the fuck boy? I don't know.
Yeah, because this is the thing. This is a good women want what they want.
Maybe I'm the woman that no one wants.
Hold on.
This women do that.
Hey, you might be the fuck boy in a relationship, girl. It might just be you.
When it comes to men, Women want what they want. They don't care what the man wants. They don't care what the man thinks. They don't care what the man feels. And they don't care what they would have to give that man in exchange. That's the problem. But these same women will walk into Louis Vuitton and hand over $2,800 for a fucking purse. Right? These same women will hand over 3 months' salary to some fucking designer. Okay? They have no problem changing that cash for that fashion. But when it comes to men, they don't care what it is that he wants in exchange for what they want. They just care about what they want and which guy is going to give it to me. Okay? So what they're doing is just going through the options. Right now, I need validation. What good-looking guy is going to validate me? I'm not even thinking what he might want in exchange for that validation, but, I want the validation. Oh, no, you know what? I'm struggling to pay my bills. I'm tired of being 30 with a roommate. So let me look for a guy that I can move in with. But you're not thinking, what do I have to give that guy in exchange for him to cover the bill, cover the expenses, while you gradually ease out working? You gradually don't pay half the rent to pay none of the fucking rent, which was your goal all along, but you didn't tell him that up front. No. You made it seem like you wanted to live together because you liked him. You see what I'm saying? Come on, bro. So that's the problem, man. Women don't want to be honest, and they want to pay that motherfucking ticket price. Women don't want to pay the ticket price. They want what they want, and it's a long goddamn list, but they have no concern for what a man wants in exchange for that list. When they don't get what they want, all of a sudden he's the bad guy. He's the bad guy for not giving it, for not providing it. Perfect case example is women who expect a dude to be a stepdad, but they didn't stop and think, how the hell would that benefit him? What the hell could I offer him that would be worth him taking up the responsibility of another man, put another man's kid before his kid that doesn't even exist yet? Yeah, what the hell could I possibly put by? And they don't even ask. They don't even say, well, hey, listen, this is what I need. What could we do? What deal could we work? Right? But when men operate with each other, we have these discussions openly. Bro, I need this. You know what I'm saying? What deal could we make? How can we barter? Women are not even interested in having that conversation. They want the guy to just slip into giving them what they want because he's being a real man.
Let me get go ahead, Adriana. Then I want to get Angelus. I want to get Angelus's point of view into it, and then we want to get Sharon. You get your point of view, and then we'll start wrapping it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so bro, I met someone great. I met someone great on the internet through Bumble, but we ended up being like brother and sister, really good friends. And she's been like, it's very hard to find someone like Coach Corey Wayne said, it comes across in your life every 10 years or 20 years. But for most of the part, like I met someone else who all she ever wanted was a Gucci handbag, a Louis Vuitton, and it becomes so, they'll tell you a story about how their ex was crazy, and it becomes so brazen about asking you to buy them shit. It's crazy. Like, you're like, do you think I'm stupid? I don't see what you're doing. Like, what's more important here? Like, do you want to get to know me, or do you want to get me to buy shit for you? Like, but people aren't stupid, but the people out there that do that stuff. Because at the end of the day, I don't see what's important to sort of go out and buy someone something, and you're like, well, I got a handbag now. Like, does that really make you happy that you've got designer labels?
It's the conditioning, bro. Like, it's conditioning.
Yeah. Sharon, what do you got to add to this?
Well, I agree with Alisa that when you meet someone in an app or in a place, maybe when the times that you are dating with the person, you have to be honest and explain, or in the same talk that you have, you explain, or you say that you want or that you are looking for. So I prefer that when people is honest, because you know, or you decide or have the choice to be or not with the person. Only if it's for a fun, for date, for hangout, or if it's seriously. So I think that maybe the average of the woman are like interested or looking for other kind of things. But I think that when you have the opportunity to have your own things or your own kind or style of life, you have the choice to be in the relationship that you want or you deserve. So I think that it's like so complicated, because maybe sometimes people realize the situation, but every person is different, so I don't know. It's
Yeah, but the women are communicating though. The men are willing and able. The women aren't communicating. They're expecting us to be mind readers and magicians, right? Because guys are putting a hell of a effort doing all the wrong things. And the reason why is because the women aren't just being clear. And part of it is because women don't want to admit that they need. That's another aspect of it. Women don't want to admit that they want something for nothing. They don't want to admit that they actually need something from a man. They don't want to admit that they can't get it or provide it without him. So they ignore communicating it and just expect him to do it so they can exploit it without actually having to put it on the table. Yeah, I needed this from you and you provided it to me. So that's an aspect of it too. That fucking pride and that ego that's holding the modern woman back so much. When they can't for the death of them admit that they actually need a man for something, yet they need a man for many things. So that's another aspect of it. Men don't have a problem admitting that we want women. Right? There's no men that are like, I don't want women. I don't care about women. I don't want women. And the lame suckers who are doing that, right? They're kidding themselves. And there's plenty of that over at the subscribers on Fresh and Fit acting like, girls evil. I don't want girls. I don't care about girls. Girls. Really? Is that really what it is?
Hey, bro, when
Come on,
when
man.
Myron and Fresh were going on about you, Myron kept saying about the man defending his fucking castle. He keeps saying it all the time, and then you walk in and he stood away like 100 meters. Like, what are you doing? Call the police.
That's what I said.
Hey, bro.
Oh my God.
You're talking about women defending your castle, paying the bills and all
That's
that
what
shit.
I'm trying to say,
And
bro.
you-
Hypocrites
what
up
the
and
fuck are you
down, bro.
talking
You telling guys about dating, but you ain't got a girl. These dudes ain't never had or maintained a girl since I met him. It's a revolving door with Fresh, and he pays for every chick that he encounters. He admits it himself, so you ain't got to take my word for it. He admits it.
You got the
Every
seeking
time I go to
arrangement
Fresh's
account,
house,
man. Yeah.
bro, every time I go over Fresh's house, it's a different girl. But what I find interesting is why is there no residual? Why is there no reoccurring? It's a different girl every time, but that girl never wants to see you again. That says a lot. For me personally, that says a lot.
Yeah, to chime in on that, Ayindei, because you was making a comment earlier about if you have somebody, your support system, whether it's friends, even if it's not a girlfriend, your friends, family, and you get that success, you want to celebrate. So that do say a lot about the character of a person, man, woman, whoever. Like, and that's kind of scary. And when Chris was on, and this is weird because, and I was saying this before, when Chris was on, and a guy made a comment to him and was asking sounding like dumb question, like, bro, did you even listen to pay attention? But if people actually watch the show and listen, because one time you was on there and you spoke, everybody listened. You wasn't on there, and you can go around the room. It may be one girl out the bunch that would speak like Alicia, and then when she get beat down, it's a wrap. One girl at that whole bunch might have a little bit of common sense, but when they start beating down on them, it's done.
Well, yeah, because people immediately get defensive. I mean, men, women, if someone's, because listen, I don't think the women that they bring on the show, a lot of them, they really understand what it is that they're getting themselves into. Like, they don't understand that. When we had that panel with Ayindei, and then we also had Anna Quinn Fitness on there.
Mm-hmm.
Ayindei made a great point because Anna was one of those ladies who kind of like Elisa and Sharon a little bit, who are on their grind and on it. And if they would have went on a podcast like that, and Myron would have tried the same nonsense that he would have tried with all these other unprepared OnlyFans models, right? I would say maybe 8 times out of 10, maybe get the white claw in you. You might fuck up a little bit, but 8 times out of 10, you might hold your own against some of the weird ass kind of stats that they bring aboard that they try to beat some of the women's head with. So that's why it wouldn't have worked with Anna Quinn, and it probably wouldn't have worked with someone like Elisa or Sharon. But that's the thing. They go after women with checkered past, checkered backgrounds. They get them, got the alcohol on the podcast, and then they beat them over the head with the podcast, with the facts.
Those girls aren't any lesser, bro. Because when I'm interacting with those girls, I'm gonna say all the same shit that Myron is trying to say to them. I'm gonna say all the same shit that Athese is saying to them, all the same shit that Kevin Samuels is saying to them. But my goal isn't to offend them. My goal is to say, listen, come fuck with me and get this money. I'm gonna tell you how to manage your money. I'm gonna tell you how to maximize. I'm gonna tell you what you're doing wrong. I'm not gonna offend the chick. I'm gonna enlighten the chick. Like, oh shit, that's what's up. He put me on my A game. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, how are you entering into it? You enter in it with bad intentions or good intentions. When I'm interacting with a female, I'm not trying to embarrass her, or I'm not trying to, put her on the spot. I'm trying to see how we can mutually benefit. Do you understand what I'm saying? And also, when I do something for a chick, I make it clear what my intention is. Don't call me sweet. I ain't no fucking nice guy. If I do something, I want something. I'm gonna make that up front, and she gonna respect it. You see what I'm saying? She gonna love it because guys want something. Most guys just try to be shady and sneaky about it, and they gonna find out what it is later. I tell them up front what it is, what I want. If it's sex, I let them know it's sex. Okay? If it's something else, I want to get money together, I let them know I want to get money together. Right? If I want to get them in the best shape of their life so that I can be proud of that result, I let them know that that's what it is. If I believe in them, I think they got potential, whatever it is, I'm going to let them know. So all of this acting like women are somehow bad people or whatever, listen, I don't care if a girl does OnlyFans, bro. I don't care if she wants to be a corporate chick. I'm just going to be honest with her with what the reality of those decisions are. That's all. And then I'm going to let her make an educated decision based on that. I'm going to let her know. So that's just the thing. So are you genuinely trying to help people, or are you just trying to exploit people? Because these dudes will bring OnlyFans girls on there and shout out their Instagram and all this other kind of stuff, but they won't bring a brother on there and shout out his business and help him come up. So what kind of hypocrisy is that? You telling me you hate women and you for the fellas, but you ain't trying to help neither. You're just trying to exploit. You're trying to take the dude's money and you're trying to use the women to get the money and abuse of guys. It's whack, man. It's whack to me.
Ayindei, because I want to give you this last point to kind of dive in on that, because I don't think a lot of people are understanding what you just said. Okay, they're basically the way that they're using their audience. It's very important that you guys understand this, because you guys are coming at us for calling this stuff out. Like I said before in the last video, the hardest thing to do right now is to convince a lot of you guys that you guys have been bamboozled. All right, the way they see you, majority of you fans, it's not, even some of the stuff that's even coming out here that we'll cover later on. It's one of those things where it gives you true knowledge that these guys aren't really here to help you guys out. It's for the money. It's for the status and all that stuff. The Rolex, right? You win a free Rolex and all that fun stuff like that.
They giving away Rolexes now.
Oh yeah.
Y'all say that too? Y'all say that too?
Hey, no. So we've been getting a lot of Instagram messages to cover it. So don't worry about that, guys. We have heard you. We're gonna cover that in the next video. Don't worry about that, because it's one of those things where we want to just take a step off and talk about something different. But it's one of those things where if you look at something like that, it's fucking ridiculous. You're gonna start paying people you're gonna bribe your own audience with Rolexes to get subscribers. I'm sorry, bro. It doesn't make
where do we
sense.
see that though? Dude, hold on. Where do we see that? We see females doing shit like that. We see females doing
fake gurus
shit like that. Vote for me in this. Vote for me in that. Vote for me so I win, and tell your friends to vote for me too. Right?
Exactly.
This is the same. Hold up. This is the same dude. This is the same dude that didn't want to fight one-on-one, but he paid a hacker to hack my Instagram. Like, come on, man. What kind of feminine ass shit is that?
Hey, y'all getting right now. For those of you guys who are staying late, I appreciate you. Y'all getting exclusive knowledge right now, because not a lot of people know this backstage stuff that's happening right now. Like, this is some stuff that's crazy out here.
I could tell.
These are the dudes that you're following. This is the type of shit that they do. He don't want to fight.
Like, y'all don't know. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that y'all don't really know, man. It's crazy. Go ahead.
Cowards die 1,000 deaths, bro. Cowards die 1,000 deaths.
That's right.
So I ain't worried about that.
Yeah, that's right. You could clearly see that by what they become on camera. You could clearly see the sort of people that they are, and like especially. So I didn't need to see what was going on behind the scenes. You could just see the way.
Yeah, it's right there. It's common sense.
And whenever they had that's right. Whenever they had a woman on there talking sense or talking some good stuff, they would just like try and shoot them down.
I noticed that too. Yeah, facts.
Yeah, you got to get her out now. Like, soon as she say something that's like a little bit, like it was one lady. He said something the way he phrased it, and Ayindei had said it perfect. Like, he'll put a piece here, take that piece, put it here, and then rearrange the piece and line up for itself. And then start shooting you with it. And when soon as she says something, he just like, I'll disagree. I disagree.
That's right.
I'll disagree. Then fact. Yes. Statistics. And then she just like, okay.
Hold on. Zen Kuro. Let me just comment on this right now. It's not bribing. What the fuck? Giving back to his supporters. Okay, let me ask you this. How many of y'all gonna win that watch? How many of y'all gonna win that final prize? You want to talk? You want to talk about giving back to the supporters? What are you guys getting? You guys got to do 5, 10, 15, 50 referrals to even get a shout out. Okay, what is that? How is that giving back to you? And how are you gonna tell me that's not bribing your goddamn audience? You're saying, okay, don't come to us for the content that we're spewing out. No, don't come to us for that. In fact, just subscribe to us because we're gonna give you a Rolex and a potential free trip to Miami if you come.
But if you get 1,000 subscribers. Don't forget that. If you get 1,000 subscribers now,
and then all of a sudden they went up 1,000 subscribers. You had 1,000, 2,000 subscriber boost.
Hey,
come on now. You want to tell me this doesn't have anything to do with it?
Which is stupid because it makes it. I mean, come on now. Think about it. Why am I push for you for 1,000 subscribers when I can get my own 1,000 subscribers and we can all eat? That ain't making sense.
So you got all these, and you know what? The Fresh and Fit stands are gonna do it. Now you got all these Fresh and Fit stands going to every forums, going to all these social media platforms, going to all these different places saying, "Hey, subscribe to Fresh and Fit." Okay, they really need subscribers right now.
Let me tell you something,
You need to subscribe to them.
Listen, Fresh and Fit subscribers are synonymous with OnlyFans subscribers. These dudes are the lowest of the low, they're the weakest of the weak. They believe anything they're told because they need a hug, they need a friend, they need a daddy, they need some acknowledgement. They need to please acknowledge me, please respond to me, please respond to my message. I'll do anything just to talk to you. That's what you guys are, bro. I'm gonna say this otherwise, because listen, because I don't care about your money. That's the thing. I go out and earn my money for my clients. I actually deliver value to my clients to get paid. I don't got to booze nobody. That's you dummies over here defending dudes that you never met. And when you go through all what you go through and you get to Miami and you think you're going to hang out with Fresh and Fit, they leave your dumb ass leaning on the wall. Just like you was in high school, the cafeteria, never being acknowledged by anybody.
Thank you. So the bottom line to get back to your points, and Kuro, all right, listen, to me, it's bribing because, listen, and you guys will get mad at us for hiding our sub count. We hide our sub count because we want the people to fuck with us, to really fuck with us, not because we have the goddamn numbers. It's because, hey, you're going to come into the space, you fuck with the message, because I know I'm a rowdy guy. I know I say shit that could be out of pocket sometimes, and it could be offensive to both parties, but I want the people who come in here that aren't just bandwagoners. They're going to hop on the program because they understand the truth, especially some of the ones that the things that the ladies, even the truth that the ladies said here on the podcast, and some of the other guys who have come on this podcast and said that people can be able to fuck with it and vibe with it. You're never gonna see us out here trying to get y'all to do giveaways, bro. That's some fake guru type shit right there. You're never gonna see us say, "Hey, I'm gonna fly you out."
Ninja watchers,
good old y'all ninja watchers.
You gonna dress up like a ninja.
You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna see me dress up like a goddamn ninja, running around, drop kicking Don over here. That's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I'm just saying that. Look, if you don't call that bribery, I really don't know what it is. And it's not just here. You guys should feel insulted. If anything else, you Fresh and Fit saying you should be insulted by this because you guys initially subscribed to him for the kind of content and the goodwill stuff that you're saying. Hey, you know what? Listen, they're doing all this good stuff too. No one is denying them. We had 360 Blessings come on. We have Chris come on, and the program they had worked for Chris. All right, and 360 Blessings, it worked for his credit and all the other stuff that he had going on. I'm just saying the ideology that they're pushing out is toxic, especially when young men are dealing with women nowadays. Because now they're going out there, they're acting like women, they're treating women any sort of kind of way. And don't get me wrong,
but
also stuff on the female
where's
side.
The personal results though? That's what I want to see.
I want to know that too.
Results.
I want to know that too.
Where's somebody admirable, right? Choosing to fuck with these dudes just because. Where's there anybody that's a stand-up dude that respects or admires Fresh or Fit? Right? Hold on. Then where are the females that got anything positive to say about these dudes? Every chick that Fresh smashes hates his guts. Every chick. And if you want me to play dirt,
and he went on with Abba saying that, and there's where the narcissism come through. When Abba asked him, say, "Hey, do you believe that every girl that you smashed, right, will still love you, that still likes you or loves you, whatever, has never said anything bad about you?" This man with a straight face said, "No, all the girls love me. Every girl I've ever smashed love me." I'm like, what?
No, what these chicks can't, dude. These chicks can't stand these dudes. So what
get the fuck out of here.
How you taking dating advice from a dude that A, don't never got no chick, and B, you can never see him with the same chick twice? Where is that? Where are the hold on? Where are the chicks taking pictures with Fresh and Fit and posting them and tagging them? Where the groupies? Yeah. Where are the women that admire these guys? Where?
Yeah. Where's the 1,500? Where's the 1,500 women?
Listen, I don't got a problem. Here's the thing, guys. I don't have the problem with them doing a giveaway. Most smaller channels do giveaways anyways to try to grow the platform. I'm just saying, after this scandal that just went down, you're gonna go ahead and throw with this whole little giveaway thing going on. It just looks sus. No sus than Fresh going to freaking IG and posting the fact that he has a gun. That's no different. All right. So you lost a shit ton of supporters because of the crappy shit you said, and now you also got exposed for less than 7 days, and you also got exposed for how you treat women on your show. Right. So all of a sudden.
That's why he activated my Instagram, because he found out that I was hitting on the girls that he kicked off the show.
We're gonna do a separate video on that. But if you want to elaborate to some of the special subscribers and watchers right now that are still watching this video, can you elaborate on that? Because he's mentioned on this live before about like the Instagram hacking and whatnot. I think their profiles gotten hacked a couple times. What's going on with that?
His thing got hacked a couple times. And what he did with that is decided to weaponize that and hire a hacker of his own, right? And he was throwing that thread around. I was still around. He was throwing that thread around for people that rubbed him the wrong way. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do that bitch. I'm gonna have her Instagram hacked. This is the type of emotional dude you're talking about. That's how he wants to get back at people, is by hacking their eyes. But it's good. Once I get back in the country, I'm gonna take care of it. I know how to fix it.
So for those guys that are just joining the chat, all right. So you guys don't understand is that like Ayindei's Instagram got hacked. A lot of guys, you wouldn't even notice now until we do a video on it. But right now, for these guys who are staying here in the chat, all right, Ayindei's Instagram got hacked, all right, and got hacked by potentially the same boys who he used to work with. So you got to keep that in mind. And what he was just talking about is they talk about all the stuff behind the scenes all the time about hacking people, having hackers on payroll, things like that. So you got to understand the kind of tactics and the kind of nonsense that goes on behind the scenes, because what you actually see isn't actually reality. The Raven Flow, thank you for the $2 super chat. Pricing strategy can fool many into perceived value. Absolutely, we see that in sales all the time. All right, it's one of those things where if your price is marked a little bit higher, it plays with people's psychology, because then if things are too cheap, guess what? People are gonna be like, oh, it's probably not worth it, even though it might be a good product, like the Great Value brand or the Equate brand that people are used to. It might be a good product. Just because it's cheap, people are gonna think, okay, well, the quality maybe isn't there. Versus something that has a lot that's more pricey to it. And you ladies can chime in on this too as well. I want to get your opinion on it. But for something that's more expensive, people are more likely to spend money on it because they feel like they're getting more value. What do you ladies think?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to pay more, to be honest.
Okay, perfect. No, that's true. Sharon, what do you think? Would you pay more for something that costs if the price is high enough, or what if you saw something? Okay, you got two of the same items, right, at the store, and one is like $5, the other one's $25. They do the exact same thing. Which one are you more likely inclined to pay for?
The higher one, always.
Wow, really?
Always.
Dude, it's a psychology thing. It's a psychology thing. I'm telling you.
Counting pennies.
Wow. Well, let me. Okay, well, we're gonna share. I don't want to beat up with a stick. We'll go to Sharon. I don't want to beat up with a stick because, oh my god, I kind of feel they have.
Go to Sharon. Go ahead and answer that. What do you think?
Go ahead.
But you say that both have the same.
Yeah, if you had two of the same things and one costs, let's say $50, another one costs $100, it's the same two items. Which one you pay for?
The low thing. Sorry.
Really? Okay. All right. Now hold on. Let me ask though. Why? Why would you pay for the low thing? Just because it's cheap?
Because if it but the same thing and one is cheap, maybe
okay.
I can.
Okay. I'm gonna throw a curveball. And this is for me. Hitting up Alicia a little bit because she's probably that type. You check the reviews. Check your reviews. Do your homework on the item. So I want to pay more, the extra $50. So I will go with the cheaper one. That's my reasoning. Hey, I'm a guy. What do I know? I'm a guy. I don't know nothing.
She ain't got time for that. She ain't got oh, bro, I tell you, man.
But I do have a question. I do have a question for you, Sharon, because you were saying something early in the past about boyfriends and they're crazy and the eye recognition and all this stuff going on. So that's been your whole relationship? Because how old are you? You're 22, 23?
No, I'm 25, and my last relationship was 3 years ago.
Okay, so you never dated anybody since then for the whole prior 2 years?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, but not like serious relationship.
Serious? Okay.
Only dating. My the most looking for a serious relationship was 6 months ago.
Okay.
But it wasn't like too seriously. But
okay, there's still a relationship.
well, but it wasn't seriously. It was my example that I was telling you, like the boy that I meet on Tinder, and then we was dating only.
Cambio.
Okay, was they all crazy like the 2 year relationship?
Sorry.
Was they all crazy? El Pollo Loco?
Yeah, he was so jealous with me. So I'm got jealous with him too, because it was like, why I can't do that and you can do that. So
Okay, now let me ask you this one question: do you feel that it was your fault of the type of guy that you picked for all of the jealous and insecure?
no, it was so insecure. So I showed him that I was being loyalty to him, and I all the time was with him. But if he saw that I receive a message even of a person that I don't know, or he thought that I in a point of the week or the day I will have something with the person, and I like,
yeah, but you're wrong. You were wrong. You were wrong. You were wrong. You were wrong. I tried to explain to women, when you're in a relationship, you conduct yourself differently. Stop replying to strangers. Stop telling guys thank you for complimenting. Stop. You have a man. Stop it. I don't know why women can't grasp this concept. What you're doing is wrong. Okay, I've had to explain this to a ton of women, and they just can't wrap their head around it. Dudes don't like that. It's disrespectful and it's inappropriate. There's no reason for it. There's no benefit to replying to a stranger. You got a man. Respect your man.
You got a point.
Eagle. So we got another super chat from Eagle Force 1. I wonder if them forces are black, bruh, because I love the super chat. Thank you. Authentic Alpha T-shirt merch. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hey, Ayindei. You go. Wait, Ayindei. When's the merch coming, bruh? We got to know when the audience wants to know when the merch is coming, bruh.
I don't know if I want to do merch. I mean, if I do, it's got to be something useful. Got to be something beneficial. I don't want to make T-shirts. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. Hey,
but in the future, man, I'm going to come up with some products. That Fresh and Fit calendar was going to be the bomb, bro. That was going to be the bomb.
I mean, it's sad. It's sad to see.
Yo,
we're going to do
it down on that calendar.
Yeah, y'all don't want to. Y'all definitely want to stay tuned for next week's video, man, because it's gonna be fire on this, man. Because like, what is that? For those of you guys who stuck around, y'all got some backstage kind of knowledge about what's been going on, man. Because it's real messy. This media game is messy, man. That's what a lot of y'all don't understand. So, with that being said, I'm gonna give the two ladies who joined us at Real Talk, man. You guys were real as fuck. Feel free to come on this panel anytime, anywhere, man. Whenever we're having something on Friday, we'll definitely make sure y'all got a link. But this was nice because guys, honestly want to hear it, because we've been hearing things from either like women who aren't real, manufactured women, and it's nice to hear things from women who actually, dealing with guys in the real world and stuff like that, and don't have these crazy kind of, $100 million fucking notions and whatnot. So it's nice to get some realization and some true honesty for a lot of the fresh and fit ninja watchers, right? They like to call it, watching in the background, because we saw some of y'all in our earlier video, and we saw some of y'all hanging around here too. So at least y'all get some actual knowledge on how women think, not this weird manufactured show thing that a lot of people are doing nowadays.
Y'all coming over here to spy, and you learning more. You said over here to spy on us, but you learning more over here. That's stupid. It's stupid.
That makes sense. That
is hilarious, bro. Reporting back to Skeletor. This is what they're saying about you, Master. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
So, ladies, did y'all learn anything new? Comments, complaints, concerns? Elisa.
Go ahead, Sharon. I'll let you take the floor.
Yeah, Duke's rubbing off on me. I'm fucking up everybody's name.
Elisa needs to give him an opportunity to be honest. Give him an opportunity to be honest. Give him a safe space. A safe space that women always talk about. Give men a safe space to be honest.
Yeah. So Sharon, did you learn anything? Comments, complaints, concern?
I'm sorry.
I said, did you learn anything from us guys? Any new perspectives from tonight?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Okay, like what? You can share.
I mean, I don't know if we have time for this, but I would be open to have an FAQ.
Okay.
Or should we postpone it to another time?
Hey,
well, she has some Canadian girls she wants to bring on, and I can't wait to meet them.
Let's do this. Let's do this. We'll set up another stream because there's another somebody, another coach that I want to bring on too as well, and then get his expertise and whatnot. That way, at least we have like people who are actually in it, right? And then women, and we can have actual real experiences together, and we're talking about this. So that should be a conversation we should have too as well. And I think what we get, because what you guys don't understand is a lot of women. We have the. I didn't want to say this, but I want a lot of you YouTubers. I want not YouTubers, viewers, F&F viewers to understand is we have the highest amount of women watching and subscribe to our channel that I didn't even admit, especially for a man's channel. Like we almost 20% women. Almost 20% women. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what the
40.
other metrics are. Like
we want 40.
We want 40. So there's definitely a lot of women in this space. So it's one of those things where, like, you know, it goes to our point where we don't have to diss women, we don't have to mute women, we don't have to do any of this crazy things you see on these other podcasts to actually get a nice little conversation going, a nice little dialogue back and forth. And on top of that, to provide a platform where women are actually truly honest. Because what does Myron Gaines say, right? Oh, we can't have guys and women talk to at the same time because the average women are going to just lie. The average women are going to lie and cap because they don't want to be honest to the average guy. And it's like, no, that's false. I think to have men and women to have these conversations is very, very important, especially in the same room. Right. I don't know about you. I would consider myself pretty average. I consider, like, you know, I mean, average in the sense of like just being a regular dude, right? Everyone here is a regular average guy.
You can't help men without helping women, and you can't help women without helping men. We're a species.
That's it.
Exactly. And the fact that we were all both here to have a great open conversation, you guys weren't capping, you guys were a lot honest than we would expected, right? That shows that this works. This works. So yes, I would like to have that conversation. You guys are Sharon, Lisa. You guys are both invited. Hit up Ayindei. He knows when the show goes down. So yeah, let him know. Bring your friends. If they're as cool as you, bring your friends on. We'll love to talk to them as well.
Either way, because the more questions we answer for women is the more questions we ask for men. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. Is that women are in the dark, men are in the dark. They both want answers, but they're taught that it's one versus the other. We are humanity. You cannot help one without help the other, and you can't hurt one without hurt the other. That's what feminism hasn't explained to y'all. It doesn't work that way. Okay? The money that we give to women comes from where? Women ain't even asking that question. You want to keep on bleeding money to give to women, where the hell does that money come from? It comes from men. Hello? Okay? So if a majority of women that own homes acquired that home for divorce, that means by definition a man had to lose a home for women to get a home. Come on, man. If women are having sole custody of their children, that means that a man had to lose his kids. So how are you uplifting one without putting down the other one? It ain't gonna work that way. So that's the point. Women keep on wanting to be better at the expense of men, and then complain that the quality of men is dropping. Well, that's because you have a selfish outlook. Right?
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. And to just go, because when we started this earlier, and we're gonna wrap up with this. When we started this earlier, a lot of guys were asking Don and I, when we were just having our pre-show discussion, and you guys were asking, what is this channel about? What are you guys all trying to do here? What is it? This is exactly what we're trying to do here. The main important goal is to bring men and women together. And don't get us wrong, we're not the only one doing this. There are other podcasts like Kevin Samuels, O'Shea Dick Jackson, some of these other lead attorneys, some of these other guys out there who are really doing their thing, and they're making their, although in different ways, paving their way to be able to bring men and women together without all this toxic messages. Now, granted, the tone might be a little bit different, obviously, but it's one of those things that it works for their respective platforms. The bottom line is they're not advocating people to be separated. They're not advocating people to, go their separate ways. They're advocating to bring people together, because guys like us, Angelo, Adriano, Authentic Alphas, Ayindei, we understand the importance of how it is having men and women to be together. That's what this platform is about. We want to bring men and women together in the right way. I've had experience. I've been both married and divorced, and I have a daughter. So I know exactly what it is I'm talking about in terms of not only dealing with women, but understanding one from a child and growing up and how, you know, the mentality and all that stuff changes and whatnot. It's very understandable. So these are experiences you're not going to see with some of these other guys on these other platforms because they've never frankly had it. So they can say anything they kind of want to about women, however they want to treat them, but they don't have daughters sitting at home. They don't have all these, they don't have wives. They don't have any of that stuff. So someone can go in there and then badmouth someone else's wife without understanding the gravity of that situation, right? They can go badmouth some other woman, but they don't understand what it means that that woman is somebody else's daughter. So it's respect
if you
bringing that shit back.
If you protect women, you're a simp.
If you protect women,
if I protect my woman, I'm a simp.
We're simps. Like, okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Call me a simp. But I'm going to tell you what, guys. The ladies are over here. Almost 20% of them are over here. So you keep calling them simps. But the people that you're trying to figure out how to get, right, and these guys aren't helping you out with, they're over here. Just throw the load out there. Deuces of Growth. Thank you again. Closing $5 super chat. FNF is now selling crypto sessions for over a stack. If you don't know, you can find great resources on Udemy for $12. Wait, what? They're selling crypto court, dude. Man, this is
I'm not giving that energy.
This is grifting one. This is grifting 101, bro.
I'm not giving that energy.
Pocket watching with JT. Please investigate this crypto sessions, bro. Come on, dog. I appreciate that super chat, Deuces of Growth. Anything else you guys like to add before we close out?
Oh no, I'm good, man. I appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it, guys. Miss Alicia, definitely Sharon. I hope everybody learned something from this experience, and that's it.
Appreciate it. Ayindei?
Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Just thanks for having a conversation, bro. That's it.
That's what we want to do. Adriano.
Well, guys, all I just want to say that most importantly, before you go out and help anybody else, regardless that's personal or your work, is learn to help yourself first.
Facts.
Before you go and help somebody else.
Absolutely.
That's the most important thing. Just remember that.
Sharon.
To all the Duke and Don audience out there, just remember that, right? These guys have got a great podcast. They're gonna grow, and all people want to hear is the truth. No bullshit.
Yeah.
And this is the show to do it.
Absolutely, man. Here's the thing, man. When you guys are just touch upon that point, when you guys are sending us all these messages, not you guys, the audience, right? Because you guys send us really positive stuff. But I'm talking about the guys who hate watching. They go ahead and put the message in the comments and stuff like that. I pin y'all comments so everyone can look at them, because I'm telling y'all, this is ridiculous. Like, you guys don't understand the irony of the shit that you guys do. And thank you to our subscribers, because that last post I posted of one of the guys who kind of bombed our live with a super chat talking about, why are you guys so jealous of Fresh and Fit? Is it because they make more money than you? And one of our audience actually caught that same dude, went back to Fresh and Fit Live, super chatted them talking about, you guys, the evil eye is watchful. You guys got to be careful. And it's like, bruh, so you paid money to talk shit to us, and then you go, I don't get it, bro. Like, y'all need help, because this is so sad. So it's one of those things, like, look, I don't need just come on over here if you guys are watching, and just get the education, peep some real game, and you'll be all right. It's some attention seeking shit.
Onlyfans, they just want attention.
It's crazy. Like, you just give somebody $5 to talk shit about them. I've never seen that in my life. Elisa, do you have anything else to add?
That's what you call a simp, bro. That's what a true simp is. Bitching to somebody else.
Thank you. Hey, I'm gonna just say this. Just like Myron Gaze has like audiences and people like hate watching. Look, I'm not saying that our people do all that stuff like that, but we got people like who fuck with the content enough. Just to go to your point, Adriana, to go out and like literally, you don't understand, y'all. People really feel passionately about this stuff. It's not just me. I look at the likes and dislikes ratio, and that tells me what to talk about. Because if I'm getting a video that has 1,000 likes, and then like 4 people hate it, right? And I got like 1 or 2 comments saying, stop. I'm like, I'm going to keep talking about it, because this is what people want to do. Now, obviously, we'll have other content and stuff like that, but I need to make sure that, hey, first of all, the needs of the audience are being served first, because we care about you guys. And then on top of that, we're going to also expose these other guys for the fraudery that's going on, because you guys really need to hear it. So our audience are all over the place too. So I'm just saying that.
is because you love doing what you do. That's the difference.
That's YouTube. That's YouTube. That's YouTube. Love what you do, and your audience and everybody will follow. That's YouTube.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. And they both told me they don't want to do YouTube anymore. They both told me that. They both told me straight up, we just trying to get this money, make these other investments, and get the fuck out of here. I don't even care.
Oh no,
they both
Fresh
told
wants
me
to be a rapper. Fresh wants to be a rapper.
They both told me they don't want to. They both told me they don't want to be on YouTube anymore, bro. They just want to hurry up and make this money, invest it in other areas, and get the hell out of there. So what is that?
That's not the way of doing it. I just want to ask you guys something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. How would you feel like what Walter Weeks does, and Myron does the same, but Walter flats himself more? How would you feel like hiring a Lamborghini? Because you talked about it on the other day. How would you feel about hiring a luxury item and knowing that you don't own it, and coming back home knowing that you don't own that item? I mean, I couldn't do shit like that.
I feel weird.
Like,
that's why, like,
yeah.
Just to answer that question, because not only that I sell cars, I also sold financial product, right? Annuities and some investment products too as well. I'm talking about legitimately. None of this, TikTok crypto. So I'm talking about you sit down with a client, you're actually going over the portfolio, and you're making the proper recommendations based off your expertise. All right. And one thing I found is that these motherfuckers, right? When you talk about like renting like Lamborghinis and all that stuff like that, first of all, it tells the girl, like, even a girl that's dealing with that. When I was in that industry, I like to stay in my lane because everyone I worked with, they all like were driving Audis, they were all driving BMW. And that time, mind you, and those guys who know me in real life, I was driving my shitty ass Mazda. That bumper was hanging off. I would have guys pull me in like, Drew, like, what the hell are you driving, dog? Like, you need to go upgrade. I'm like, hey, I know what y'all making, okay? I'm gonna stay in my lane, and I had no shame in that. Now go over to your point, Adriana, right, where you have the guys who's sitting there like, I'm gonna have to get this Lambo to just go ahead in the front like I'm getting these girls. I'm gonna guarantee you that any one of these girls, if they find out that your Lambo is rented, it's gonna be like, all right, it's a wrap. And we got girls right here that can answer the question. All right, if you ever see, let me get the Alicia, and then we'll get to Sharon, and we'll wrap it up. Okay, if you see a guy that let's say you see he has got the Lambo and everything, he's macking on you, he's putting the moves on and whatnot, you see he got the car and everything, right? And then you come to find out later after you got with him on that the Lambo and all that shit was rented, it wasn't even real. How would you feel?
Oh my God. Yeah, you know that is fake news. That shit is on rent. It's Lee. Fucking no cap. There's like, I don't know what you do with that. What do you do with that? What are you supposed to do with that situation?
Well, you get that pussy and you get up out of there. So I mean, you understand. No, you understand. You understand. Yeah. I know Fresh personally. We've had these conversations. So in the man's defense, Fresh is not disillusioned at all about what he's doing. He is very, very level-headed and very, very aware of it. He knows what he's doing, and that's what he wants to do, and he's happy and content with that. He ain't looking for love. He ain't looking for genuine connection. He ain't looking to attract women that really like him or care about him. He's looking for that quick, fast validation, and he'll be the first to tell you, I just wanted to smash her. I don't care about her feelings. I don't care what she thinks. I don't care if she really likes me. I don't care if she wants to see me again next weekend. I like that girl. I want to hit it, and that's it. You know, he's addicted to sex, basically. And I've been there in my life, so I'm not going to judge him on it. You know what I'm saying? He's cool with that. That's his game. That's what he does for his kids. That's what he does to like enjoy himself or whatever on the weekend. So I can't criticize the man when he's full aware of what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? He ain't trying to fool nobody. He knows it's a rental. And here's the thing. He should have faked it till he made it, because now he is actually buying those cars. He's actually buying those Rolexes now. He's actually buying that shit now. So he faked it till he finally made enough. You know what I'm saying? Myron just never was interested in it at all. Myron was interested in that shit.
All I gotta say is I respect that he's willing to put that cash out to attract me.
Right.
But like, you ain't got that fat wallet no more.
Yeah, but he just wanted the night though. That's the thing. He just wanted the night, so he got that. And here's the thing: you got guys that just pay for the woman, and you got guys that pay for the look to get the woman. Both of them are paying. They're just paying differently. And I don't criticize guys that want to pay for a working girl for the night. And I ain't gonna criticize guys that want to rent something flamboyant and then knock off a groupie. See, here's the thing though. I'm the guy that I don't need neither. I can knock those same girls down. I gotta do none of that there. So
facts.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Go ahead, Sharon. But that's facts, Ayindei. If a guy that you met, all right, and he pulled up in a Lambo, and he's schmoozing you. He's doing all that stuff. He said, "Oh, girl, Sharon, you doing it for me today, all right?" And you saw the car, you saw all that stuff, and you let him hit. Come to find out that Lambo, everything about it is just rented. Everything. Well, how would you feel about that?
It's a way that someone do that only for.
You had somebody do something like that before?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say, damn.
No.
They're trying to classify that as great. In certain places, they try to say that's great now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think Australia, isn't Australia, they try to do that? That if you lie about what you have and what you make, then the girl can say that you great there?
They can take 70% of what you earn. It's crazy.
Oh wow.
If the man doesn't have balls and stand up, a lot of men here, they just don't have balls. They'll just give in and just give the woman everything. They're fucking stupid.
Damn. I didn't even know that. Holy
the power of that PUS. It's the power of pussy.
Damn, hey, this was live though. I'm telling you, bro. This was a great discussion, man. Ayindei again coming through. Elisa, Sharon, thank you for the honesty. Thank you for the great conversation. And Giuliano, thank you for the super chat support. Thank you for coming on here and then your panel, being on the panel and voicing your opinion and whatnot. Well warranted. Angelus, again, thank you so much for being up here. Your opinion, you guys, is all valid. And we're gonna do this again next week, Friday. So stay tuned. But you definitely don't want to miss Monday's episode because we're gonna dive a little deeper of what we talked about here backstage. So just keep that in mind. With that being said, enjoy the rest of your Friday. Go get at it. Take it easy, y'all.